The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Page Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tommy Howell. The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Page Mitchell. A row of Lombardy poplars stood in front of my great-aunt Gertrude's house on the bank of the Sheepscot River. In personal appearance, my aunt was surprisingly like one of those trees. She had the look of hopeless anemia that distinguishes them from fuller-blooded sorts. She was tall, severe in outline, and extremely thin. Her habiliments clung to her. I am sure that had the gods found occasion to impose upon her the fate of Daphne, she would have taken her place easily and naturally in the dismal row, as melancholy a poplar as the rest. Some of my earliest recollections are of this venerable relative. Alive and dead, she bore an important part in the events I am about to recount. Events which I believe to be without parallel in the experience of mankind. During our periodical visits of duty to Aunt Gertrude in Maine, my cousin Harry and myself were accustomed to speculate much on her age. Was she 60? Or was she 60? We had no precise information. She might have been either. The old lady was surrounded by old-fashioned things. She seemed to live altogether in the past. In her short half-hours of communicativeness, over her second cup of tea, or on the piazza where the poplars sent slim shadows directly toward the east, she used to tell us stories of her alleged ancestors. I say alleged because we never fully believed that she had ancestors. A genealogy is a stupid thing. Here is Aunt Gertrude's reduced to its simplest forms. Her great-great-grandmother, 1599 to 1642, was a woman of Holland who married a Puritan refugee and sailed from Leyden to Plymouth in the ship Anne in the year of our Lord 1632. This pilgrim mother had a daughter, Aunt Gertrude's great-grandmother, 1640 to 1718. She came to the eastern district of Massachusetts in the early part of the last century and was carried off by the Indians in the Penobscot Wars. Her daughter, 1680 to 1776, lived to see these colonies free and independent, and contributed to the population of the coming republic not less than 19 stalwart sons and comely daughters. One of the latter, 1735 to 1802, married a Wiscasset skipper engaged in the West India trade, with whom she sailed. She was twice wrecked at sea, once on what is now Seguin Island, and once on San Salvador. It was on San Salvador that Aunt Gertrude was born. We got to be very tired of hearing this family history. Perhaps it was the constant repetition and the merciless persistency with which the above dates were driven into our young ears that made us skeptics. As I have said, we took little stock in Aunt Gertrude's ancestors. They seemed highly improbable. In our private opinion, the great-grandmothers and grandmothers and so forth were pure myths, and Aunt Gertrude herself was the principal in all the adventures attributed them, having lasted from century to century while generations of contemporaries went the way of all flesh. On the first landing of the square stairway of the mansion loomed a tall Dutch clock. The case was more than 8 feet high, and a dark red wood, not mahogany, and it was curiously inlaid with silver. No common piece of furniture was this. About 100 years ago there flourished in the town of Brunswick a horologist named Carey, an industrious and accomplished workman. Few well-to-do houses on that part of the coast lacked a Carey timepiece, but Aunt Gertrude's clock had marked the hours and minutes of 2 full centuries before the Brunswick artisan was born. It was running when William the Taciturn pierced the dikes to relieve Leyden. The name of the maker, Jan Lipperdam and the date 1572 were still legible in broad black letters and figures reaching quite across the dial. Cary's masterpieces were plebeian and recent beside this ancient aristocrat. The Jolly Dutch moon, made to exhibit the phases over a landscape of windmills and polders, was cunningly painted. A skilled hand had carved the grim ornament at the top, a death's head transfixed by a two-edged sword. Like all timepieces of the 16th century, it had no pendulum. A simple Van Wyck escapement governed the descent of the weights to the bottom of the tall case. But these weights never moved. Year after year, when Harry and I returned to Maine, we found the hands of the old clock pointing to the 3:15, as they had pointed when we first saw them. The fat moon hung perpetually in the third quarter, as motionless as the death's head above. There was a mystery about the silenced movement and the paralyzed hands. Aunt Gertrude told us that the works had never performed their functions since a bolt of lightning entered the clock, and she showed us a black hole in the side of the case near the top, with a yawning rift that extended downward for several feet. This explanation failed to satisfy us. It did not account for the sharpness of her refusal when we proposed to bring over the watchmaker from the village, or for her singular agitation once she found Harry on a stepladder, with a borrowed key in his hand, about to test for himself the clock's suspended vitality. One August night, after we had grown out of boyhood, I was awakened by a noise in the hallway. I shook my cousin. "Somebody's in the house," I whispered. We crept out of our room and on to the stairs. A dim light came from below. We held breath and noiselessly descended to the second landing. Harry clutched my arm. He pointed down over the banisters, at the same time drawing me back into the shadow. We saw a strange thing. Aunt Gertrude stood on a chair in front of the old clock, as spectral in her white nightgown and white nightcap as one of the poplars when covered with snow. It chanced that the floor creaked slightly under our feet. She turned with a sudden movement, peering intently into the darkness and holding a candle high toward us, so that the light was full upon her pale face. She looked many years older than when I bade her good night. For a few minutes she was motionless, except in the trembling arm that held aloft the candle. Then, evidently reassured, she placed the light upon the shelf and returned again to the clock. We now saw the old lady take a key from behind the face and to proceed to wind up the weights. We could hear her breath, quick and short. She rested a band on either side of the case and held her face close to the dial, as if subjecting it to anxious scrutiny. In this attitude she remained for a long time. We heard her utter a sigh of relief, and she half turned toward us for a moment. I shall never forget the expression of wild joy that transfigured her features then. The hands of the clock were moving. They were moving backward. Aunt Gertrude put both arms around the clock and pressed her withered cheek against it. She kissed it repeatedly. She caressed it in 100 ways, as if it had been a living and beloved thing. She fondled it and talked to it, using words which we could hear but could not understand. The hands continued to move backward. Then she started back with a sudden cry. The clock had stopped. We saw her tall body swaying for an instant on the chair. She stretched out her arms, in a convulsive gesture of terror and despair, wrenched the minute hand to its old place at 3:15, and fell heavily to the floor. 2. Aunt Gertrude's will left me her bank and gas stocks, real estate, railroad bonds, and city sevens, and gave Harry the clock. We thought at the time that this was a very unequal division, the more surprising because my cousin had always seemed to be the favorite. Half in seriousness, we made a thorough examination of the ancient timepiece, sounding its wooden case for secret drawers, and even probing the not complicated works with a knitting needle to ascertain if our whimsical relative had bestowed there some codicil or other document changing the aspect of affairs. We discovered nothing. There was testamentary provision for our education at the University of Leyden. We left the military school in which we had learned a little of the theory of war and a good deal of the art of standing with our noses over our heels, and took ship without delay. The clock went with us. Before many months, it was established in a corner of a room in the Breedstraat. The fabric of Jan Lipperdam's ingenuity, thus restored to its native air, continued to tell the hour of 3:15 with its old fidelity. The author of the clock had been under the sod for nearly 300 years. The combined skill of his successors in the craft at Leyden could not make it go, neither forward nor backward. We readily picked up enough Dutch to make ourselves understood by the townspeople, the professors, and such of our 800 and odd fellow students as came into intercourse. This language, which looks so hard at first, is only a sort of polarized English. Puzzle over it a little while, and it jumps into your comprehension like one of those simple cryptograms made by running together all the words of a sentence and then dividing in the wrong places. The language acquired and the newness of our surroundings worn off, we settled into tolerably regular pursuits. Harry devoted himself with some assiduity to the study of sociology, with especial reference to the round-faced and not unkind maidens of Leyden. I went in for the higher metaphysics. Outside of our respective studies, we had a common ground of unfailing interest. To our astonishment, we found that not 1 in 20 of the faculty or students knew or cared a sliver about the glorious history of the town, or even about the circumstances under which the university itself was founded by the Prince of Orange. In marked contrast with the general indifference was the enthusiasm of Professor von Stopp, my chosen guide through the cloudiness of speculative philosophy. This distinguished Hegelian was a tobacco-dried little old man, with a skull-cap over features that reminded me strangely of Aunt Gertrude's. Had he been her own brother, the facial resemblance could not have been closer. I told him so once, when we were together in the Stadhuis, looking at the portrait of the hero of the siege, the Burgomaster van der Werf. The professor laughed. "I will show you what is even a more extraordinary coincidence," said he, and leading the way across the hall to the great picture of the siege, by Warmers, he pointed out the figure of a burgher participating in the defense. It was true. Von Stopp might have been the burgher's son. The burgher might have been Aunt Gertrude's father. The professor seemed to be fond of us. We often went to his rooms in an old house in the Roppenbergstraat, one of the few houses remaining that antedate 1574. He would walk with us through the beautiful suburbs of the city, over the straight roads lined with poplars that carried us back to the bank of the Sheepscot in our minds. He took us to the top of the ruined Roman tower in the center of the town, and from the same battlements from which anxious eyes 3 centuries ago had watched the slow approach of Admiral Boisson's fleet from the submerged polders, he pointed out the great dike of the Landscheiding, which was cut that the oceans might bring Boisson's Zealanders to raise the leaguer and feed the starving. He showed us the headquarters of the Spaniard Valdez at Leyderdorp, and told us how heaven sent a violent northwest wind on the night of the 1st of October, piling up a water deep where it had been shallow, and sweeping the fleet between Zetterwood and Zwyten up to the very walls of the fort at Lammen, the last stronghold of the besiegers and the last obstacle in the way of succor to the famishing inhabitants. Then he showed us where, on the very night before the retreat of the besieging army, a huge breach was made in the wall of Leyden, near the Cowgate by the Walloons from Lammen. "Why," cried Harry, catching fire from the eloquence of the professor's narrative. "That was the decisive moment of the siege." The professor said nothing. He stood with his arms folded, looking intently into my cousin's eyes. "For," continued Harry, "had that point not been watched, or had defense rallied and the breach been carried by the right assault from Lammen, the town would have been burned and the people massacred under the eyes of Admiral Bossart and the fleet of relief. Who defended the breach?" Von Stopp replied very slowly, as if weighing every word. "History records the explosion of the mine under the city wall on the last night of the siege. It does not tell the story of the defense or give the defender's name. Yet no man that ever lived had a more tremendous charge than fate entrusted to this unknown hero. Was it chance that sent him to meet that unexpected danger? Consider some of the consequences had he failed. The fall of Leyden would have destroyed the last hope of the Prince of Orange and of the Free States. The tyranny of Philip would have been re-established. The birth of religious liberty and of self-government by the people would have been postponed, who knows for how many centuries? Who knows that there would be or could have been a Republic of the United States of America had there been no United Netherlands? Our university, which has given to the world Grotius, Scaliger, Arminius, and Descartes, was founded upon this hero's successful defense of the breach. We owe to him our presence here today. Nay, you owe to him your very existence. Your ancestors were of Leyden. Between their lives and the butchers outside the walls, he stood that night." The little professor towered before us, a giant of enthusiasm and patriotism. Harry's eyes glistened and his cheeks reddened. "Go home, boys," said Von Stopp, "and thank God that while the burghers of Leyden were straining their gaze toward Zoeterwoude and the fleet, there was one pair of vigilant eyes and one stout heart at the town wall just beyond the Cow Gate." 3. The rain was splashing against the windows one evening in the autumn of our third year at Leyden, when Professor Van Stopp honored us with a visit in the Breedstraat. Never had I seen the old gentleman in such spirits. He talked incessantly. The gossip of the town, the news of Europe, science, poetry, philosophy, were in turn touched upon and treated with the same high and good humor. I sought to draw him out on Hegel, with whose chapter on the complexity and interdependency of things I was just then struggling. "You do not grasp the return of the itself into itself through its other self?" he said, smiling. "Well, you will sometime." Harry was silent and preoccupied. His taciturnity gradually affected even the professor. The conversation flagged, and we sat a long while without a word. Now and then there was a flash of lightning succeeded by distant thunder. "Your clock does not go," suddenly remarked the professor. "Does it ever go?" "Never since we can remember," I replied. "That is, only once, and then it went backward. It was when Aunt Gertrude—" Here I caught a warning glance from Harry. I laughed and stammered, "The clock is old and useless. It cannot be made to go." "Only backward," said the professor, calmly, and not appearing to notice my embarrassment. "Well, and why should not a clock go backward? Why should not time itself turn and retrace its course?" He seemed to be waiting for an answer. I had none to give. "I thought you Hegelian enough," he continued, "to admit that every condition includes its own contradiction. Time is a condition, not an essential. Viewed from the absolute, the sequence by which future follows present and present follows past is purely arbitrary. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. There is no reason in the nature of things why the order should not be tomorrow, today, yesterday. A sharper peal of thunder interrupted the professor's speculations. The day is made by the planet's revolution on its axis from west to east. I fancy you can conceive conditions under which it might turn from east to west, unwinding, as it were, the revolutions of past ages. Is it so much more difficult to imagine time unwinding itself, time on the ebb instead of on the flow, the past unfolding as the future recedes, the centuries countermarching, the course of events proceeding toward the beginning, and not as now toward the end? But, I interposed, we know that as far as we are concerned, We know, exclaimed von Stopp, with growing scorn. Your intelligence has no wings. You follow in the trail of Comte and his slimy brood of creepers and crawlers. You speak with amazing assurance of your position in the universe. You seem to think that your wretched little individuality has a firm foothold in the absolute. Yet you go to bed tonight and dream into existence men, women, children, beasts of the past or of the future. How do you know that at this moment you yourself, with all your conceit of 19th century thought, are anything more than a creature of a dream of the future, dreamed, let us say, by some philosopher of the 16th century? How do you know that you are anything more than a creature of a dream of the past, dreamed by some Hegelian of the 26th century? How do you know, boy, that you will not vanish into the 16th century, or 2060, the moment the dreamer awakes? There was no replying to this, for it was sound metaphysics. Harry yawned. I got up and went to the window. Professor von Stopp approached the clock. "Ah, my children," said he, "there is no fixed progress of human events. Past, present, and future are woven together in one inextricable mesh. Who shall say that this old clock is not right to go backward?" A crash of thunder shook the house. The storm was over our heads. When the blinding glare had passed away, Professor Van Stopp was standing upon a chair before the tall timepiece. His face looked more than ever like Aunt Gertrude's. He stood as she had stood in that last quarter of an hour when we saw her wind the clock. The same thought struck Harry and myself. "Hold!" we cried, and he began to wind the works. "It may be death if you—" The professor's sallow features shone with the strange enthusiasm that had transformed Aunt Gertrude's. "True," he said, "it may be death. But it may be the awakening. Past, present, future, all woven together. The shuttle goes to and fro, forward and back." He had wound the clock. The hands were whirling around the dial from right to left with inconceivable rapidity. In this whirl we ourselves seemed to be borne along. Eternities seemed to contract into minutes, while lifetimes were thrown off at every tick. Van Stopp, both arms outstretched, was reeling in his chair. The house shook again under a tremendous peal of thunder. At the same instant a ball of fire, leaving a wake of sulphurous vapor and filling the room with dazzling light, passed over our heads and smote the clock. Van Stopp was prostrated. The hands ceased to revolve. 4. The roar of the thunder sounded like a heavy cannonading. The lightning's blaze appeared as the steady light of a conflagration. With our hands over our eyes, Harry and I rushed out into the night. Under a red sky, people were hurrying toward the Stadthuis. Flames in the direction of the Roman tower told us that the heart of the town was afire. The faces of those we saw were haggard and emaciated. From every side we caught disjointed phrases of complaint or despair. "Horseflesh at 10 shillings the pound," said one, and "bread at 16 shillings." "Bread indeed," an old woman retorted. "It's 8 weeks gone since I've seen a crumb. My little grandchild, the lame one, went last night. Do you know what Gekabetchi, the washerwoman, did? She was starving. Her babe died, and she and her man..." A louder cannon burst cut short this revelation. We made our way on toward the citadel of the town, passing a few soldiers here and there, and many burghers with grim faces under their broad-brimmed felt hats. "There is bread plenty yonder where the gunpowder is, and full pardon, too. Valdez shot another amnesty over the walls this morning." An excited crowd immediately surrounded the speaker. "But the fleet!" they cried. "The fleet is grounded fast on the Greenway polder. Boissot may turn his one eye seaward for a wind till famine and pestilence have carried off every mother's son of ye, and his ark will not be a rope's length nearer. Death by plague, death by starvation, death by fire and musketry. That is what the burgomaster offers us in return for glory for himself and kingdom for Orange." "He asks us," said a sturdy citizen, "to hold out only 24 hours longer, and to pray meanwhile for an ocean wind." "Ah, yes," sneered the first speaker. "Pray on. There is bread enough locked in Peter Adrian's and Vanderwerf's cellar. I warrant you that it is what gives him so wonderful a stomach for resisting the most Catholic king." A young girl with braided yellow hair pressed through the crowd and confronted the malcontent. "Good people," said the maiden, "do not listen to him. He is a traitor with a Spanish heart. I am Pieter's daughter. We have no bread. We ate malt cakes and rapeseed like the rest of you till that was gone. Then we stripped the green leaves from the lime trees and willows in our gardens and ate them. We have eaten even the thistles and weeds that grew between the stones by the canal. The coward lies." Nevertheless, the insinuation had its effect. The throng, now become a mob, surged off in the direction of the burgomaster's house. One ruffian raised his hand to strike the girl out of the way. In a wink the cur was under the feet of his fellows, and Harry, panting and glowing, stood at the maiden's side, shouting defiance in good English at the backs of the rapidly retreating crowd. With the utmost frankness, she put both her arms around Harry's neck and kissed him. "Thank you," she said. "You are a hearty lad. My name is Gertrude Vanderwert." Harry was fumbling in his vocabulary for the proper Dutch phrases, but the girl would not stay for compliments. "They mean mischief to my father." And she hurried us through several exceedingly narrow streets into a three-cornered marketplace dominated by a church with 2 spires. "There he is," she exclaimed, "on the steps of St. Pancras." There was a tumult in the marketplace, the conflagration raging beyond the church, and the voices of the Spanish and Walloon cannon outside the walls were less angry than the roar of this multitude of desperate men clamoring for the bread that a single word from their leader's lips would bring them. "Surrender to the king," they cried, "or we will send your dead body to Leyden as Leyden's token of submission." One tall man, taller by half a head than any of the burghers confronting him, and so dark of complexion that we wondered how he could be the father of Gertrude, heard the threat in silence. When the burgomaster spoke, the mob listened in spite of themselves. "What is it you ask, my friends? That we break our vow and surrender Leyden to the Spaniards? That is to devote ourselves to a fate far more horrible than starvation. I have to keep the oath. Kill me if you will have it so. I can die only once, whether by your hands, by the enemy's, or by the hand of God. Let us starve if we must, welcoming starvation because it comes before dishonor. Your menaces do not move me. My life is at your disposal. Here, take my sword, thrust it into my breast, and divide my flesh among you to appease your hunger. So long as I remain alive, expect no surrender." There was silence again while the mob wavered. Then there were mutterings around us. Above these rang out the clear voice of the girl whose hand Harry still held, unnecessarily, it seemed to me. "Do you not feel the sea wind? It has come at last, to the tower, and the first man there will see by moonlight the full white sails of the prince's ships." For several hours I scoured the streets of the town, seeking in vain my cousin and his companion. The sudden movement and the crowd toward the Roman tower had separated us. On every side I saw evidences of the terrible chastisement that had brought this stout-hearted people to the verge of despair. A man with hungry eyes chased a lean rat along the bank of the canal. A young mother with 2 dead babes in her arms sat in a doorway to which they bore the bodies of her husband and father, just killed at the walls. In the middle of the deserted street I passed unburied corpses in a pile twice as high as my head. The pestilence had been there, kinder than the Spaniard, because it held out no treacherous promises while it dealt its blows. Toward morning the wind increased to a gale. There was no sleep in Leyden. No more talk of surrender, no longer any thought or care about defense. These words were on the lips of everybody I met. "Daylight will bring the fleet." Did daylight bring the fleet? History says so, but I was not a witness. I know only that before dawn the gale culminated in a violent thunderstorm, and that at the same time a muffled explosion, heavier than the thunder, shook the town. I was in the crowd that watched from the Roman mound for the first signs of the approaching relief. The concussion shook hope out of every face. "Their mine has reached the wall." But where? I pressed forward until I found the burgomaster, who was standing among the rest. "Quick," I whispered. "It is beyond the Cow Gate, and this side of the Tower of Burgundy." He gave me a searching glance and then strode away without making any attempt to quiet the general panic. I followed close at his heels. It was a tight run of nearly half a mile to the rampart in question. When we reached the Cow Gate, this is what we saw. A great gap where the wall had been, opening to the swampy fields beyond. In the moat outside and below, a confusion of upturned faces, belonging to men who struggled like demons to achieve the breach, who now gained a few feet and now were forced back. On the shattered rampart, a handful of soldiers and burghers formed a living wall where masonry had failed. Perhaps a double handful of women and girls serving stones to the defenders and boiling water in buckets, besides pitch and oil and unslaked lime, and some of them quoiting tar and burning hoops over the necks of the Spaniards in the moat. My cousin Harry leading and directing the men, the burgomaster's daughter Gertrude encouraging and inspiring the women. But what attracted my attention more than anything else was the frantic activity of a little figure in black who, with a huge ladle, was showering molten lead on the heads of the assailing party. As he turned to the bonfire and kettle which supplied him with ammunition, his features came into full light. I gave a cry of surprise. The ladler of molten lead was Professor Van Stopp. The burgomaster, Van der Werf, turned at my sudden exclamation. "Who is that?" I said. "The man at the kettle." "That," replied Van der Werf, "is the brother of my wife, the clockmaker, Jan Lipperdam." The affair at the breach was over almost before we had time to grasp the situation. The Spaniards who had overthrown the wall of brick and stone found the living wall impregnable. They could not even maintain their position in the moat. They were driven off into the darkness. Now I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Some stray missile must have hit me while we watched the fight. "Who has done this thing?" demanded the burgomaster. "Who is it that has kept watch on today while the rest of us were straining fools' eyes toward tomorrow?" Gertrude Van der Werf came forward proudly, leading my cousin. "My father," said the girl. "He has saved my life." "That is much to me," said the burgomaster, "but it is not all. He has saved Leyden, and he has saved Holland." I was becoming dizzy. The faces around me seemed unreal. Why were we here with these people? Why did the thunder and lightning forever continue? Why did the clockmaker, Jan Lipperdam, turn always toward me the face of Professor von Stopp? "Harry," I said, "come back to our rooms." But though he grasped my hand warmly, his other hand still held that of the girl, and he did not move. Then nausea overcame me, my head swam, and the breach and its defenders faded from sight. 5. 3 days later, I sat with one arm bandaged in my accustomed seat in Van Stopp's lecture room. The place beside me was vacant. "We hear much," said the Hegelian professor, reading from a notebook in his usual dry, hurried tone, "of the influence of the 16th century upon the 19th. No philosopher, as far as I am aware, has studied the influence of the 19th century upon the 16th. If cause produces effect, does effect never induce cause? Does the law of heredity, unlike all other laws of this universe of mind and matter, operate in one direction only? Does the descendant owe everything to the ancestor, and the ancestor nothing to the descendant? Does destiny, which may seize upon our existence for its own purposes, bear us far into the future, never carry us back into the past?" I went back to my rooms in the Bredestraat, where my only companion was the silent clock. End of the clock that went backward. The Crystal Man by Edward Page Mitchell. Read by Tommy Howell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crystal Man by Edward Page Mitchell. Rapidly turning into the Fifth Avenue from one of the cross streets above the old reservoir at 11:15 on the night of November 6th, 1879, I ran plump into an individual coming the other way. It was very dark on this corner. I could see nothing of the person with whom I had the honor to be in collision. Nevertheless, the quick habit of a mind accustomed to induction had furnished me with several well-defined facts regarding him before I fairly recovered from the shock of the encounter. These were some of the facts. He was a heavier man than myself, and stiffer in the legs, but he lacked precisely 3.5 inches on my stature. He wore a silk hat, a cape or cloak of heavy woolen material, and rubber overshoes or arctics. He was about 35 years old, born in America, educated at a German university, either Heidelberg or Freiburg, naturally of hasty temper, but considerate and courteous in his demeanor to others. He was not entirely at peace with society. There was something in his life or in his present errand which he desired to conceal. How did I know all this when I had not seen the stranger, and when only a single monosyllable had escaped his lips? Well, I knew that he was stouter than myself and firmer on his foot, because it was I, not he, who recoiled. I knew that I was just 3.5 inches taller than he, for the tip of my nose was still tingling from its contact with the stiff, sharp brim of his hat. My hand, involuntarily raised, had come under the edge of his cape. He wore rubber shoes, for I had not heard a footfall. To an observant ear, the indications of age are as plain as in the tones of the voice as to the eye in the lines of the countenance. In the first moment of exasperation of my maladroitness, he had muttered "ox," a term that would occur to nobody except a German at such a time. The pronunciation of the guttural, however, told me that the speaker was an American German, not a German-American, and that his German education had been derived south of the River Main. Moreover, the tone of the gentleman and scholar was manifest even in the utterance of wrath. That the gentleman was in no particular hurry, but for some reason anxious to remain unknown, was a conclusion drawn from the fact that, after listening in silence to my polite apology, he stooped to recover and restore to me my umbrella, and then passed on as noiselessly as he had approached. I make it a point to verify my conclusions when possible. so I turned back into the cross street and followed the stranger toward a lamp part way down the block. Certainly I was not more than 5 seconds behind him. There was no other road that he could have taken. No house door had opened and closed along the way, and yet, when we came into the light, the form that ought to have been directly in front of me did not appear. Neither man nor man's shadow was visible. Hurrying on as fast as I could walk to the next gaslight, I paused under the lamp and listened. The street was apparently deserted. The rays from the yellow flame reached only a little way into the darkness. The steps and doorway, however, of the brownstone house, facing the street lamp, were sufficiently illuminated. The gilt figures above the door were distinct. I recognized the house. The number was a familiar one. While I stood under the gaslight, waiting, I heard a slight noise on these steps, and the click of a key in a lock. The vestibule door of the house was slowly opened and then closed with a slam that echoed across the street. Almost immediately followed the sound of the opening and shutting of the inner door. Nobody had come out. As far as my eyes could be trusted to report an event hardly 10 feet away and in broad light, nobody had gone in. With the notion that here was scanty material for an exact application of the inductive process, I stood a long time wildly guessing at the philosophy of the strange occurrence. I felt that vague sense of the unexplainable which amounts almost to dread. It was a relief to hear steps on the sidewalk opposite and turn to see a policeman swinging his long black club and watching me. This house of chocolate brown, whose front door opened and shut at midnight without indications of human agency, was, as I have said, well known to me. I had left it not more than 10 minutes earlier, after spending the evening with my friend Bliss and his daughter Pandora. The house was of the sort in which each story constitutes a domicile complete in itself. The second floor or flat had been inhabited by Bliss since his return from abroad, that is to say, for a 12-month. I held Bliss in esteem for his excellent qualities of heart, while his deplorably illogical and unscientific mind commanded my profound pity. I adored Pandora. Be good enough to understand that my admiration for Pandora Bliss was hopeless. And not only hopeless, but resigned to its hopelessness. In our circle of acquaintance, there was a tacit covenant that the young lady's peculiar position as a flirt wedded to a memory should be at all times respected. We adored Pandora mildly, not passionately, just enough to feed her coquetry without excoriating the seared surface of her widowed heart. On her part, Pandora conducted herself with signal propriety. She did not sigh too obtrusively when she flirted, and she always kept her flirtations so well in hand that she could cut them short whenever the fond, sad recollections came. It was considered proper for us all to tell Pandora that she owed it to her youth and beauty to put aside the dead past like a closed book, and to urge her respectfully to come forth into the living present. It was not considered proper to press the subject after she had once replied that this was forever impossible. The particulars of the tragic episode in Miss Pandora's European experience were not accurately known to us. It was understood in a vague way that she had loved while abroad and trifled with her lover, that he had disappeared, leaving her in ignorance of his fate and in perpetual remorse for her capricious behavior. From Bliss I had gathered a few sporadic facts, not coherent enough to form a history of the case. There was no reason to believe that Pandora's lover had committed suicide. His name was Flack. He was a scientific man. In Bliss's opinion, he was a fool. In Bliss's opinion, Pandora was a fool to pine on his account. In Bliss's opinion, all scientific men were more or less fools. That year I ate Thanksgiving dinner with the Blisses. In the evening I sought to astonish the company by reciting the mysterious events of the night of my collision with the stranger. The story failed to produce the expected sensation. 2 or 3 odious people exchanged glances. Pandora, who was unusually pensive, listened with seeming indifference. Her father, in his stupid inability to grasp anything outside the commonplace, laughed outright, and even went so far as to question my trustworthiness as an observer of phenomena. Somewhat nettled, and perhaps a little shaken in my own faith in the marvel, I made an excuse to withdraw early. Pandora accompanied me to the threshold. "Your story," said she, "interested me strangely. I, too, could report occurrences in and about this house, which would surprise you. I believe I am not wholly in the dark. The sorrowful past casts a glimmer of light, but let us not be hasty. For my sake, probe the matter to the bottom." The young woman sighed as she bade me good night. I thought I heard a second sigh, in a deeper tone than hers, and too distinct to be a reverberation. I began to go downstairs. Before I had descended half a dozen steps, I felt a man's hand laid rather heavily upon my shoulder from behind. My first idea was that Bliss had followed me into the hall to apologize for his rudeness. I turned around to meet his friendly overture. Nobody was in sight. Again the hand touched my arm. I shuddered in spite of my philosophy. This time the hand gently pulled at my coat sleeve as if to invite me upstairs. I ascended a step or two, and the pressure on my arm was relaxed. I paused, and the silent invitation was repeated with an urgency that left no doubt as to what was wanted. We mounted the stairs together, the presence leading the way, I following. What an extraordinary journey it was! The halls were bright with gaslight. By the testimony of my eyes, there was no one but myself upon the stairway. Closing my eyes, the illusion, if illusion it could be called, was perfect. I could hear the creaking of the stairs ahead of me, the soft but distinctly audible footfalls synchronous with my own, even the regular breathing of my companion and guide. Extending my arm, I could touch and finger the skirt of his garment, a heavy woolen cloak lined with silk. Suddenly I opened my eyes. They told me again that I was absolutely alone. This problem then presented itself to mind. How to determine whether vision was playing me false, while the senses of hearing and feeling correctly informed me, or whether my ears and touch lied while my eyes reported the truth. Who shall be arbiter when the senses contradict each other? The reasoning faculty? Reason was inclined to recognize the presence of an intelligent being, whose existence was flatly denied by the most trusted of the senses. We reached the topmost floor of the house. The door leading out of the public hall opened for me, apparently of its own accord. A curtain within seemed to draw itself aside, and hold itself aside long enough to give me ingress to an apartment wherein every appointment spoke of good taste and scholarly habits. A wood fire was burning in the chimney place. The walls were covered with books and pictures. The lounging chairs were capacious and inviting. There was nothing in the room uncanny, nothing weird, nothing different from the furniture of everyday flesh and blood existence. By the time I had cleared my mind of the last lingering suspicion of the supernatural, these phenomena were perhaps not inexplicable. All that I lacked was the key. The behavior of my unseen host argued his amicable disposition. I was able to watch with perfect calmness a series of manifestations of independent energy on the part of inanimate objects. In the first place, a great Turkish easy-chair wheeled itself out of a corner of the room and approached the hearth. Then a square-backed Queen Anne chair started from another corner, advancing until it was planted directly opposite the first. A little tripod table lifted itself a few inches above the floor and took a position between the two chairs. A thick octavo volume backed out of its place on the shelf and sailed tranquilly through the air at the height of 3 or 4 feet, landing neatly on top of the table. A finely painted porcelain pipe left a hook on the wall and joined the volume. A tobacco box jumped from the mantelpiece. The door of a cabinet swung open, and a decanter and wine-glass made the journey in company, arriving simultaneously at the same destination. Everything in the room seemed instinct with the spirit of hospitality. I seated myself in the easy-chair, filled the wine-glass, lighted the pipe, and examined the volume. It was the Audiobook de Gehörbucher of Bucius of Vienna. When I had replaced the book upon the table, it deliberately opened itself at the 443rd page. "Are you not nervous?" demanded a voice, not 4 feet from my tympanum. The voice had a familiar sound. I recognized it as the voice that I heard in the street on the night of November 6th, when it called me an ox. "No," I said, "I am not nervous. I am a man of science, accustomed to regard all phenomena as explainable by natural laws, provided we can discover the laws. No, I am not frightened." "So much the better. You are a man of science, like myself." Here the voice groaned. "A man of nerve, and a friend of Pandora's." "Oh, pardon me," I interposed. "Since a lady's name is introduced, it would be well to know with whom, or with what, I am speaking." "That is precisely what I desire to communicate," replied the voice. "Before I ask you to render me a great service, my name is, or was, Stephen Black. I am, or have been, a citizen of the United States. My exact status at present is as great a mystery to myself as it can possibly be to you. But I am, or was, an honest man and a gentleman, and I offer you my hand." I saw no hand. I reached forth my own, however, and it met with the pressure of warm, living fingers. "Now," resumed the voice, after this silent pact of friendship, "be good enough to read the passage at which I have opened the book upon the table." Here is a rough translation of what I read in German. "As the color of the organic tissues constituting the body depends upon the presence of certain proximate principles of the third class, all containing iron as one of the ultimate elements, it follows that the hue may vary according to the well-defined chemico-physiological changes. An excess of hematin in the blood globules gives a ruddier tinge to every tissue. The melanin that colors the choroid of the eye, the iris, the hair, may be increased or diminished according to laws recently formulated by Chart of Basel. In the epidermis, the excess of melanin makes the negro, the deficient supply the albino. The hematin and the melanin, together with the greenish-yellow biliverdine and the reddish-yellow urocacine, are the pigments which impart color character to tissues otherwise transparent or nearly so. I deplore my inability to record the result of some highly interesting histological experiments conducted by that indefatigable investigator, Frolicker, in achieving success in the way of separating pink discoloration of the human body by chemical means. "For 5 years," continued my unseen companion when I had finished reading, "I was Frolicker's student and laboratory assistant at Freiburg. Busius only half guessed at the importance of our experiments. We reached results which were so astounding that public policy required they should not be published, even to the scientific world. Frolicker died a year ago, last August. I had faith in the genius of this great thinker and admirable man. If he had rewarded my unquestioning loyalty with full confidence, I should not now be a miserable wretch. But his natural reserve and the jealousy with which all savants guard their unverified results kept me ignorant of the essential formulas governing our experiments. As his disciple, I was familiar with the laboratory details of the work. The master alone possessed the radical secret. The consequence is that I have been led into a misfortune more appalling than has been the lot of any human being since the primal curse fell upon Cain. Our efforts were at first directed to the enlargement and variation of the quantity of pigmentary matter in the system. By increasing the proportion of melanin, for instance, conveyed in food to the blood, we are able to make a fair man dark, a dark man black as an African. There was scarcely a hue we could not impart to the skin by modifying and varying our combinations. The experiments were usually tried on me. At different times I have been copper-colored, violet blue, crimson, and chrome yellow. For one triumphant week I exhibited in my person all the colors of the rainbow. There still remains a witness to the interesting character of our work during this period." The voice paused, and in a few seconds a handbell upon the mantel was sounded. Presently an old man with a close-fitting skull-cap shuffled into the room. "Caspar," said the voice in German, "show the gentleman your hair." Without manifesting any surprise, and as if perfectly accustomed to receive commands addressed to him out of vacancy, the old domestic bowed and removed his cap. The scanty locks thus discovered were of a lustrous emerald green. I expressed my astonishment. "The gentleman finds your hair very beautiful," said the voice, again in German. "That is all, Caspar." Replacing his cap, the domestic withdrew with a look of gratified vanity on his face. "Old Caspar was Frolica's servant, and is now mine. He was the subject of one of our first applications of the process. The worthy man was so pleased with the result that he would never permit us to restore his hair to its original red. He is a faithful soul, and my only intermediary and representative in the visible world. Now," continued Flack, "to the story of my undoing. The great histologist with whom it was my privilege to be associated next turned his attention to another and still more interesting branch of the investigation. Hitherto he had sought merely to increase or to modify the pigments in the tissues. He now began a series of experiments as to the possibility of eliminating those pigments altogether from the system by absorption, exudation, and the use of chlorides and other chemical agents acting on organic matter. He was only too successful. Again, I was the subject of experiments which Frolica supervised, imparting to me only so much as the secret of this process as was unavoidable. For weeks at a time I remained in his private laboratory, seeing no one and seen by no one excepting the professor and the trustworthy Caspar. Herr Frolica proceeded with caution, closely watching the effect of each new test and advancing by degrees. He never went so far in one experiment that he was unable to withdraw at discretion. He always kept open an easy road for retreat. For that reason I felt myself perfectly safe in his hands and submitted to whatever he required. Under the action of the etiolating drugs which the professor administered in connection with powerful detergents, I became at first pale, white, colorless as an albino, but without suffering in general health. My hair and beard looked like spun glass, and my skin like marble. The professor was satisfied with the results, and went no further at this time. He restored me to my normal color. In the next experiment, and in those succeeding, he allowed his chemical agents to take firmer hold upon the tissues of my body. I became not only white, like a bleached man, but slightly translucent, like a porcelain figure. Then again he paused for a while, giving me back my color and allowing me to go forth into the world. 2 months later I was more than translucent. You have seen floating those sea radiates, the medusa or jellyfish, their outlines almost invisible to the eye. Well, I became in the air like a jellyfish in the water, almost perfectly transparent. It was only by close inspection that old Caspar could discover my whereabouts in the room when he came to bring me food. It was Caspar who ministered to my wants at times when I was cloistered. "But your clothing," I inquired, interrupting Flack's narrative. "That must have stood out in strong contrast with the dim aspect of your body." "Ah, no," said Flack. "The spectacle of an apparently empty suit of clothes moving about the laboratory was too grotesque even for the grave professor. For the protection of his gravity, he was obliged to devise a way to apply his process to dead organic matter, such as the wool of my cloak, the cotton of my shirts, and the leather of my shoes. Thus I came to be equipped with the outfit which still serves me. It was this stage of our progress, when we had almost attained perfect transparency, and therefore complete invisibility, that I met Pandora Bliss. A year ago, last July, in one of the intervals of our experimenting, and at a time when I presented my natural appearance, I went into the Schwarzwald to recuperate. I first saw and admired Pandora at the little village of St. Biacin. They had come from the falls of the Rhine, and were traveling north. I turned around and traveled north. At the Stern Inn, I loved Pandora. At the summit of the Feldberg, I madly worshipped her. In the Holland Pass, I was ready to sacrifice my life for a gracious word from her lips. On Hornisgrund, I besought her permission to throw myself from the top of the mountain into the gloomy waters of the Mummelsee, in order to prove my devotion. You know Pandora. Since you know her, there is no need to apologize for the rapid growth of my infatuation. She flirted with me, laughed with me, drove with me, walked with me through byways in the green woods, climbed with me up acclivities so steep that climbing together was one delicious, prolonged embrace, talked science with me, and sentiment, listened to my hopes and enthusiasm, snubbed me, froze me, maddened me, all at her sweet will, and all while her matter-of-fact papa dozed in the coffee rooms of the inns over the financial columns of the latest New York papers. But whether she loved me, I know not to this day. When Pandora's father learned what my pursuits were and what my prospects, he brought our little idyll to an abrupt termination. I think he classified me somewhere between the professional jugglers and the quack doctors. In vain I explained to him that I should become famous and probably rich. "When you are famous and rich," he remarked with a grin, "I shall be pleased to meet you at my office in Broad Street." He carried Pandora off to Paris, and I returned to Freiburg. A few weeks later, one bright afternoon in August, I stood in Frolica's laboratory, unseen by 4 persons who were almost within the radius of my arm's length. Caspar was behind me, washing some test tubes. Frolica, with a proud smile upon his face, was gazing intently at the place where he knew I ought to be. 2 brother professors, summoned on some pretext, were unconsciously almost jostling me with their elbows as they discussed I know not what trivial question. They could have heard my heartbeat. "By the way, Herr Professor," one asked as he was about to depart, "has your assistant, Herr Flack, returned from his vacation?" This test was perfect. As soon as we were alone, Professor Frolica grasped my invisible hand, as you have grasped it tonight. He was in high spirits. "My dear fellow," he said, "tomorrow crowns our work. You shall appear, or rather not appear, before the assembled faculty of the university. I have telegraphed invitations to Heidelberg, to Bonn, to Berlin. Schrotter, Haeckel, Steinmetz, Lavallo will be here. Our triumph will be in presence of the most eminent physicists of the age. I shall then disclose the secrets of our process, which I have hitherto withheld even from you, my co-laborer and trusted friend. But you shall share the glory. What is this I hear about the forest bird that has flown? My boy, you shall be restocked with pigment and go to Paris to seek her with fame in your hands and the blessings of science on your head." The next morning, the 19th of August, before I had risen from my cot bed, Caspar hastily entered the laboratory. Herr Flack, he gasped. "The Herr Doctor Professor is dead of apoplexy." The narrative had come to an end. I sat a long time thinking, what could I do? What could I say? In what shape could I offer consolation to this unhappy man? Flack the Invisible was sobbing bitterly. He was the first to speak. "It is hard, hard, for no crime in the eyes of man, for no sin in the sight of God. I have been condemned to a fate 10,000 times worse than hell. I must walk the earth a man, living, seeing, loving, like other men, while between me and all that makes life worth having there is a barrier fixed forever. Even ghosts have shapes. My life is living death, my existence oblivion. No friend can look me in the face. Were I to clasp to my breast the woman I love, it would only be to inspire terror inexpressible. I see her almost every day. I brush against her skirts, and I pass her on the stairs. Did she love me? Does she love me? Would not that knowledge make the curse still more cruel? Yet it was to learn the truth that I brought you here. Then I made the greatest mistake of my life. "Cheer up," I said. "Pandora has always loved you." By the sudden overturning of the table, I knew with what vehemence Flack sprang to his feet. His two hands had my shoulders in a fierce grip. "Yes," I continued, "Pandora has been faithful to your memory. There is no reason to despair. The secret of Frolicker's process died with him. But why should it not be rediscovered by experiment and induction ab initio, with the aid which you can render? Have courage and hope. She loves you. In 5 minutes you shall hear it from her own lips." No wail of pain that I ever heard was half so pathetic as his wild cry of joy. I hurried downstairs and summoned Miss Bliss into the hall. In a few words I explained the situation. To my surprise, she neither fainted nor went into hysterics. "Certainly I will accompany you," she said with a smile which I could not then interpret. She followed me into Flack's room, calmly scrutinizing every corner of the apartment, with the set smile still upon her face. Had she been entering a ballroom, she could not have shown greater self-possession. She manifested no astonishment, no terror, and when her hand was seized by invisible hands and covered with kisses from invisible lips, she listened with composure to the torrent of loving and caressing words which my unfortunate friend poured into her ears. Perplexed and uneasy, I watched the strange scene. Presently Miss Bliss withdrew her hand. "Really, Mr. Flack," she said with a light laugh, "you are sufficiently demonstrative. Did you acquire the habit on the continent?" "Pandora," I heard him say, "I do not understand." "Perhaps," she calmly went on, "you regard it as one of the privileges of your invisibility. Let me congratulate you on the success of your experiment. What a clever man your professor, what is his name, must be. You can make a fortune by exhibiting yourself." Was this the woman who for months had paraded her inconsolable sorrow for the loss of this very man? I was stupefied. Who shall undertake to analyze the motives of a coquette? What science is profound enough to unravel her unconscionable whims? "Pandora!" he exclaimed again in a bewildered voice. "What does it mean? Why do you receive me in this manner? Is that all you have to say to me?" "I believe that is all," she coolly replied, moving toward the door. "You are a gentleman, and I need not ask you to spare me any further annoyance." "You're hard as quartz," I whispered as she passed me in going out. "You are unworthy of him." Flack's despairing cry brought Caspar into the room. With the instinct acquired by long and faithful service, the old man went straight to the place where his master was. I saw him clutch at the air, as if struggling with and seeking to detain the invisible man. He was flung violently aside. He recovered himself and stood an instant listening, his neck distended, his face pale. Then he rushed out of the door and down the stairs. I followed him. The street door of the house was open. On the sidewalk, Caspar hesitated a few seconds. It was toward the west that he finally turned, running down the street with such speed that I had the utmost difficulty to keep at his side. It was near midnight. We crossed avenue after avenue. An inarticulate murmur of satisfaction escaped old Caspar's lips. A little way ahead of us we saw a man standing at one of the avenue corners, suddenly thrown to the ground. We sped on, never relaxing our pace. I now heard rapid footfalls a short distance in advance of us. I clutched Caspar's arm. He nodded. Almost breathless, I was conscious that we were no longer treading upon pavement, but on boards and amid a confusion of lumber. In front of us were no more lights, only blank vacancy. Caspar gave one mighty spring. He clutched, missed, and fell back with a cry of horror. There was a dull splash in the black waters of the river at our feet. End of The Crystal Man.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing's known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paper-backed book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment, I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd that I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised, and that's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was, in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race. Obviously non-terrestrial. Yet, to the characters in the book, it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently, he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leapt up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently, she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will, eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things. Beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously. Splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being further, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again, which was followed by, and Bob said he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibley got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one a normal person, reveals herself as being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. He didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded it, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with him by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leapt to my feet. But not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travel had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick.
The Gallery by Rog Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. The Gallery by Rog Phillips. Aunt Matilda needed him desperately, but when he arrived she did not want him, and neither did anyone else in his hometown. I was in the midst of the fourth draft of my doctorate thesis when Aunt Matilda's telegram came. It could not have come at a worse time. The deadline for my thesis was 4 days away, and there was a minimum of 5 days of hard work to do on it yet. I was working around the clock. If it had been a telegram informing me of her death, I could not have taken time out to attend the funeral. If it had been a telegram saying she was at death's door, I'm very much afraid I would have had to call the hospital and order them to keep her alive a few days longer. Instead, it was a tersely worded appeal. Arthur, stop. Come at once. Stop. Am in terrible trouble. Stop. Do not phone. Stop. Aunt Matilda. So there was nothing else for me to do. I laid the telegram aside and kept on working on my thesis. That is not as heartless as it might seem. I simply could not imagine Aunt Matilda in terrible trouble. The end of the world I could imagine, but not Aunt Matilda in trouble. She was the classic, flat-chested, ageless spinster living alone in the midst of her dustless bric-a-brac and spode in a frame house of the same vintage as herself at the edge of the classic small town of Sumac, near the southwest corner of Wisconsin. I had visited her for 2 days over a year ago, and she had looked exactly the same as she had when I stayed with her when I was 6 all summer, and there was no question but what she would some day attend my funeral when I died of old age, and she would still look the same as always. There was no conceivable trouble of terrestrial origin that could touch her, or would want to. And, as it turned out, I was right in that respect. I was right in another respect, too. By finishing my thesis I became a Ph.D. on schedule, and if I had abandoned all that and rushed to Sumac the moment I received the telegram, it could not have materially altered the outcome of things. And Aunt Matilda, hanging on the wall of my study, knitting things for the Red Cross, will attest to that. You, of course, might argue about her being there. You might even insist that I am hanging on her wall instead. And I would have to agree with you, since it all depends on the point of view, and as I sit here typing I can look up and see myself hanging on her wall. But perhaps I had better begin at the beginning, when, with my thesis behind me, I arrived on the 4:15 milk run, as they call the train that stops on its way past Sumac. I was in a very disturbed state of mind, as anyone who has ever turned in a doctorate thesis can well imagine. For the life of me, I couldn't be sure whether I had used symbol or token on line 7, sheet 23 of my thesis, and it was a bad habit of mine to unconsciously interchange them unpredictably, and I knew that Dr. Walters could very well vote against acceptance of my thesis on that ground alone. Also, I had thought of a much better opening sentence to my thesis, and was having to use will power to keep from rushing back to the university to ask permission to change it. I had practically no sleep during the 14-hour run, and what sleep I did have had been interrupted by violent starts of awaking with the conviction that this or that error in the initial draft of my thesis had not been corrected by the final draft. And then, of course, I would have to think the thing through and recall when I had made the correction before I could go back to sleep. So I was a wreck, mentally, if not physically, when I stepped off the train onto the wooden depot platform that had certainly been built in the Pleistocene era, with my ox-blood two-suiter firmly clutched in my left hand. With snorts of steam and the loud clanking of loose drives, the train got under way again, its whistle wailing mournfully as the last empty coach car sped past me and retreated into the distance. As I stood there, my brain tingling with weariness, and listened to the absolute silence of the town triumph over the last distant wail of the train whistle, I became aware that something about Sumac was different. What it was, I didn't know. I stood where I was a moment longer, trying to analyze it. In some indefinable way, everything looked unreal. That was as close as I could come to it, and of course, having pinned it down that far, I at once dismissed it as a trick of the mind produced by tiredness. I began walking. The planks of the platform were certainly real enough. I circled the depot without going in, and started walking in the direction of Aunt Matilda's, which was only a short 8 blocks from the depot, as I had known since I was 6. The feeling of the unreality of my surroundings persisted, and with it came another feeling, of an invisible pressure against me, almost a resentment, not only from the people, but from the houses and even the trees. Slowly I began to realize that it couldn't be entirely my imagination. Most of the dozen or so people I passed knew me, and I remembered suddenly that every other time I had come to Aunt Matilda's they had stopped to talk with me, and I had had to make some excuse to escape them. Now they were behaving differently. They would look at me absently, as they might any stranger walking from the direction of the depot. Then their eyes would light up with recognition, and they would open their lips to greet me with hearty welcome. Then, as though they just thought of something, they would change, and just say, "Hello, Arthur," and continue on past me. It didn't take me long to conclude that this strange behavior was probably caused by something in connection with Aunt Matilda. Had she perhaps been named as correspondent in the divorce of the local minister? Had she, of all people, had a child out of wedlock? Things in a small town can be deadly serious. So by the time her familiar frame house came into view down the street, I was ready to keep a straight face, no matter what, and reserve my chuckles for the privacy of her guest room. It would be a new experience to find Aunt Matilda guilty of any human frailty. It was slightly impossible, but I had prepared myself for it. And that first day her behavior convinced me I was right in my conclusion. She appeared in the doorway as I came up the front walk. She was breathing hard, as though she had been running, and there was a dust streak on the side of her thin face. "Hello, Arthur," she said when I came up on the porch. She shook my hand as limply as always, and gave me a reluctant duty peck on the cheek, then backed into the house to give me room to enter. I glanced around the familiar surroundings, waiting for her to blurt out the cause of her telegram, and feeling a little guilty about not having come at once. I felt the loneliness inside her more than I ever had before. There was a terror way back in her eyes. "You look tired, Arthur," she said. "Yes," I said, glad of the opportunity she had given me to explain. "I had to finish my thesis and get it in by last night. 2 solid years of hard work, and it had to be done or the whole thing was for nothing. That's why I couldn't come 4 days ago. And you seemed quite insistent that I shouldn't call." I smiled to let her know that I remembered about party lines in a small town. "It's just as well," she said. And while I was trying to decide what the antecedent of her remark was, she said, "You can go back on the morning train." "You mean the trouble is over?" I said, relieved. "Yes," she said, but she had hesitated. It was the first time I had ever seen her tell a lie. "You must be hungry," she rushed on. "Put your suitcase in the room and wash up." She turned it back to me and hurried into the kitchen. I was hungry. The memory of her homey cooking did it. I glanced around the front room. Nothing had changed, I thought. Then I noticed the framed portrait of my father and his 3 brothers was hanging where the large print of a basket of fruit used to hang. The basket of fruit picture was where the portrait should have been, and it was entirely too big a picture for that spot. I would never have thought Aunt Matilda could tolerate anything out of proportion. And the darker area of wallpaper where the fruit picture had prevented fading stood out like a sore thumb. I looked around the room for other changes. The boat picture that had hung to the right of the front door was not there. On the floor under where it should have been I caught the flash of light from a shard of glass. Next to it, the drape framing the window was not hanging right. On impulse I went over and peeked behind the drape. There, leaning against the wall, was the boat picture, with fragments of splintered glass still in it. From the evidence it appeared that Aunt Matilda had either been trying to hang the picture where it belonged, or taking it down, and it had slipped out of her hands and fallen, and she had hidden it behind the drape and hastily swept up the broken glass. But why? Even granting that Aunt Matilda might behave in such an erratic fashion, which was obvious from the evidence, I couldn't imagine a sensible reason. It occurred to me, facetiously, that she might have gone in for pictures of musclemen, and seeing me coming up the street, she had rushed them into hiding and brought out the old pictures. That could account for the evidence, except for one thing. I hadn't dallied. She could not possibly have seen me earlier than 60 seconds before I came up the front walk. Still the telegrapher at the depot could have called her and told her I was here when he saw me get off the train. I shrugged the matter off and went to the guest room. It, too, was the same as always, except for one thing, a picture. It was a color photograph of the church, taken from the street. The picture was in a frame, but without glass over it, and was about 18 inches wide and 30 high. It was a very good picture, very lifelike. There was a car parked at the curb in front of the church, and someone inside the car smoking a cigarette, and it was so real I would have sworn I could see the streamer of smoke rising from the cigarette, moving. The odor of good food came from the kitchen, reminding me to get busy. I opened my 2-seater and took out my toilet kit and went to the bathroom. I shaved, brushed my teeth, and combed my hair. Afterward, I popped into my room just for a second to put my toilet kit on the dresser, and hurried to the dining room. Something nagged at the back of my mind all the time I was eating. After dinner, Aunt Matilda suggested I'd better get some sleep. I couldn't argue. I was already asleep on my feet. Her fried chicken and creamed gravy and mashed potatoes had been an opiate. I didn't even bother to hang up my clothes. I slipped into the heaven of comfort of the bed. I closed my eyes, and the next minute it was morning. Getting out of bed, I stopped in mid-motion. The picture of the church was no longer on the wall. And as I stared at the blank spot where it had been, the thing that had nagged me during dinner last night finally leapt into consciousness. When I had dashed into the room and out again last night on the way to the dining room, I had glanced briefly at the picture and something had been different about it. Now I knew what had been different. The car had no longer been in front of the church. I lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the bed. I thought about that picture and simply could not bring myself to believe the accuracy of that fleeting impression. Aunt Matilda had slipped into my room and removed the picture while I slept. That was obvious. Why had she done that? The fleeting impression that I couldn't be positive about would give her a sensible reason. I studied my memory of that picture as I had closely studied it. It had been a remarkable picture. The more I recalled its details, the more remarkable it became. I couldn't remember any surface gloss or graining to it, but of course I had not been looking for such things. Only an expert photographer would notice or recognize such technical details. My thoughts turned in the direction of Aunt Matilda and her telegram. Her source of income, I knew, was her part of the estate of my grandfather, and amounted to something like $30,000. I knew that she was terrified of touching 1 cent of the capital, and lived well within the income from good sound stocks. I took her telegram out of the pocket of my coat, which was hanging over the back of a chair. Come at once. Stop. Am in terrible trouble. The only kind of terrible trouble Matilda could be in was if some swindler talked her out of some of her capital, and that definitely would not be easy to do. I grinned to myself at the recollection of her worrying herself sick once over what would happen to her if there was a revolution and the new government refused to honor the old government bonds. Things began to make sense. Her telegram, then those pictures moved around in the front room, and the one she had forgotten to hide in the guest room. If the other pictures were anything like it, I could see how Aunt Matilda might cash in on part of her securities to invest in what she thought was a sure thing. But sure things are only as good as the people in control of them. Many a sure thing has been lost to the original investors by stupid decisions, leading to bankruptcy, and many a seemingly sure thing has fleeced a lot of innocent victims. Slowly, as I thought it out, I became sure that that was what had happened. Then why Aunt Matilda's about face, hiding the pictures and telling me to go back to Chicago? Had she threatened whoever was behind this and gotten her money back? Or had she again become convinced that her financial venture was sound? In any case, why was she trying to keep me from knowing about the pictures? I made up my mind. Whether Aunt Matilda liked it or not, I was going to stay until I got to the bottom of things. What Aunt Matilda evidently didn't realize was that no inventor who really had something would waste time trying to find backing in a place like Sumac. Getting dressed, I decided that first on the agenda would be to find where Matilda had hidden those pictures and get a good look at them. That was simpler than I expected it to be. When I came out of my room, I stuck my head in the kitchen doorway and said good morning to her, and she leapt to her feet to get some breakfast ready for me. It was obvious that she was anxious to get me fed and out of the house. Then I simply took the 2 steps back past the bathroom door to her bedroom and went in. The pictures were stacked against the side of her dresser. The one of the church was the first one. It was on its side. With a silent whistle of amazement I bent down to watch it. The car was not parked at the curb in it, but there were several children walking along, obviously on their way to school. And they were walking. Moving. I picked up the picture. It was as heavy as it should be, but not more. A faint whisper of sound seemed to come from it. I put my ear closer and heard children's voices. I explored with my ear close to the surface, and found that the voices were loudest when my ear was closest to the one talking, as though the voices came out of the picture directly from the images. All it needed to be perfect was a volume control somewhere. I searched, and found it behind the upper right corner of the picture. I twisted it very slowly, and the voices became louder. I turned it back to the position it had been in. The next picture was of the railroad depot. The telegrapher and baggage clerk were going around the side of the depot towards the tracks. A freight train was rushing through the picture. Even as I watched it in the picture, I heard the wail of a train whistle in the distance, and it was coming from outside, across town. That freight train was going through town right now. I put the pictures back the way they had been, and stole softly from Aunt Matilda's bedroom to the bathroom and closed the door. "No wonder Aunt Matilda invested in this thing," I said to my image in the mirror as I shaved. Picture TV would make all other TV receivers obsolete. Full color TV at that, and with some new principle in stereophonic sound. What about the fact that neither picture had been plugged into an outlet, probably run by batteries? What about the lack of weight? Obviously a new TV principle was involved. Maybe it required fewer circuits and less power. What about the broadcasting end? The cameras? Permanently set up? What about the broadcast channels? There had been 10 or 12 pictures. I'd only looked at 2. Was each a different scene? 12 different broadcasting stations in Sumac? It had me dizzy. Probably the new TV principle was so simple that all that could be taken care of without millions of dollars worth of equipment. A new respect for Aunt Matilda grew in me. She had latched onto a money maker. It didn't hurt to know that I was her favorite nephew, either. With my Ph.D. in physics and my aunt as one of the stockholders, I could probably land a good job with the company. What a deal! By the time I finished shaving, I was whistling. I was still whistling when I went into the kitchen for breakfast. "You'll have to hurry, Arthur," Aunt Matilda said. "Your train leaves in 45 minutes." "I'm not leaving," I said cheerfully. I went over to the bright breakfast nook and sat down, and took a cautious sip of coffee. I grunted my approval of it and looked around toward Aunt Matilda, smiling. She was staring at me with wide eyes. She looked as haggard as though she had just heard she had a week to live. "But you must go," she croaked, as though my not going were unthinkable. "Nonsense, you old fox," I said. "I know a good thing as well as you do. I want to get a job with that outfit." She came toward me with a wild expression on her face. "Get out!" she screamed. "Get out of my house! I won't have it! You catch that train and get out of town! Do you hear?" "But, Aunt Matilda," I protested. In the end I had to get out or she would have had a stroke. She was shaking like a leaf, her skin mottled and her eyes wild, as I went down the front steps with my bag. "You get that train, do you hear?" was the last thing she screamed at me as I hurried toward Main Street. However, I had no intention of leaving town with Aunt Matilda upset that way. I'd let her have time to cool off, then come back. Meanwhile, I tried to get to the bottom of things. A thing as big as wall TV in full color and stereophonic sound must be the talk of the town. I'd find out where they had their office and go talk with them. A career with something like that would be the best thing I could ever hope to find, and getting in on the ground floor! It surprised me that Aunt Matilda could be so insanely greedy. I shook my head in wonder. It didn't figure. I had breakfast at the hotel cafe and made a point of telling the waitress, who knew me, that it was my second breakfast, and that I had intended to catch the morning train back to Chicago, but maybe I wouldn't. After I finished eating, I asked if it would be okay to leave my suitcase behind the counter while I looked around a bit. She showed me where to put it so it would be out of the way. When I paid for my breakfast, I half turned away, then turned back casually. "Oh, by the way," I said, "where's this wall TV place?" "This what?" she said. "You know," I said. "Color TV like a picture you can hang on a wall." All the color faded from her face. Her eyes went past me, staring. I turned in the direction she was staring, and on the wall above the plate glass front of the cafe was a picture. That is, there was a picture frame and a pair of dark glasses that took up most of the picture, with the lower part of a forehead and the upper part of a nose. I had noticed it once while I was eating, and had assumed it was a display ad for sunglasses. Now I looked at it more closely, but could detect no movement in it. It still looked like an ad for sunglasses. "I don't know what you're talking about," I heard the waitress say, her voice edged with fear. "Huh?" I said, turning my back to look at her. "Oh, well, never mind." I left the cafe with every outward appearance of casual innocence. But inside I was beginning to realize, for the first time, the possibilities and the danger that could lie in the use of this new TV development. That had been a Big Brother is watching you setup back there in the cafe, except that it had been a girl instead of a man, judging from the style of sunglasses and the smoothness of the nose and forehead. I had wondered about the broadcasting end of things. Now I knew. That had been the TV eye, and somewhere there was a framed picture hanging on the wall, bringing in everything that took place in the cafe, including everything that was said. Everything I had said, too. It was an ominous feeling. Aunt Matilda had almost had a stroke trying to get me out of town. Now I knew why. She was caught in this thing and wanted to save me. 4 days ago she had probably not fully realized the potentiality for evil use of the invention, but by the time I showed up, she knew it. Well, she was right. This was not something for me to tackle. I would keep up my appearance of not suspecting anything and catch that train Aunt Matilda wanted me to catch. From way out in the country came the whistle of the approaching milk run, the train that would take me back to Chicago. In Chicago I would go to the FBI and tell them the whole thing. They wouldn't believe me, of course, but they would investigate. If the thing hadn't spread any farther than Sumac, it would be a simple matter to stop it. I'd hurry back to the cafe and get my suitcase and tell the waitress I'd decided to catch the train after all. I turned around. Only I didn't turn around. That's as nearly as I can describe it. I did turn around. I know I did. But the town turned around with me, and the sun and the clouds and the countryside. So maybe I only thought I turned around. When I tried to stop walking, it was different. I simply could not stop walking. Nothing was in control of my mind. It was more like stepping on the brakes and the brakes not responding. I gave up trying, more curious about what was happening than alarmed. I walked 2 blocks along Main Street. Ahead of me I saw a sign. It was the only new sign I had seen in Sumac. In ornate neon script it said, "Portraits by Lana." I don't know whether my feet took me inside independently of my mind, or not, because I was sure that this was the place and I wanted to go in anyway. Not much had been done to modernize the interior of the shop. I remembered that the last time I had been here, it had been a stamp collector headquarters run by Mr. Mason and his wife. The counter was still there, but instead of stamp displays, it held a variety of standard portraits such as you can see in any portrait studio. None of the TV portraits were on display here. The same bell that used to tinkle when I came into the stamp store tinkled in back of the partition when I came in. A moment later the curtain in the doorway of the partition parted and a girl came out. How can I describe her? In appearance she was any one of 1,000 smartly dressed brunettes that wait on you in quality photograph studios, and yet she wasn't. She was as much above that in cut as the average smartly dressed girl is above a female alcoholic after a 10-day drunk. She was perfect. Too perfect. She was the type of girl a man would dream of meeting some day, but if he ever did, he would run like hell because he could never hope to live up to such perfection. "You have come to have your portrait taken?" she asked. "I am Lana." "I thought you already had my portrait," I said. "Didn't you get it from that eye in the hotel cafe?" "It's not the same thing," Lana said. "Through an eye you remain a variable in the Mantram complex. It takes the camera to fix you, so that you are an iconic invariant in the Mantram." She smiled and half turned toward the curtain she had come through. "Would you step this way, please?" she invited. "How much will it cost?" I said, not moving. "Nothing, of course." Lana said. Terrestrial money is of no use to me, since you have nothing I would care to buy. And don't be alarmed, no harm will come to you or anyone else." A fleeting expression of concern came over her. "I realize that many of the people of Sumac are quite alarmed, but that is to be expected of a people uneducated enough to still be superstitious." I went past her through the curtain. Behind the partition I expected to see out of this world scientific equipment stacked to the ceiling. Instead, there was only a portrait camera on a tripod. It had a long bellows and would take a plate the same size as that picture of the church I had seen. "You see," Lana said, "it's just a camera." She smiled disarmingly. I went toward it casually, and suddenly I stopped as though another mind controlled my actions. When I gave up the idea I had had of smashing the camera, the control vanished. There was no lens in the lens frame. "Where's the lens?" I said. "It doesn't use a glass lens," Lana said. "When I take the picture, a lens forms just long enough to focus the elements of your body into a Mantram fix." She touched my shoulder. "Would you sit down over there, please?" "What do you mean by a Mantram fix?" I asked her. She paused by the camera and smiled at me. "I use your language," she said. "In some of your legends you have the notion of a Mantram, or what you consider magical spell. In one aspect the notion is of magical words that can manipulate natural forces directly. The notion of a devil doll is a little closer. Only instead of actual substance from the subject, hair, fingernail parings, and so on, the Mantram matrix takes the detailed force pattern of the subject through the lens when it forms. So, in your concepts, what results is an iconic Mantram. But it operates both ways. You'll see what I mean by that." With another placating smile, she stepped behind the camera and without warning, light seemed to explode from the very air around me, without any source. For a brief second I seemed to see, not a glittering lens, but a black, bottomless hole form in the metal circle at the front of the camera. And, an experience I am familiar with now, I seemed to rush into the bottomless darkness of that hole and back again, at the rate of thousands of times a second, arriving at some formless destination and each time feeling it take on more of form. "There, that wasn't so bad, was it?" Lana said. I felt strangely detached, as though I were in two places at the same time. I told her so. "You'll get used to it," she assured me. "In fact, you will get to enjoy it. I do. Especially when I've made several prints." "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "Who are you? What are you?" "I'm a photographer," Lana said. "I'm connected with the Natural History Museum of the planet I live on. I go to various places and take pictures, and they go into exhibits for the people to watch." She pulled the curtain aside for me to leave. "You're going to let me leave, just like that?" I said. "Of course," she smiled again. "You're free to go wherever you wish, to your aunt's or back to Chicago. I was glad to get your portrait. In return, I'll send you one of the prints. And would you like one of your aunt's? Actually, when she came in to have her picture taken, it was for the purpose of sending it to you. She was my first customer. I've taken a special liking to her and given her several pictures." "Yes," I said, "I would like one of Aunt Matilda." When I emerged from the shop I discovered to my surprise that the train was just pulling into the depot. An urge to get far away from Sumac possessed me. I trotted to the cafe to get my bag, and when the train pulled out, I was on it. There's little more to tell. In Chicago, once again, I spent a most exasperating 2 days trying to inform the FBI, the police, or anyone who would listen to me. My fingers couldn't dial the correct phone number, and at the crucial moment each time I grew tongue-tied. My last attempt was a letter to the FBI, which I couldn't remember to mail, and when I finally did remember, I couldn't find it. Then the express package from Sumac came. With fingers that visibly trembled, I took out the two framed pictures, one of Aunt Matilda in the process of dusting the front room. All of her pictures that she had hidden from me were back in their places on the walls. While I watched her move about, she went into the sewing room, and there I saw a picture on the wall that looked familiar. It was of me, an opened express package at my feet, a framed picture held in my hands, and I was staring at it intently. In the picture I was holding, Aunt Matilda looked in my direction and waved, smiling in the prim way she smiles when she is contented. I understood. She had me with her now. I laid the picture down carefully and took the second one out of the box. It was not a picture at all. It was a mirror. It couldn't be anything except a mirror. And yet, suddenly, I realized it wasn't. The uncanny feeling came over me that I had transposed into the mirror and was looking out at myself. Even as I got that feeling, I shifted and was outside the mirror looking at my image. I found that I could be in either place by a sort of mental shift, something like staring at one of the geometrical optical illusions you can find in any psychology textbook in the chapter on illusions, and seeing it become something else. It was strange at first. Then it became fun. And now, as I write this, it is a normal thing. My portrait is where it should be, on the medicine cabinet in the bathroom, where the mirror used to be. But I can transpose into any of the copies of my portrait, anywhere, to Aunt Matilda's sewing room, or to Lana's private collection. The only thing is, it's almost impossible to tell when I shift, or where I shift to. It just seems to happen. The reason for that is that my surroundings, no matter in what direction I look, are exactly identical with my real surroundings. My physical surroundings are duplicated exactly in all my portraits, just as Aunt Matilda's are in the portrait of her that hangs on my study wall. She is the invariant of each of her iconic mantrams, and her surroundings are the variables that enter and leave the screen. I am the invariant in my own portraits, wherever they are. So, except for the slight twist in my mind that takes place when I shift, that I have learned to recognize from practice in front of my mirror each morning when I shave, and except for the portrait of Aunt Matilda, I would never be able to suspect what happens. If Lana had taken my picture without my knowing it, and I had never seen one of her collection of portraits, nor ever heard of an iconic mantram, I would have absolutely nothing to go on to suspect the truth that I know, except for one thing. I don't know quite how to explain it, except that I must actually transfer to one of my portraits, and, transferring, I am more real than, what shall I call it, the photographic reproduction of my real surroundings. Then, sometimes, the photographic reproduction, the iconic illusion, that is my environment when I am in one of the portraits of me, fades just enough so that I can look out into the reality where my portrait hangs, and see, and even hear the watchers as ghosts in my solid reality. Quite often I can only hear them, and then they are voices out of nowhere, sometimes addressing me directly, just as often talking to one another and ignoring my presence. But when I can see them too, they appear as ghostly but sharply clear visions that seem to be present in my solid looking environment, there, but somewhat transparent. I have often seen and talked to Lana in this manner, in her far off world, where I am part of her private collection. In fact, I can almost always tell when I shift to my portrait in her gallery, because I am suddenly exhilarated and remain so until I shift back, or to some other portrait. That is so even when she is not there, but out on one of her many photographic expeditions. When she is there, and is watching me, and my thoughts are quiet and my mind receptive, she becomes visible, a ghost in my study, or the lab where I work, or, if I am asleep, in my dreams, like an angel, or a goddess, and we talk. Back to the physical reality. Of course, no one else can hear her voice. My real body is going through its routine work almost automatically, but my mind, my consciousness, is focused into my portrait in Lana's gallery, and we are talking. And of course, in the real world, I am talking too, but my associates can't see who I'm talking to, and it would be useless to try to explain to them. So I'm getting quite a reputation as a nut. Can you imagine that? But why should I mind? My reality has a much broader and more complex scope than the limited reality of my associates. I might be fired or even sent to a state hospital, except for the fact that Lana foresees such problems and teaches me enough things in my field that are unknown to Earth, so that my employers consider me too valuable to lose. If this story were fiction, the ending would have to be that I am in love with Lana and she with me, and there would be a nice conclusive ending where she comes back to Earth to marry me and carry me back to her world, where we would live happily ever after. But the truth of the matter is that I'm not in love with Lana, nor she with me. Sometimes I think I am her favorite portrait, but nothing more. But really, everything is so interesting. Lana's gallery where I hang, the museum where there are new faces each time I look out, and new voices when I can't see out. Aunt Matilda's sewing room where she is at the moment, and all sumac as she goes about her normal pattern of living. It is a rich, full life that I live, shifting here and there in consciousness, while my physical body goes about its necessary tasks, as often unguided as not. What a reputation I'm getting for absent-mindedness, too! And out of it all has come a perspective that, when I feel it strongly, makes me feel almost like a god. In that perspective all my portraits, and there are many now, on many worlds and in many places on this world, blend into one. That one is the stage of my life, but not a stage, really, a show window. Yes, that is it, a show window where the watchers pass. I live in a show window that opens out in many worlds and many places that are hidden from me by a veil that sometimes grows thin, so I can see through it, and from the other side of that veil, even when I cannot see through it, come the voices of the watchers as they pass by or pause to look at me. And I am not the only one. There are others, more and more of them, as Lana comes back on her photographic expeditions for the museum. None that I have met understand what it is about as fully as I do. Some have an insight into the true state of things, but very, very few. But that is understandable. Lana can't give the same time to them that she gives to me. There aren't that many hours in a day, and, you see, I am her favorite. If I were not, she would never have permitted me to tell you all this, so I must be her favorite. Doesn't that make sense? I am her favorite. End of The Gallery by Roger Phillips Graham.
The Glory of Ipling by Helen M. Urban. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. The Glory of Ipling by Helen M. Urban. There's an axiom in the galaxy: the more complicated the machine, the bigger mess it can make. Like the time the planetary computer for Bukabita flipped its complete grain futures series, the computer ordered only 15 acres, and Bukabitans had to live for a full year off the government's stored surplus, thus pounding down the surplus, forcing up the price, eliminating the subsidy, and balancing the Bukabitan budget for 15 years. An unprecedented bit of nonsense that almost had permanent effects. But a career economist with an eye for flub-up and complication managed to restore balanced disorder, bringing Bucabita back to normalcy. Or like the time a matter duplicator receiver misread OCH3CH3OH to turn out a magnificently busted blonde Figmamano razor with an HOCH3OH replacement, putting a strain on the loyalty of a billion teenage girls dedicated to Doyle Ogilvy worship. Doyle she insisted she was Doyle he, as it took quite a while for her hormones to overcome the memory of his easy, eyelash-flapping, tone-torturing microphone conquests. Put a strain on his wardrobe, too. No machine, of course, can compare for complexity with any group of humans who have been collected into machine-like precision of operation. Take one time when an Ipplinger Cultural Contact Group was handed a Boswellister with VIP connections and orders to put him to an assignment for his maturity. Boswellister sat patiently. He squirmed emotionally up and down his backbone, but he affected a disdainful appearance of patience in view of the importance of his and his papa's positions compared with the pawn-like minusculity of the audiences. The blonde terror strode majestically down the aisle of the open-air sports arena, preceded by 24 harem-darling dancing girls. The orchestra wailed an oriental sinuosity of woodwinds and drums, accompanying the hip-switching, nearly naked slow by benefit of makeup-eyed, black-haired beauties. 15 heavyweights, draped in leopard skins, had preceded the dancers to set up the blonde terror's tub on a polar bear rug in the center of the ring. A dozen luscious water carriers had emptied their jars into the tub. Soap and towels, oils and perfumes, mirror and comb were arranged on top of a lushly ornamented box that stood by one of the corner posts. The blonde terror vaulted the ropes and stood in the ring, popping his muscles, waiting for his handmaidens to remove the 5 layers of elaborately decorated robes that were draped over his supermanly body. Boswellister cringed slightly, inwardly, speculating that the blonde terror really was a muscled man. All that man, nearly 7 feet tall, bronzed, developed, imperious, condescending, to notice just slightly the adulations of the women in the packed arena. The blonde terror stepped into the tub, carrying out his advertised boast of being the cleanest wrestler in the ring, a boast he was unable to prove with ring action through the exigencies of typecasting, for the blonde terror was the villain. The blonde terror muscled down into the tub. He was scrubbed, then rinsed. He stood out onto the white fur rug and sneeringly allowed his handmaidens to pat him dry and powder him down. They held up the large hand mirror and allowed him to view his handsomeness while his short-cropped blonde curls were carefully combed. "Now!" Boswellister spoke the order into the lapel receiver. On the Ipplinger starship, a communications tech slapped home a switch, and the Solito-Vision circle settled over the blonde terror's head, a halo of solid light for a complex Ipplinger signal reaction device. "Hail Ippling!" Boswellister shouted. Boswellister strained forward, clutching the seat arms. It had to work. His equation must be right. The symbol had the proper cultural connotations. It was bound to capture the audience, put them in the right mood of awe-struck superstitious reverence, make the revelation of the great circle of the Ipplinger starship overhead a thing of wonderment and devotion focus. The blonde terror should now look upwards, guide the eyes of the audience, bring them to the recognition. After all, as Boswellister, and according to his great-grandfather, and his papa too. But the blonde terror gazed appreciatively into the mirror, smiling slyly at the audience. The crowd roared its applause for the trick lighting effect. You could depend on the blonde terror. No matter how many times you'd seen his act, he always managed to come up with something new. Now, for the opening of the new $1 million Ventura Boulevard open-air sports arena, the blonde terror had done it again. Boswellister shouted. He pointed. He stared upwards, trying to draw the crowd with his vehemence. But he couldn't capture one gaze, no matter what he did. He poked the man seated next to him, but the surly fool snarled, "Shut up! The hatchet man's going into his act." Boswellister moaned. There it was, sailing in the night sky, illuminated with soft etherealness to give the proper effect to these superstition-ridden people. All they had to do was glance up and accord to Ipling the superiority that was Ipling's, and they would be brought gently, delicately into galactic contact, opening out their narrow ways into the broad ways of the galactic universal worlds, with Boswellister to lead them. But he couldn't make the play. Not a head would tilt up. The TV cameras that should be scanning the great lighted circle of the Iplinger starship had swung to the entrance, waiting for the hatchet man. And here he came, down the aisle like a bolt of Chinese lightning. He vaulted the ropes, leapt to the tub, overturned it, and was gone back up the aisle before the blonde terror could retaliate. Bathwater sopped the piles of robes and made a mess out of the bearskin rug. But the ring attendants carted everything off, removed the waterproof canvas from the ring mat, and prepared to get the match under way. The blonde terror paced in his corner, waving his hand mirror, challenging the hatchet man to quick, bloody death. And every few moments he'd stop to gaze admiringly into the mirror, running his hand along the edge of the solid band of light, grabbing all the credit for Iplinger electronic science. He turned on cue to give the TV audience a full-face close-up. Boswellister cursed himself for choosing the blonde terror. That cynical, egocentric muscle arch was too pleased with himself to have any room in his thoughts for proper superstitious awe, and too stupid to recognize the superior science in back of the halo device. "Remove the device," Boswellister ordered. There was no point in allowing it to stay, and that band of solid light, immovably in place on the wrestler's head, made a perfect battering ram for head-butting mayhem. Boswellister paid no attention to the gladiators at mat. He left his seat as soon as the device was removed and walked out onto Ventura Boulevard. He went over his cultural equation, trying to find the flaw. In the year he had spent on the preliminary survey, he had assessed this cultural equation to the last decimal point of surety. He had absolute faith in these people's superstitions. He knew what to expect, but somewhere the equation had been off. He should have chosen a quieter event, he guessed. The audience had been too well schooled in the acceptance of the spectacular. What he needed was a more acute contrast, and suddenly he had it, the burlesque runway. He had watched it many times, and there was one girl, a big-bodied blonde with mild eyes. He checked his watch and hurried his pace. It was about time for Dottie's turn on the runway that extended out from the front of the gambling house. With satisfaction, Boswellister called up the memory of Dottie's Peel act. This would be a natural, and he couldn't think why he hadn't decided on it right away. In many ways Dottie was a big girl. In clothes she could never be the fashion ideal, but she certainly made a good thing out of nakedness. Her soft, heavy white breasts made old men blanch and young men start to grab. She was tall, with a narrow waist, flaring hips, long curvy legs and arms, with those big, innocent blue eyes, wearing high heels and an ounce of flimsy, up there on the burlesque runway. Boswellister groaned. She wouldn't date Boswellister a second time, no matter what he promised, and his promises had included many things she'd never before heard of. Boswellister squirmed momentarily. It was too bad there wasn't a better crowd. Most of the boulevard's regulars were at the arena opening, but there were a few loiterers standing along the curb, watching the free show. And all he had to do was make a beginning, Boswellister felt. He was sure that everything would roll by itself after that. He had faith in his superstition equation. Dottie peeled. She seemed headed for complete nakedness at any moment, but to Boswellister's surprise, the revealing costume contained more pieces than he had remembered. Any moment now, he whispered to the Solido-tech. Now, wait. There. That should be the last piece. Settle the device around her head, he ordered. Then he groaned and countermanded the order. He had remembered Dottie's details, not her act. For at the last moment she slipped to the wings, dropping the last switch of lace to slide down one long, white, outthrust leg. Oh, blessed Ipling! There was his ship, floating majestically overhead, but no one would give it a glance. He pointed to it. These men must follow his excited gestures and look up, but they were busy calling suggestions to the line of ponies who had taken over the runway. Boswellister felt as if he were standing in a desert, surrounded by a mob of phantoms from his own imagination. The crying voice of the gambling house barker rode in over the clang and brass of jazzy music. But he couldn't turn the tip. As soon as the line girls left the over-the-sidewalk runway, the idlers moved on down the street to take in the next spot's free outdoor lure show. Boswellister leaned against the wall and watched the barker wipe his sweat-soaked forehead. He felt kinship with the man in his failure. The manager came out and talked to the barker for a moment. Boswellister overheard, "Dottie didn't draw one customer. A buck ain't to be made these days." The barker replied, shaking his head, "They're oversold, Marv. The giveaway is all they want." Boswellister turned away and walked towards his motel. They wanted the giveaway, but the glory of Ippling he had to give made no impression. He felt desperate. He had to make one more try. His family position demanded obedience from the starship officers and crew. He stopped for a moment and gave a swift command into the lapel pickup, then went on to his motel room. The next morning, full of confidence after a good breakfast, he headed for the intersection of Laurel Canyon and Ventura Boulevards. There he would make his stand. The boulevards swarmed with women shoppers. Cars and trucks roared by. The spectacular signs and free lure show runways were closed down, for ballyhoo of a different character had taken their place for the daytime. Boswellister stopped for a moment to watch a demonstrator work before a huge, block-long, glittering drugstore. The demonstrator went into his pitch. "Money back. Now watch. Into a wet glass I pour a small amount of medically tested calcibizidine. See how the calcibizidine clings to the sides of the wet glass." The pitchman smiled with flawless teeth, and the women smiled back at him. His shoes were waxed and buffed. His hair fell in a black curl across his high forehead. His gardenia dripped dew like the ones in the box by his elbow. Each bottle of calcibizidine came complete with an intimate smile from the pitchman, a fresh gardenia pinned on the breast by his clever fingers, and a trial sample bottle, just for $6.95, plus tax. In the exact same manner, calcibizidine clings to the lining of your stomach and intestines, giving positive relief from burning pain and acid indigestion. This puzzled Boswellister, and he remarked in a voice that seemed overloud, "But who has glass insides?" The women giggled and turned away. The pitchman's scowl was a menace, his voice bitter. "Go on, scram! You queered my tip." Boswellister slipped away, while the pitchman started to collect a new crowd. He popped into the entrance of the drugstore, and as always stood momentarily amazed by the bewildering variety of merchandise: gardening implements, paper goods, dishes and glassware, whiskey, calcibizidine, a huge display of baby dolls that performed every human function but reproduction. Then he gasped and walked towards the inside demonstration. There, presided over by a fake medical man, dressed in operating room regalia, including mask, rubber gloves, and stethoscope, there, right in the middle of the block-long drugstore, a demonstration of the newest educational doll was taking place. The doll, stretched out on a miniature hospital delivery table, was being delivered of a replica newborn infant. Again and again the "doctor" performed the delivery, alternately inserting the doll baby into the doll mamma and removing it. Boswellister flushed and walked quickly away. He had no doubt of the toy's educational value, but nevertheless he sighed deeply. When Boswellister reached the corner of Ventura and Laurel Canyon, he made his stand on the southeast corner, facing the hills over which the Ipplinger starship would come to hover over the intersection and be revealed by him. He contacted Control and ordered the halo focus for his head. He reached up and felt the circle, planted firmly over his brow. He smiled to himself and went into his pitch. "People of Earth," he began in a quavering voice. Then he remembered the calcibizidine demonstrator, firmed up his tones, and started again. "People of Earth, listen to the message from the stars." "Selling horoscopes," a woman answered her child's question. "What's a horoscope, Mama?" "A bunch of hooey," she snapped in reply, scowled at Boswellister, and jerked her child complainingly down the street behind her. "People of Earth," Boswellister stated commandingly. He grasped a man's arm, saying, "Stand still a moment, friend, and hear the promise of Ippling. Glory beyond your imagination can be yours with the ascendancy of Ippling in this world of tears and sorrows." The man jerked away. "What the hell, Mac?" He looked searchingly at Boswellister and muttered, "Geez, a nut." He stood back from Boswellister to listen, smilingly superior, tolerantly waiting to be entertained. A woman dragging a toddler stopped, Then several other people stopped to see, until Buswellister had about 10 people standing around him. "People of Earth," he started again, but he was interrupted by a cackling voice from the rear. "Where else?" The small crowd laughed and started to move away, but Buswellister stood straight and commanded them, "Listen! Wait for a moment, and learn your glorious destiny." "Now," he said quietly into the lapel pickup, and the great doughnut circle of the Iplinger starship sailed in close over the hills. A line of brush fire followed the starship. Buswellister held up his hands and pointed. "Behold the glory of Ipling that can be yours." He held on to the halo, trying to get them to follow the symbolism. "Look upwards!" he screamed at them, but they watched the brush fire that swept the hilltop. It was a goodie. It would wipe out a number of homes. He grabbed a boy by the arm and demanded, "Look at the Iplinger starship! Behold the glory of Ipling!" The 10-year-old sneered, "Yeah, that's the 1993 Lockheed X-69 P-37 experimental ship. I got a model last week." "No, no, lad, the Iplinger starship, come to Earth to bring the blessings of Ipling's culture to this backwards planet. Ipling will save you from wars and ills, from poverty and hatred. Ipling will be your destiny. Follow me, Buswellister. Ipling will lead you to the stars. Glory for all." Buswellister patted the boy on the head. "Keep your hands off me, you big stiff!" Buswellister gulped and pointed upwards. "See the Iplinger starship." "Ah, shut up!" His mother jerked his arm in reproof. "How many times I gotta tell you not to say shut up? Say shut up! SHUTUP. "Ah," said the boy in disgust, "everybody knows starships are big rockets." He'd said the final word. He had no more interest in Buswellister, for the fire engines were coming. They sirened down Ventura and turned up Laurel Canyon, their heavy motors, air horns, and sirens drowning out Buswellister's speech. Cars had piled up at the intersection to wait for the fire engines to make their swing, and Buswellister leapt to the middle of the intersection as soon as the trucks had turned. He held his arms and went into his People of Earth spiel again, but angry, blasting horns cut his voice to nothing. The drivers pressed close in on him, pinpointing him in the middle of the intersection. Shouts and jeers and horns, the roaring scream of fire engines, people running and shouting. Ventura, Laurel Canyon was a cacophonous maelstrom. A traffic officer screeched his cop cycle to a halt and made his way to the center of the mass of tangled traffic. He blew his whistle and waved his arms, ordering Buswellister to the sidewalk, but Buswellister refused to move. He had his mission on Earth. Buswellister shouted over the piled-up noise, waving his hand to the sky, calling to them to follow his lead to the glory of Ipling. The officer grabbed his coat collar and hustled him to the sidewalk. "You're under arrest." "You can't arrest me!" Buswellister squirmed and jerked away. He shouted, "Follow me!" and he ran north, a good part of the crowd after him. He shrieked an order into the pickup while he ran over the bridge towards Moore Park. A woman spotted the Iplinger starship that followed overhead. "Free samples!" she screamed, and those who had lagged behind fell into a run, with the crowd following Buswellister. The northwest corner of Laurel Canyon and Moore Park had been cleared of houses for the erection of a new billion-dollar shopping center, and the ground was smooth and bare. Here, in the center of the 5-acre construction site, the Iplinger starship settled to Earth. The Iplinger Supreme Starship Commander was panic-stricken. He had to rescue Buswellister from that sample-seeking mob. If Buswellister should be trampled and injured, each screamed demand. Picked up by Buswellister's lapel microphone, sent the Supreme Commander's blood pressure up another notch, and the moment the ramp was unshipped, he hit the ground. Officers and crewmen quickly lined up to pipe Buswellister aboard, but the crowd pushed in close, forcing Buswellister to the rear as they screamed for their free samples. 2 bulky crewmen stood embattled by the entrance port, strong-arming the kids who tried to storm through the port and inside. "Space Angels inside!" That was their battle cry as they tried to wriggle under the legs of the crewmen. "You sellin' oat bombs?" one screamed in the commander's ear, then reached up to snatch off a shoulder patch. Buswellister stood in the rear of the crowd and wrung his hands while the crowd clamored for their samples. "Give us a pitch, then pass out the stuff." "Look at that ship! Ain't it a dilly? What you sellin'? Wheat snaps?" "Bring on the dames!" They pressed in close to the starship, running their hands over the slick metal surface. Boy, what a prop! Bet it costs $1,000,000. What you sellin', mister?" "Sanity!" Buswellister shouted from the rear. His men tried to hold their ranks, but the crowd broke the lines, jerking the medals off their chests for souvenirs. Buswellister was almost babbling by the time the commander and his men battled their way to him. "You saw it all! You know," Buswellister protested. "That blond hair and his harem darlings, and those violence-avid ruffians in the audience. Dottie, the stripper, with her lip-licking oglers. That Calzabizadine pitchman, oozing allure and implied invitation. My equation! My precious equation! Buried under a mass of pills, lotions, toys, food, clothes, and everything sold with a bump and grind." They fought to the ship with him, while the crowd opposed each step, yelling for entertainment, for TV cameras, for samples of anything. "How could I have missed it?" Buswellister moaned. "I should have sold them with sex, right from the beginning." "What do you do, handsome? Sing?" A bundle-clutching housewife breathed into his face, stepping on the commander's foot as she shoved in close to Buswellister. "Take me home!" Buswellister beseeched the commander. The officers and crew, tattered, demedaled, bruised, and completely defeated in morale, formed a flying wedge and drove for the safety of the ship. The ramp retracted, the port closed, then opened briefly to eject a nosy boy, closing finally on the demands and the mocking laughter and the clangor of arriving police cars. "Raise ship!" the commander ordered. He sopped at the blood from his gashed arm and said to his first officer, "Somebody in that mob used a knife to go after those service stripes." The first shuddered, "Ugly brutes." Buswellister leaned against the corridor bulkhead and sighed as the Iplinger starship rose from the ground. How could he explain to his papa? All his brothers had won their worlds. He would do it. He squared his shoulders. After all, he was a Buswellister. Buswellister 14, no less, a son of Gefroldchan 9 himself, the Prince of Ipling World 64, a royal prince of the Central Ipling. He walked resolutely to the control room, riding the crest of his refurbished dignity. "Put me down on that planet we spotted last year," he ordered. "What was that star map number?" "GSR 285139-FRA. 592-105-RU-13," his alert assistant astronomical officer answered, reading the number from a prepared memorandum. Buswellister hesitated. Should he reprimand the officer for anticipating his failure, or compliment him for his efficiency? Buswellister backed water and went to his room to learn the language he'd need, while the officers pulled their own demoralized spirits together so they could go to work on the crew when the news broke that they weren't going home. They made a quick passage to their destination, and Buswellister, well rested, well fed, hypnotically tutored, supplied with communicators, a synthesizer for his food, and a portable equation writer strapped to his back, and his irrepressible, dauntless belief in himself in triumphant operation, stepped from the ramp onto this newest world of his princely destiny. "Circle in orbit," he ordered. "I'll call you when I need you." Buswellister walked confidently down the road to town. He congratulated himself on having learned, also on his wise humility in admitting the fact of his having learned. He smiled now at the naivete with which he had approached his first try at establishing a realm for his Iplinger princedom rights. He had been so full of illusions that he had landed openly, had stepped right up and announced that he had come to establish his household and rear his own princes, who would, in their maturity, leave to win their own worlds. In addition to their being small-minded on that first world about his needing 5 wives for his household, they had nearly managed to commit him to a lunatic asylum, for he had overlooked, in his equation, the fact that his first planet, with its 2 suns and perpetual daylight, had never known about the stars. There had been no way to break through their wall of stupidity, and he had left, the planet's sanity police close on his heels. Had he used money, it would have been a cinch. He had realized as soon as he was safely in the ship. That hard-earned lesson he had applied to his second planet, but there superstition meant more than money, though money had seemed on the surface to be the answer to everything. On that second planet he had made the error of buying his way into the half-political, half-religious temple setup, and had tried to bring the local superstitions into line with the Iplinger reality philosophy. They had lost an officer and 3 men when they rescued him from the temple's torture chamber, and none too soon, for he had been taking quite a stretching when his rescue had arrived. Applied on Earth, the superstition equation had not paid off. He had failed to notice that they didn't really believe in their religions and superstitions, though they showed every indication of being extremely devout and credulous. He should have sold Earth, and sold it with sex. Well, he had learned, all right, and here, on this new world, in this fresh start, he would show how well he had learned. In the idiom of Ventura Boulevard, he'd hit 'em with the whole deck, deuces wild. He'd give 'em sex and money and superstition and to hell with fact and logic. These primitive worlds had to be brought slowly into a respect for logic, for Iplinger logic, the only valid system of logic in the whole universe. In the hovering ship, the commander turned to the astrogator and said, with the bitterness of yesterday's conflict with the mutinous crew evident in his voice, "Well, our little vaporized circuit is off again." He motioned to the image of Oswellister in the forward view screen. It was a sight that tended to increase the tremor in the astrogator's hands. He replied, "I only hope we can pull the crew through another pickup. Home and family. Do they think I want mine any less?" Oswellister marched confidently down the road. He would succeed, for didn't he have the well-oiled machinery of the whole Iplinger starship crew of cultural contact specialists to back him up? While he walked, he practiced the strident voice delivery of extravagant lies he had learned so well and had so magnificently imitated from the Ventura Boulevard pitch artists. He practiced the leering insinuendo of the barker outside the gambling hall. He gave it the Calzabizadine con come on. He sold it solid, dripping with sex, twitching with lore. He knew that here, finally, he would succeed. Oswellister 14, noble prince of Ipling, smiled his confidence in his sex-money-superstition equation as he walked briskly down the road to begin his contact with a world that had substituted vat culture procreation for sex, that had abolished money in favor of a complicated system of verbal, personal honor-swapping credits, that had no religions or superstitions, a world of people who considered the most sweetly distilled essence of living to be the minute investigation of the fine points of logical discourse, engaged in on the basis of an incredible multiplied logic structure composed of 37 separate systems of discursive regulations, the very first of which was based on a planetary absolute, the rejection and ridicule of all persuasive techniques and those who used them. End of The Glory of Ipling by Helen M. Urban. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
The Graveyard of Space by Milton Lesser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He lit a cigarette, the last one they had, and asked his wife, "Want to share it?" "No." "That's all right." Diane sat at the viewport of the battered old Gorman 87, a small figure of a woman hunched over and watching the parade of asteroids like tiny, slow-moving, incandescent flashes. Ralph looked at her and said nothing. He remembered what it was like when she had worked by his side at the mine. It had not been much of a mine. It had been a bust. First-class, sure-as-hell bust. Like everything else in their life together. And it had aged her. Had it only been 3 years, he thought. 3 years on asteroid 4712. A speck of cosmic dust, drifting on its orbit in the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Mars. Uranium potential high, the government had said. So they had leased the asteroid and prospected it, and although they had not finished the job, they were finished. They were going home. And now there were lines on Diane's face, although she was hardly past 24. And there was a bitterness, a bleakness in her eyes. The asteroid had ruined them, had taken something from them and given nothing in return. They were going home, and Ralph Meeker thought they had left more than their second-hand mining equipment on asteroid 4712. They had left the happy early days of their marriage as a ghost for whoever tried his luck next on 4712. They had never mentioned the word divorce. Diane had merely said she'd spend some time with her sister on Marsport instead of going on to Earth. We'd be swinging around to Sunward in 4712, Ralph mused. Please, that's over. I don't want to talk about the mine. Won't it ever bother you that we never finished? We finished, Diane said. He smoked the cigarette halfway and offered it to her. She shook her head and he put the butt out delicately to save it. Then a radar bell clanged. What is it? Ralph asked, immediately alert, studying the viewport. You had to be alert on an old tub like the Gorman 87. 100-tonner it put in 30 years and 1 billion and some miles of several owners, its warning devices and its reflexes. It was funny, Ralph thought, how you ascribed something human like reflexes to 100 tons of battered metal were unpredictable. I don't see anything, Dan said. He didn't either, but you never knew in the asteroid belt. It was next to impossible to thread a passage without a radar screen, and completely impossible with a radar screen on the blink and giving you false information. You could shut it off and pray. But the odds would still be 100 to 1 against you. There! Dan cried. On the left! The left, Ralph! He saw it too. At first it looked like a jumble of rocks, of dust, as the asteroid old-timers called the gravity-held rock swarms which pursued their erratic, dangerous orbits through the asteroid belt. But it was not dust. Will you look at that, Diane said. The jumble of rocks which they were ready to classify as dust swam up toward them. Ralph waited, expecting the automatic pilot to answer the radar warning and swing them safely around the obstacle. So Ralph watched and saw the dark jumble of rocks, silvery on one side where the distant sunlight hit it, apparently spread out as they approached. Spread out and assumed tiny shapes, shapes in miniature. Spaceships, Diane said. Spaceships, Ralph. Hundreds of them. They gleamed like silver motes in the sun, or were black as the space around them. They tumbled slowly in incredible slow motion, end over end and around each other, as if they had been suspended in a slowly boiling liquid instead of the dark emptiness of space. That's the Sargasso, Ralph said. But we're off course, I know it. The radar was probably able to miss things in our way, but failed to compensate afterwards and bring us back to course. Now... Suddenly Ralph dived for the controls. The throbbing rockets of the Gorman 87 had not responded to the radar warning. They were rocketing on toward the Sargasso, rapidly, dangerously. Hold on to something! Ralph hollered and punched full power in the left rockets and braking power in the right forward rockets simultaneously, attempting to stand the Gorman 87 on its head and fight off the deadly gravitational attraction of the Sargasso. The Gorman 87 shuddered like something alive, and Ralph felt himself thrust to the left and forward violently. His head struck the radar screen, and, as if mocking him, the radar bell clanged its warning. He thought he heard Diane scream. Then he was trying to stand, but the gravity of sudden acceleration gripped him with a giant hand, and he slumped back slowly, aware of a wetness seeping from his nose, his ears. All of space opened and swallowed him, and he went down, trying to reach for Diane's hand, but she withdrew it, and then the blackness, like some obscene mouth as large as the distance from here to Alpha Centauri, swallowed him. "Are you all right, Diane?" he asked. He was on his knees. His head ached, and one of his legs felt painfully stiff. But he had crawled over to where Diane was down, flat on her back, behind the pilot chair. He found the water tank, unsprung, and brought her some, and in a few moments she blinked her eyes and looked at him. "Cold," she said. He had noticed it, but he was still numb and only half conscious, half of his faculties working. It was cold. He felt that now, and he was giddy and growing rapidly more so, as if they did not have sufficient oxygen to breathe. Then he heard it, a slow, steady hissing, probably the sound feared most by spacemen, air escaping. Dan looked at him. "For God's sake, Ralph!" she cried. "Find it!" He found it and patched it, and was numb with the cold and barely conscious when he had finished. Diane came to him and squeezed his hand, and that was the first time they touched since they'd left the asteroid. Then they rested for a few moments, and drank some of the achingly cold water from the tank, and got up and went to the viewport. They had known it, but confirmation was necessary. They looked outside. They were within the Sargasso. The battered derelict ships rolled and tumbled and spun out there, slowly unhurried in a mutual gravitational field which their own Gorman 87 had disturbed. It was a Sargasso like the legendary Sargasso seas of Earth's early sailing days, becalmed seas, seas without wind, with choking Sargasso weeds, seas that snared and entrapped. "Can we get out?" Diane asked. He shrugged. "That depends how strong the pull of gravity is, whether the Gorman's rocket drive is still working. If we can repair the radar, we'd never get out without the radar." I'll get something to eat, she said practically. You see about the radar. Diane went aft while he remained there in the tiny control cabin. By the time she brought the heated cans back with her, he knew it was hopeless. Diane was not the sort of woman you had to humor about a thing like that. She handed him a can of pork and beans and looked at his face, and when he nodded she said, "It's no use. We could fix it. The scopes just wore out, Diane. Hell, if they hadn't been replaced since the tub rolled off the assembly line. They're 30 years old. She's 87. Is there anything we can do?" He shrugged. "We're going to try. We'll check the air and water and see what we have. Then we start looking." "Start looking? I don't understand." "For Series 80 Gorman cruiser." Diane's eyes widened. "You mean out there?" "I mean out there. If we find a Series 80 cruiser, and we might, and if I'm able to transfer the radar scopes, if I find them in good shape, then we have a chance." Diane nodded slowly. "If there are any other minor repairs to make, I can make them while you look for a Series 80 Gorman." Ralph shook his head. "We'll probably only have a few hours of air to spare, Dan. If we both look, we'll cover more ground. I hate to ask you because it won't be pretty out there, but it might be our only chance." "I'll go, of course. Ralph?" "Yes." What is this Sargasso, anyway?" He shrugged as he read the meters and the compressed air tanks. 4 tanks full, with 10 hours of air for 2 in each. 1 tank half full. 5 hours. 5 plus 40. 45 hours of air. They would need a minimum of 35 hours to reach Mars. "No one knows for sure about Sargasso," he said, wanting to talk, wanting to dispel his own fear, so he had not communicated to her as he took the spacesuits down from their rack and began to climb into one. "They don't think it's anything but the ships, though. It started with a few ships, then more and more, trapped by mutual gravity. It got bigger and bigger, and I think there are almost 1,000 derelicts here now. There's talk of blasting them clear, of salvaging them for metals and so on, but so far the planetary governments haven't cooperated." "But how did the first ships get here?" "It doesn't make a hell of a lot of difference. One theory is ships only, and maybe a couple of hunks of meteoric debris in the beginning. Another theory says there may be a particularly heavy small asteroid in this maze of wrecks somewhere. You know, super heavy stuff with the atoms stripped of their electrons and the nuclei squeezed together, weighing in the neighborhood of a couple of tons per square inch. That could account for the beginning. But once the thing got started, the wrecked ships account for more wrecked ships, and pretty soon you have our Sargasso." Diane nodded and said, "You can put my helmet on now." "All right, don't forget to check the radio with me before we go out. If the radio doesn't work, then you stay here, because I want us in constant radio contact if we're both out there. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir, Captain," she said and grinned. It was her old grin. He had not seen her grin like that for a long time. He had almost forgotten what that grin was like. It made her face seem younger and prettier, as he had remembered it from what seemed so long ago, but was only 3 years. It was a wonderful grin, and he watched it in the split second which remained before he swung the heavy helmet up and in place over his shoulders. Then he put on his own helmet awkwardly and fingered the outside radio controls. "Who knew?" he said. "I can hear you." Her voice was metallic, but very clear through the suit radios. "Then listen. There shouldn't be any danger of getting lost. I'll leave a light on inside the ship, and we'll see it through the ports. It'll be the only light, so whatever you do, don't go out of range. As long as you can always see it, you'll be okay, understand?" "Right," she said as they both climbed into the Gorman 87's airlock and waited for the pressure to leave it and the outer door to swing out into space. "Ralph, I'm a little scared. Ralph?" "That's all right," he said. "So am I." "What did you mean it won't be pretty out there?" "Because we'll have to look not just for Series 80 Gormans, but for any ships that look as old as ours. There ought to be plenty of them, and any of them could have had a Gorman radioscope, although it's unlikely. Have a look there." "But what won't be pretty?" "We'll have to enter those ships. You won't like what's inside." "Say, how will you get in? We don't have blasters or weapons of any kind." "Your suit rockets," Ralph said. "You swing around and blast with your suit rockets. A porthole should be better than an airlock if it's big enough to climb through. You won't have any trouble." "But you still haven't told me what—" "Inside the ships. People. They'll all be dead. If they didn't lose their air, they'll lose it when we get in. Either way, of course, they'll be dead." They have all been dead for years, with no food, but without air. What are you stopping for? Diane said. Please go on. A body without air, 15 pounds of pressure per square inch in the inside and 0 on the outside. It isn't pretty. It bloats. My God, Ralph. Sorry, kid. Maybe you want to stay back here and I'll look. You said we only have 10 hours. I want to help you. All at once the airlock swung open. Space yawned at them, black, enormous. The silent ships, the dead Sargasso ships, floating slowly by, eternally, unhurried. Better make it 8 hours, Ralph said over the suit radio. We'd better keep a couple of hours leeway in case I figured wrong. 8 hours, and remember, don't get out of sight in the ship's lights and don't break radio contact under any circumstances. These suit radios work like miniature radar sets too. If anything goes wrong, we'll be able to track each other. It's directional beam radio. But what can go wrong? I don't know, Ralph admitted. Nothing, probably. He turned on his suit rockets and felt the sudden surge of power drive him clear of the ship. He watched Diane rocketing away from him to the right. He waved his hand in the bulky spacesuit. Good luck, he called. I love you, Diane. Ralph, she said, her voice caught. He heard it catch over the suit radio. Ralph, we're agreed never to... Forget it. Good luck, Ralph. Good luck. And You what? Nothing, Ralph. Good luck. Good luck, he said, and headed for the first jumble of space wrecks. It would probably have taken them a month to explore all the derelicts which were old enough to have Gorman Series 80 radar scopes. Theoretically, Ralph realized, even a newer ship could have one, but it wasn't likely, because if someone could afford a newer ship, then he could afford a better radar scope. But that, he told himself, was only half the story. The other half was this: with a better radar scope, a ship might not have floundered into the Sargasso at all. So it was hardly possible to pass up any ship if their life depended on it. And the going was slow. Too slow. He had entered some dozen ships in the first 4 hours, turning, using his shoulder rockets to blast a porthole out and climb in through there. He had not liked what he saw, but there was no preventing it. Without a light it wasn't so bad, but you needed a light to examine the radar scope. They were dead. They had been dead for years, but of course there would be no decomposition in the airless void of space, and very little even if air had remained until he blasted his way in, for the air was sterile, canned spaceship air. They were dead, and they were bloated, all impossibly fat men, with white faces like melons and gross bodies like Tweedledees and limbs like fat sausages. By the 5th ship he was sick to his stomach, but by the 10th he had achieved the necessary detachment to continue his task. Once, it was the 8th ship, he found a Gorman Series 80 radar scope, and his heart pounded when he saw it. But the scope was hopelessly damaged, as bad as their own. Aside from that one, he did not encounter any, damaged or in good shape, which they might convert to their own use. 4 hours, he thought, 4 hours and 12 ships. Dan reported every few moments by intercom. In her first few hours, she had visited 8 ships. Her voice sounded funny. She was fighting it every step of the way, he thought. It must have been hell to her, breaking into those wrecks with their dead men with faces like white, bloated melons. In the 13th ship he found a skeleton. He did not report it to Diane over the intercom. The skeleton made no sense at all. The flesh could not possibly have decomposed. Curious. He clumped closer on his magnetic boots. Even if the flesh had decomposed, the clothing would have remained. But it was a skeleton, picked completely clean, with no clothing, not even boots, as if the man had stripped of his clothing first. He found out why a moment later, and it left him feeling more than a little sick. There were other corpses aboard the ship, a battered Thompson 81 in worse shape than their own Gorman, bodies, not skeletons. But when they had entered the Sargasso they had apparently struck another ship. One whole side of the Thompson was smashed in, and Ralph could see the repair patches on the wall. Near them and thoroughly destroyed were the Thompson's spacesuits. The galley lockers were empty when Ralph found them, all the food gone how many years ago. One of the crew dying for the others. Cannibalism. Shuddering, Ralph rocketed outside into the clear darkness of space. That was a paradox, he thought. It was clear all right, but it was dark. You could see a great way. You could see a million miles. But it was darker than anything on Earth. It was almost an extra-dimensional effect. It made their third dimension on Earth, the dimension of depth, seem hopelessly flat. "Ralph!" "Go ahead, kid," he said. It was the first radio contact in almost half an hour. "Oh, Ralph, it's a Gorman, an 85, I think, right in front of me. Ralph, if its scopes are good. Oh, Ralph!" "I'm coming," he said. "Go ahead inside. I'll pick up your beam and be along." He could feel his heart thumping wildly. 5 hours now. They did not have much time. This ship, this Gorman 85, which Diane had found, would be their last chance. Because it would certainly take him all of 3 hours to transfer the radar scope, using the rockets from one of the spacesuits, to their own ship. He rocketed along now, following her directional beam, and listened as she said, "I'm cutting through the porthole now, Ralph." His voice stopped suddenly. It did not drift off gradually. It merely ceased without warning, without reason. "Diane!" he called. "Diane, can you hear me?" He tracked the beam in desperate silence. Wrecks flashed by, tumbling slowly in their web of mutual gravitation. Some were molten silver if the one sunlight caught them. Some were black, but every rivet, every seam was distinct. The impossible clarity of blackest space. "Ralph!" Her voice came suddenly. "Yes, Diane. Yes, what is it?" "What a curious thing. I stopped blasting at the porthole. I'm not going in that way. The airlock, Ralph." "What about the airlock?" "It opened up on me. It swung out into space. All of a sudden. I'm going in, Ralph." Fear, unexpected, inexplicable, gripped him. "Don't," he said. "Wait for me." "That's silly, Ralph. We barely have time. I'm going in now, Ralph. There, I'm closing the outer door. I wonder if the pressure will build up for me. If it doesn't, I'll blast the outer door with my rockets and get out of here. Ralph, the light's blinking. The pressure's building. The inner door is beginning to open, Ralph. I'm going inside now." He was still tracking the beam. He thought he was close now, 100 miles, perhaps. 100 miles by suit rocket was merely a few seconds, but somehow the fear was still with him. It was that skeleton, he thought. That skeleton had unnerved him. "Ralph, it's here, Ralph. A radar scope, just like ours. Oh, Ralph, it's in perfect shape." "I'm coming," he said. A big old Bartson cruiser tumbled by, end over end, 1,000-tonner, the largest ship he had seen in here so far. At some of the portholes as he flashed by he could see faces, dead faces, staring into space forever. Then Diana's voice suddenly. "Is that you, Ralph?" "I'm still about 50 miles out," he said automatically, and then cold fear, real fear, gripped him. "Is that you, Ralph?" "Ralph! Is that... Oh, Ralph! Ralph!" she screamed, and was silent. "Dan! Dan, answer me!" Silent. She had seen someone. Something. Alive? It hardly seemed possible. He tried to notch his rocket controls further toward full power, but they were straining already. Their dead ships flashed by, scores of them, hundreds, with dead men and dead dreams inside, waiting through eternity, in no hurry to give up their corpses and corpses of dreams. He heard Diane again then, a single agonized scream. Then there was silence, absolute silence. Time seemed frozen, frozen like the faces of the dead men inside the ships. Suspended, unmoving, not dropping into the well of the past. The ships crawled by now, crawled. And from a long way off he saw the Gorman 85. He knew it was the right ship, because the outer airlock door had swung open again. It hung there in space, the lock gaping. But it was a long way off. He hardly seemed to be approaching it at all. Every few seconds he called Diane's name, but there was no answer. No answer. Time crawled with the fear icy now, as cold as death in the pit of his stomach, with fear making his heart pound rapidly, with the fear making it impossible for him to think. Fear for Diane. "I love you, Di," he thought. "I love you. I never stopped loving you. We were wrong. We were crazy wrong. It was like a sargasso inside of us. An emptiness which needed filling. But we were wrong. Diane." He reached the Gorman and plunged inside the airlock, swinging the outer door shut behind him. He waited. Would the pressure build up again as it had built up for Diane? He did not know. He could only wait. A red light blinked over his head, on and off as pressure was built. Then it stopped. 15 pounds of pressure in the airlock, which meant that the inner door should open. He ran forward, rammed his shoulder against it, tumbled through. He entered a narrow companionway and clomped awkwardly toward the front of the ship, where the radar scope would be located. He passed a skeleton in the companionway, like the one he had seen in another ship. For the same reason, he thought. He had time to think that, and then he saw them. Diane on the floor, her spacesuit off her now, a great bruise, blue ugly bruise across her temple, unconscious, and the thing which hovered over her. At first he didn't know what it was, but he leaped at it. It turned, snarling. There was an air in the ship, and he wondered about that. He did not have time to wonder. The thing was like some monstrous, misshapen creature. A man, yes, but a man to give you nightmares. Bent and misshapen, gnarled, twisted like the roots of an ancient tree, with a wild growth of beard, white beard, heavy across the chest, with bent limbs, powerfully muscled, and a gaunt face like death's hand. And the eyes were wild, staring vacantly, almost glazed as in death. The eyes stared at him, and through him. And then he closed with this thing which had felled Diane. It had incredible strength, the strength of the insane. It drove Ralph back across the cabin, and Ralph, encumbered by his spacesuit, could only fight awkwardly. It drove him back, and it found something on the floor, the metal log of what once had been a chair, and slammed it down across the faceplate of Ralph's spacesuit. Ralph staggered, fell to his knees. He had absorbed the blow on the crown of his skull to the helmet of the suit, and it dazed him. The thing struck here again, and Ralph felt himself falling. Somehow he climbed to his feet again. The thing was back over Diane's still form again, looking at her, its eyes staring and vacant. Spittle drooled from the lips. Then Ralph was wrestling with it again. The thing was almost protean. It all but seemed to change its shape and writhe from Ralph's grasp as they struggled across the cabin. But this time there was no weapon for it to grab and use with stunning force. Half crazed himself now, Ralph got his fingers, gauntleted in rubberized metal, about the sinewy throat under the tattered beard. His fingers closed there, and the wild eyes went big, and he held it that way, then finally thrust it away from him. The thing fell, but sprung to its feet. It looked at Ralph, and the mouth opened and closed, but he heard no sound. The teeth were yellow and black, broken like fangs. Then the thing turned and ran. Ralph followed it as far as the airlock. The inner door was slammed between them. A light blinked over the door. Ralph ran to a porthole and watched. The thing, which once had been a man, floated out into space, turning, spinning slowly. The gnarled, twisted body expanded outward, became fat and swollen, balloon-like. It came quite close to the porthole, thudding against the ship's hull. The face, dead now, like a melon. Then, after he was sick for a moment there beside the airlock, he went back for Diane. They were back aboard the Gorman 87 now, their own ship. Ralph had revived Diane and brought her back, along with the other Gorman's radar scope, to their battered tub. The bruise on her temple was badly discolored, and she was still weak, but she would be all right. "But what was it?" Diane asked. She had hardly seen her attacker. "A man," Ralph said. "God knows how long that ship was in here. Years, maybe. Years alone in space, here in the Sargasso, with dead men and dead ships for company. He used up all the food. His shipmates died. Maybe he killed them. He needed more food." "Oh, no, you don't mean—" Ralph nodded. "He became a cannibal. Maybe he had a spacesuit and raided some of the other ships too. It doesn't matter. He's dead now. He must have been insane, like that for years, waiting here, never seeing another living thing." "Don't talk about it," Ralph said, and smiled. "Ship's ready to go, Diane." "Yes," she said. He looked at her. "Mars?" She didn't say anything. "I learned something in there," Ralph said. "We were like that poor insane creature in a way. We were too wrapped up in the asteroid and the mine. We forgot to live from day to day, to scrape up a few bucks every now and then maybe, and take in a show on Ceres, or have a weekend on Vesta. What the hell, Di? Everybody needs it." "Yes," she said. "Di?" "Yes, Ralph." I want to give it another try, if you do. The mine? Mine eventually. The mine isn't important. Mouth, I mean." He paused, his hands still over the controls. "Will it be Mars?" "No," she said, and sat up and kissed him. "A weekend on Vesta sounds very nice. Very, very nice, darling." Ralph smiled and punched the controls. Minutes later they had left the Sargasso, both Sargassos, behind them. End of The Graveyard of Space by Milton Lesser.
A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. There was once a little man whose mother made him a beautiful suit of clothes. It was green and gold and woven so that I cannot describe how delicate and fine it was, and there was a tie of orange fluffiness that tied up under his chin, and the buttons in their newness shone like stars. He was proud, and stood before the long looking-glass when first he put it on, so astonished and delighted with it that he could hardly turn himself away. He wanted to wear it everywhere, and show it to all sorts of people. He thought over all the places he had ever visited, and all the scenes he had ever heard described, and tried to imagine what the feel of it would be if he were to go now to those scenes and places wearing his shining suit, and he wanted to go out forthwith into the long grass and the hot sunshine of the meadow wearing it, just to wear it. But his mother told him no. She told him he must take great care of his suit, for never would he have another nearly so fine. He must save it, and only wear it on rare and great occasions. It was his wedding suit, she said, and she took his buttons and twisted them up with tissue paper for fear their bright newness would be tarnished, and she tacked little guards over the cuffs and elbows and wherever the suit was most likely to come to harm. He hated and resisted these things, but what could he do? And at last her warnings and persuasions had effect, and he consented to take off his beautiful suit and fold it into its proper creases and put it away. It was almost as though he gave it up again, but he was always thinking of wearing it, and of the supreme occasion when some day it might be worn without the guards, without the tissue paper on the buttons, utterly and delightfully, never caring, beautiful beyond measure. One night, when he was dreaming of it, after his habit, he dreamed he took the tissue paper from one of the buttons and found its brightness a little faded, and that distressed him mightily in his dream. He polished the poor faded button and polished it, and if anything it grew duller. He woke up and lay awake thinking of the brightness a little dulled, and wondering how he would feel if perhaps when the great occasion, whatever it might be, should arrive, one button should chance to be ever so little short of its first glittering freshness, and for days and days that thought remained with him, distressingly, and when next his mother let him wear his suit, he was tempted, and nearly gave way to the temptation, just to fumble off one little bit of tissue paper, and see if indeed the buttons were keeping as bright as ever. He went trimly along on his way to church, full of this wild desire, for you must know his mother did, with repeated and careful warnings, let him wear his suit at times, on Sundays for example, to and fro from church, when there was no threatening of rain, no dust, nor anything to injure it, with its buttons covered and its protections tacked upon it, and a sunshade in his hand to shadow it if there seemed too strong sunlight for its colors, and always, after such occasions, he brushed it over, and folded it exquisitely as she had taught him, and put it away again. Now, all these restrictions his mother set to the wearing of his suit he obeyed. Always he obeyed them, until one strange night he woke up and saw the moonlight shining outside his window. It seemed to him the moonlight was not common moonlight, nor the night a common night, and for a while he lay quite drowsily, with this odd persuasion in his mind. Thought joined on to thought, like things that whisper warmly in the shadows. Then he sat up in his little bed suddenly, very alert, with his heart beating very fast, and a quiver in his body from top to toe. He had made up his mind. He knew now that he was going to wear his suit as it should be worn. He had no doubt in the matter. He was afraid, terribly afraid, but glad, glad. He got out of his bed and stood a moment by the window, looking at the moonshine-flooded garden, and trembling at the thing he meant to do. The air was full of a minute clamor of crickets and murmurings, of infinitesimal shouting of little living things. He went very gently across the creaking boards, for fear that he might wake the sleeping house, to the big, dark clothes-press wherein his beautiful suit lay folded, and he took it out garment by garment, and softly and very eagerly tore off its tissue-paper covering and its tacked protections, until there it was, perfect and delightful as he had seen it when first his mother had given it to him. A long time it seemed ago. Not a button had tarnished, not a thread had faded on this dear suit of his. He was glad enough for weeping, as in a noiseless hurry he put it on. And then back he went, soft and quick, to the window, and looked out upon the garden, and stood there for a minute, shining in the moonlight, with his buttons twinkling like stars, before he got out on the sill and, making as little of a rustling as he could, clambered down to the garden path below. He stood before his mother's house, and it was white and nearly as plain as by day, with every window blind but his own shut like an eye that sleeps. The trees cast still shadows like intricate black lace upon the wall. The garden in the moonlight was very different from the garden by day. Moonshine was tangled in the hedges, and stretched in phantom cobwebs from spray to spray. Every flower was gleaming white or crimson black, and the air was aquiver with the thridding of small crickets and nightingales singing unseen in the depths of the trees. There was no darkness in the world, but only warm, mysterious shadows, and all the leaves and spikes were edged and lined with iridescent jewels of dew. The night was warmer than any night had ever been. The heavens, by some miracle, at once vaster and nearer, in spite of the great ivory-tinted moon that ruled the world. The sky was full of stars. The little man did not shout nor sing for all his infinite gladness. He stood for a time like one awe-stricken, and then, with a queer small cry, and holding out his arms, he ran out as if he would embrace at once the whole warm, round immensity of the world. He did not follow the neat-set paths that cut the garden squarely, but thrust across the beds and through the wet, tall, scented herbs, through the night-stalk, and the nicotine, and the clusters of phantom white mallow flowers, and through the thickets of southernwood and lavender, and knee-deep across a wide space of minaret. He came to the great hedge, and he thrust his way through it, and though the thorns of the brambles scored him deeply and tore threads from his wonderful suit, and though burrs of goose-grass and havers caught and clung to him, he did not care. He did not care, for he knew it was all part of the wearing for which he had longed. "I am glad I put on my suit," he said. "I am glad I wore my suit." Beyond the hedge he came to the duck-pond, or at least to what was the duck-pond by day, but by night it was a great bowl of silver moonshine, all noisy with singing frogs, of wonderful silver moonshine twisted and clotted with strange patternings, and the little man ran down into its waters, between the thin black rushes, knee-deep and waist-deep, and to his shoulders, smiting the water to black and shining wavelets with either hand, swaying and shivering wavelets, amid which the stars were netted in the tangled reflections of the brooding trees upon the bank. He waited until he swam, and so he crossed the pond, and came out upon the other side, trailing, as it seemed to him, not duckweed, but very silver, in long, clinging, dripping masses. And he went up through the transfigured tangles of the willow herb and the uncut seeding grass of the farther bank, and so he came glad and breathless into the high road. "I am glad," he said, "beyond measure, that I had clothes that fitted this occasion." The high road ran straight as an arrow flies, straight into the deep blue pit of sky beneath the moon, a white and shining road between the singing nightingales, and along it he went, running now, and leaping, and now walking and rejoicing in the clothes his mother had made for him with tireless, loving hands. The road was deep in dust, but that for him was only soft whiteness, and as he went a great dim moth came fluttering round his wet and shimmering and hastening figure. At first he did not heed the moth, and then he waved his hands at it and made a sort of dance with it as it circled round his head, "Soft moth!" he cried. "Dear moth! And wonderful night of the world! Do you think my clothes are beautiful, dear moth? As beautiful as your scales and all this silver vesture of the earth and sky?" And the moth circled closer and closer until at last its velvet wings just brushed his lips. And next morning they found him, dead, with his neck broken in the bottom of the stone pit, with his beautiful clothes a little bloody and foul and stained with the duckweed from the pond. But his face was a face of such happiness that, had you seen it, you would have understood indeed how that he had died happy, never knowing the cool and streaming silver for the duckweed in the pond. End of A Moonlight Fable by H. G. Wells. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Snyder. Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick. Kramer leaned back. "You can see the situation. How can we deal with a factor like this? The perfect variable." Perfect. Prediction should still be possible. A living thing still acts from necessity, the same as inanimate material. But the cause-effect chain is more subtle. There are more factors to be considered. The difference is quantitative, I think. The reaction of the living organism parallels natural causation, but with greater complexity. Gross and Kramer looked up at the board plates, suspended on the wall, still dripping, the images hardening into place. Kramer traced a line with his pencil. "See that? It's a pseudopodium. They're alive, and, so far, a weapon we can't beat. No mechanical system can compete with that, simple or intricate. We'll have to scrap the Johnson control and find something else." Meanwhile, the war continues as it is. Stalemate, checkmate, they can't get to us and we can't get through their living minefield. Kramer nodded. "It's a perfect defense. For them. But there still might be one answer." "What's that?" "Wait a minute." Kramer turned to his rocket expert, sitting with the charts and files. "The heavy cruiser that returned this week. It didn't actually touch, did it? It came close, but there was no contact." "Correct." The expert nodded. "The mine was 20 miles off. The cruiser was in space drive, moving directly towards Proxima, line straight, using the Johnson control, of course. It had deflected a quarter of an hour earlier for reasons unknown. Later, it resumed its course. That was when they got it." "It shifted," Kramer said, "but not enough. The mine was coming along after it, trailing it. It's the same old story. But I wonder about the contact." "Here's our theory," the expert said. "We keep looking for contact, a trigger in the pseudopodium. But more likely we're witnessing a psychological phenomena, a decision without any physical correlative. We're watching for something that isn't there. The mine decides to blow up. It sees our ships, approaches, and then decides." "Thanks." Kramer turned to Gross. "Well, that confirms what I'm saying. How can a ship guided by automatic relays escape a mine that decides to explode? The whole theory of mine penetration is that you must avoid tripping the trigger. But here the trigger is a state of mind in a complicated developed life form." "The belt is 50,000 miles deep," Gross added. "It solves another problem for them. Repair and maintenance. The damn things reproduce, fill up the spaces by spawning into them. I wonder what they feed on. Probably the remains of our first line. The big cruisers must be a delicacy. It's a game of wits, between a living creature and a ship piloted by automatic relays. The ship always loses." Kramer opened a file. "I'll tell you what I suggest." "Go on," Gross said. "I've already heard 10 solutions today. What's yours?" "Mine is very simple. These creatures are superior to any mechanical system, but only because they're alive. Almost any other life form could compete with them, any higher life form. If the yucks can put out living mines to protect their planets, we ought to be able to harness some of our own life forms in a similar way. Let's make use of the same weapon ourselves." which life form do you propose to use? I think the human brain is the most agile of known living forms. Do you know of any better? But no human being can withstand outspace travel. A human pilot would be dead of heart failure long before the ship got anywhere near Proxima. But we don't need the whole body, Kramer said. We only need the brain. What? The problem is to find a person of high intelligence who would contribute in the same manner that eyes and arms are volunteered. But a brain? Technically, it could be done. Brains have been transferred several times, when body destruction made it necessary. Of course, to a spaceship, to a heavy outspace cruiser, instead of an artificial body. That's new. The room was silent. It's quite an idea, Gross said slowly, his heavy square face twisted. But even supposing it might work, the big question is, whose brain? It was all very confusing. The reasons for the war, the nature of the enemy. The Yukon had been contacted on one of the outlying planets of Proxima Centauri. At the approach of the Terran ship, a host of dark, slim pencils had lifted abruptly and shot off into the distance. The first real encounter came between 3 of the Yuk pencils and a single exploration ship from Terra. No Terrans survived. After that it was all-out war, with no holds barred. Both sides feverishly constructed defense rings around their systems. Of the 2, the Yukon belt was the better. The ring around Proxima was a living ring, superior to anything Terra could throw against it. The standard equipment by which Terran ships were guided in outspace, the Johnson control, was not adequate. Something more was needed. Automatic relays were not good enough. Not good at all, Kramer thought to himself, as he stood looking down the hillside at the work going on below him. A warm wind blew along the hill, rustling the weeds and grass. At the bottom, in the valley, the mechanics had almost finished. The last elements of the reflex system had been removed from the ship and crated up. All that was needed now was the new core, the new central key that would take the place of the mechanical system. A human brain, the brain of an intelligent, wary human being. But would the human being be part with it? That was the problem. Kramer turned. 2 people were approaching him along the road, a man and a woman. The man was Gross, expressionless, heavy-set, walking with dignity. The woman was... He stared in surprise and growing annoyance. It was Dolores, his wife. Since they'd separated, he had seen little of her. Kramer, Gross said, look who I ran into. Come back down with us. We're going into town. Hello, Phil, Dolores said. Well, aren't you glad to see me? He nodded. How have you been? You're looking fine. She was still pretty and slender in her uniform, the blue-gray of Internal Security, Gross's organization. Thanks, she replied. You seem to be doing all right, too. Commander Gross tells me you're responsible for this project. Operation Head, as they call it. Whose head have you decided on? That's the problem. Kramer lit a cigarette. This ship is to be equipped with a human brain instead of the Johnson system. We've constructed special draining baths for the brain, electronic relays to catch the impulses and magnify them, a continual feeding duct that supplies living cells with everything they need. But we haven't got the brain itself, Cruz finished. They began to walk back towards the car. If we can get that, we'll be ready for the tests. Will the brain remain alive? Dolores asked. Is it actually going to live as part of the ship? It will be alive, but not conscious. Very little of life is actually conscious. Animals, trees, insects are quick in their responses, but they aren't conscious. In this process of ours, the individual personality, the ego, will cease. We only need the responsibility, nothing more. Dolores shuddered. How terrible! In time of war, everything must be tried, Kramer said absently. If one life sacrificed will end the war, it's worth it. This ship might get through. A couple more like it, and there wouldn't be any more war. They got into the car. As they drove down the road, Gross said, Have you thought of anyone yet? Kramer shook his head. That's out of my line. What do you mean? I'm an engineer. It's not in my department. But all of this was your idea. My work ends there. Gross was staring at him oddly. Kramer shifted uneasily. Then who was supposed to do it? Gross said. I can have my organization prepare examinations of various kinds to determine fitness, that kind of thing. Listen, Phil, Dolores said suddenly. What? She turned toward him. I have an idea. Do you remember that professor we had in college? Michael Thomas? Kramer nodded. I wonder if he's still alive. Dolores frowned. If he is, he must be awfully old. Why, Dolores? Gross asked. Perhaps an old person who didn't have much time left, but whose mind was still clear and sharp. Professor Thomas. Kramer rubbed his jaw. He certainly was a wise old duck. But could he still be alive? He must have been 70 then. We could find that out, Gross said. I can make a routine check. What do you think? Dolores said. If any human mind could outwit those creatures, I don't like the idea, Kramer said. In his mind an image had appeared. The image of an old man sitting behind a desk, his bright, gentle eyes moving about the classroom. The old man leaning forward, a thin hand raised. Keep him out of this, Kramer said. What's wrong? Gross looked at him curiously. It's because I suggested it, Dolores said. No, Kramer shook his head. It's not that. I didn't expect anything like this. Somebody I knew, a man I studied under. I remember him very clearly. He has a very distinct personality. Good, Gross said. He sounds fine. We can't do it. We're asking for his death. This is war, Gross said. A war doesn't wait on the needs of the individual. You said that yourself. Surely he'll volunteer. We can keep it on that basis. He may already be dead, Dolores murmured. We'll find that out, Gross said, speeding up the car. They drove the rest of the way in silence. For a long time, the two of them stood studying the small wood house, overgrown with ivy, set back on the lot behind an enormous oak. The little town was silent and sleepy. Once in a while a car moved slowly along the distant highway, but that was all. This is the place, Gross said to Kramer. He folded his arms. Quite a quaint little house. Kramer said nothing. The two security agents behind them were expressionless. Gross started toward the gate. Let's go. According to the check, he's still alive, but very sick. His mind is agile, however. That seems to be certain. It's said he doesn't leave the house. A woman takes care of his needs. He's very frail. They went down the stone walk and up into the porch. Gross rang the bell. They waited. After a time they heard slow footsteps. The door opened. An elderly woman in a shapeless wrapper studied them impassively. Security, Gross said, showing his card. We wish to see Professor Thomas. Why? Government business. He glanced at Kramer. Kramer stepped forward. I was a pupil of the professor's, he said. I'm sure he won't mind seeing us. The woman hesitated uncertainly. Gross stepped into the doorway. All right, Mother. This is wartime. We can't stand out here. The two security agents followed him, and Kramer came reluctantly behind, closing the door. Gross stalked down the hall until he came to an open door. He stopped, looking in. Kramer could see the white corner of a bed, a wooden post, and the edge of a dresser. He joined Gross. In the dark room, a withered old man lay propped up on endless pillows. At first, it seemed as if he were asleep. There was no motion or sign of life. But after a time, Kramer saw with a faint shock that the old man was watching them intently, his eyes fixed on them, unmoving, unwinking. Professor Thomas, Gross said, I'm Commander Gross of Security. This man with me is perhaps known to you, the faded eyes fixed on Kramer. I know him. Philip Kramer. You've grown heavier, boy. The voice was feeble, the rustle of dry ashes. Is it true you're married now? Yes. I married Dolores French. You remember her. Kramer came toward the bed. But we're separated. It didn't work out very well. Our careers. What we came here about, Professor, Gross began, but Kramer cut him off with an impatient wave. Let me talk. Can't you and your men get out of here long enough to let me talk to him? Gross swallowed. All right, Kramer. He nodded to the two men. The three of them left the room, going out into the hall and closing the door after them. The old man in the bed watched Kramer silently. I don't think much of him, he said at last. I've seen his type before. What's he want?" "Nothing. He just came along." "Can I sit down?" Kramer found a stiff, upright chair beside the bed. "If I'm bothering you—" "No. I'm glad to see you again, Philip. After so long. I'm sorry your marriage didn't work out. How have you been?" "I've been very ill. I'm afraid that my moment on the world stage is almost ended." The ancient eyes studied the younger man reflexively. "You look as if you've been doing well. Like everyone else I thought highly of. You've gone to the top in this society." Kramer smiled. Then he became serious. "Professor, there's a project we're working on that I want to talk to you about. It's the first ray of hope we had in this whole war. If it works, we may be able to crack the Yuck defenses, get some ships into their system. If we can do that, then the war might be brought to an end." "Go on. Tell me about it, if you wish." "It's a long shot, this project. It may not work at all, but we have to give it a try." "It's obvious that you came here because of it," Professor Thomas murmured. "I'm becoming curious. Go on." After Kramer finished, the old man lay back in the bed without speaking. At last he sighed. "I understand. A human mind, taken out of a human body." He sat up a little, looking at Kramer. "I suppose you're thinking of me." Kramer said nothing. "Before I make my decision, I want to see the papers on this. The theory and outline of construction. I'm not sure I like it, for reasons of my own, I mean. But I want to look at the material, if you'll do that." "Certainly." Kramer stood up and went to the door. Gross and the 2 security agents were standing outside, waiting tensely. "Gross, come inside." They filed into the room. "Give the professor the papers," Kramer said. "He wants to study them before deciding." Gross brought the file out of his coat pocket, a manila envelope. He handed it to the old man on the bed. "Here it is, Professor. You're welcome to examine it. Will you give us your answer as soon as possible? We're very anxious to begin, of course." "I'll give you my answer when I've decided." He took the envelope with a thin, trembling hand. "My decision depends on what I find out from these papers. If I don't like what I find, then I will not become involved with this work in any shape or form." He opened the envelope with shaking hands. "I'm looking for one thing." "What is it?" Gross said. "That's my affair. Leave me a number by which I can reach you when I've decided." Silently, Gross put his card down on the dresser. As they went out, Professor Thomas was already reading the first of the papers, the outline of the theory. Kramer sat across from Dale Winter, his second in line. "What then?" Winter said. "He's going to contact us." Kramer scratched with a drawing pen on some paper. "I don't know what to think." "What do you mean?" Winter's good-natured face was puzzled. "Look." Kramer stood up, pacing back and forth, his hands in his uniform pockets. "He was my teacher in college. I respected him as a man, as well as a teacher. He was more than a voice, a talking book. He was a person, a calm, kindly person I could look up to. I always wanted to be like him someday. Now look at me." "So?" "Look at what I'm asking. I'm asking for his life. As if he were some kind of laboratory animal kept around in a cage. Not a man. Not a teacher at all." "Do you think he'll do it?" "I don't know." Kramer went to the window. He stood looking out. "In a way, I hope not. But if he doesn't, then we'll have to find somebody else. I know. There would be somebody else. Why did Dolores have to—" The vidphone rang. Kramer pressed the button. "This is Gross." The heavy features formed. "The old man called me. Professor Thomas." "What did he say?" He knew. He could tell already by the sound of Gross's voice. "He said he'd do it. I was a little surprised myself, but apparently he means it. We've already made arrangements for his admission to the hospital. His lawyer is drawing up the statement of liability." Kramer only half heard. He nodded warily. "All right. I'm glad. I suppose we can go ahead then." "You don't sound very glad." "I wonder why he decided to go ahead with it. He was very certain about it." Gross sounded pleased. "He called me quite early. I was still in bed. You know, this calls for a celebration." Sure, Kramer said. It sure does. Toward the middle of August, the project neared completion. They stood outside in the hot autumn heat, looking up at the sleek metal sides of the ship. Gross thumped the metal with his hands. Well, it won't be long. We can begin the test at any time. Tell us more about this, an officer in gold braid said. It's such an unusual concept. Is there really a human brain inside the ship? A dignitary asked, a small man in a rumpled suit. And the brain is actually alive? Gentlemen, this ship is guided by a living brain instead of the usual Johnson relay control system. But the brain is not conscious. It will function by reflex only. The practical difference between it and the Johnson system is this. A human brain is far more intricate than any man-made structure, and its ability to adapt to a situation, to respond to danger, is far beyond anything that could be artificially built. Gross paused, cocking his ear. The turbines of the ship were beginning to rumble, shaking the ground under them with a deep vibration. Kramer was standing a short distance away from the others, his arms folded, watching silently. At the sound of the turbines, he walked quickly around the ship to the other side. A few workmen were clearing away the last of the waste, the scraps of wiring and scaffolding. They glanced up at him and went on hurriedly with their work. Kramer mounted the ramp and entered the control cabin of the ship. Winter was sitting at the controls with a pilot from space transport. How's it look? Kramer asked. All right. Winter got up. He tells me that it would be best to take off manually. The robot controls... Winter hesitated. I mean, the built-in controls can take over later on in space. That's right, the pilot said. It's customary with the Johnson system, and so in this case we should... Can you tell us anything yet? Kramer asked. No, the pilot said slowly. I don't think so. I've been going over everything. It seems to be in good order. There's only one thing I wanted to ask you about. He put his hand on the control board. There are some changes here I don't understand. Changes? Alterations from the original design. I wonder what the purpose is. Kramer took a set of the plans from his coat. Let me look. He turned the pages over. The pilot watched carefully over his shoulder. The changes are indicated on your copy, the pilot said. I wonder... He stopped. Commander Gross had entered the control cabin. Gross, who authorized alterations? Kramer said. Some of the wiring has been changed. Why, your old friend. Gross signaled to the field tower through the window. My old friend? The professor. He took quite an active interest. Gross turned to the pilot. Let's get going. We have to take this out past gravity for the test, they tell me. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Are you ready? Sure. The pilot sat down and moved some of the controls around. Any time. Go ahead, then, Gross said. The professor, Kramer began, but at that moment there was a tremendous roar, and the ship leaped under him. He grasped one of the wall holds and hung on as best as he could. The cabin was filling with a steady throbbing, the raging of the jet turbines underneath them. The ship leaped. Kramer closed his eyes and held his breath. They were moving out into space, gaining speed each moment. Well, what do you think? Winter said nervously. Is it time yet? A little longer, Kramer said. He was sitting on the floor of the cabin, down by the control wiring. He had removed the metal covering plate, exposing the complicated maze of relay wiring. He was studying it, comparing it to the wiring diagrams. What's the matter? Gross said. These changes. I can't figure out what they're for. The only pattern I can make out is that for some reason... Let me look, the pilot said. He squatted down beside Kramer. You were saying? See this lead here? Originally it was switch controlled. It closed and opened automatically, according to temperature change. Now it's wired so that the central control system operates it. The same with the others. A lot of this was still mechanical, worked by pressure, temperature, stress. Now it's under the central master. The brain? Gross said. You mean it's been altered so that the brain manipulates it? Kramer nodded. Maybe Professor Thomas felt that no mechanical relays could be trusted. Maybe he thought that things would be happening too fast. But some of these could close in a split second. The brake rockets could go on as quickly as... Hey, Winter said from the control seat. We're getting near the moon stations. What'll I do? They looked out the port. The corroded surface of the moon gleamed up at them, a corrupt and sickening sight. They were moving swiftly towards it. "I'll take it," the pilot said. He eased Winter out of the way and strapped himself into place. The ship began to move away from the moon as he manipulated the controls. Down below them, they could see the observation stations dotting the surface, and the tiny squares that were the openings of the underground factories and hangars. A red blinker winked up at them, and the pilot's fingers moved on the board in answer. "We're past the moon," the pilot said, after a time. The moon had fallen behind them. The ship was heading into outer space. "Well, we can go ahead with it." Kramer did not answer. "Mr. Kramer, we can go ahead any time." Kramer started. "Sorry, I was thinking." "All right, thanks." He frowned, deep in thought. "What is it?" Gross asked. "The wiring changes." "Did you understand the reason for them when you gave the okay to the workmen?" Gross flushed. "You know I know nothing about technical materials. I'm in security." "Then you should have consulted me." "What does it matter?" Gross grinned wryly. "We're going to have to start putting our faith in the old man sooner or later." The pilot stepped back from the board. His face was pale and set. "Well, it's done," he said. "That's it." "What's done?" Kramer said. "We're on automatic. The brain. I turned the board over to it. To him, I mean. The old man." The pilot lit a cigarette and puffed nervously. "Let's keep our fingers crossed." The ship was coasting evenly, in the hands of its invisible pilot. Far down inside the ship, carefully armored and protected, a soft human brain lay in a tank of liquid, 1,000 minute electric charges playing over its surface. As the charges rose, they were picked up and amplified, fed into relay systems, advanced, carried on through the entire ship. Gross wiped his forehead nervously. "So he is running it now. I hope he knows what he's doing." Kramer nodded enigmatically. "I think he does." "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Kramer walked to the port. "I see we're still moving in a straight line." He picked up the microphone. "We can instruct the brain orally, through this." He blew against the microphone experimentally. "Go on," Winter said. "Bring the ship around half right," Kramer said. "Decrease speed." They waited. Time passed. Gross looked at Kramer. "No change. Nothing." "Wait." Slowly, the ship was beginning to turn. The turbines missed, reducing their steady beat. The ship was taking up its new course, adjusting itself. Nearby, some space debris rushed past, incinerating in the blasts of the turbine jets. "So far, so good," Gross said. They began to breathe more easily. The invisible pilot had taken control smoothly, calmly. The ship was in good hands. Kramer spoke a few words into the microphone, and they swung again. Now they were moving back the way they had come, toward the moon. "Let's see what he does when we enter the moon's pull," Kramer said. "He was a good mathematician, the old man. He could handle any kind of problem." The ship veered, turning away from the moon. The great eaten-away globe fell behind them. Gross breathed a sigh of relief. "That's that. One more thing." Kramer picked up the microphone. "Return to the moon and land the ship at the first space field," he said into it. "Good Lord," Winter murmured. "Why are you—" "Be quiet." Kramer stood, listening. The turbines gasped and roared as the ship swung full around, gaining speed. They were moving back toward the moon again. The ship dipped down, heading toward the great globe below. "We're going a little fast," the pilot said. "I don't see how he can put down at this velocity." The port filled up as the globe swelled rapidly. The pilot hurried toward the board, reaching for the controls. All at once the ship jerked. The nose lifted and the ship shot out into space, away from the moon, turning at an oblique angle. The men were thrown to the floor by the sudden change in course. They got to their feet again, speechless, staring at each other. The pilot gazed down at the board. It wasn't me. I didn't touch a thing. I didn't even get to it." The ship was gaining speed each moment. Kramer hesitated. "Maybe you better switch it back to manual." The pilot closed the switch. He took hold of the steering controls and moved them experimentally. "Nothing." He turned around. "Nothing. It doesn't respond." No one spoke. "You can see what has happened," Kramer said calmly. "The old man won't let go of it, now that he has it. I was afraid of this when I saw the wiring changes. Everything in this ship is centrally controlled. even the cooling system, the hatches, the garbage release. We're helpless. Nonsense. Gross strode to the board. He took hold of the wheel and turned it. The ship continued on its course, moving away from the moon, leaving it behind. Release, Kramer said into the microphone. Let go of the controls. We'll take it back. Release. No good, the pilot said. Nothing. He spun the useless wheel. It's dead. Completely dead. And we're still heading out, Winters said, grinning foolishly. We'll be going through the first line defense belt in a few minutes. If they don't shoot us down, we better radio back. The pilot clicked the radio to send. I'll contact the main bases, one of the observation stations. Better get to the defense belt. At the speed we're going, we'll be into it in a minute. And after that, Kramer said, we'll be in outer space. He's moving us toward outspace velocity. Is this ship equipped with baths? Baths? Gross said. The sleep tanks. For space drive. We may need them if we go much faster. But, good God, where are we going? Gross said. Where is he taking us? The pilot obtained contact. This is Dwight, on ship, he said. We're entering the defense zone at high velocity. Don't fire on us. Turn back, the impersonal voice came through the speaker. You're not allowed in the defense zone. We can't. We've lost control. Lost control? This is an experimental ship. Gross took the radio. This is Commander Gross, security. We're being carried into outer space. There's nothing we can do. Is there any way that we could be removed from the ship? A hesitation. We have some fast pursuit ships that could pick you up if you wanted to jump. The chances are good they'd find you. Do you have any space flares? We do, the pilot said. Let's try it. Abandoned ship, Kramer said. If we leave now, we'll never see it again. What else can we do? We're gaining speed all the time. Do you propose that we stay here? No. Kramer shook his head. Damn it! There ought to be a better solution. Could you contact him? Winter asked. The old man? Try to reason with him? It's worth a chance, Gross said. Try it. All right. Kramer took the microphone. He paused a moment. Listen, can you hear me? This is Phil Kramer. Can you hear me, Professor? Can you hear me? I want you to release the controls. There was silence. This is Kramer, Professor. Can you hear me? Do you remember who I am? Do you understand who this is? Above the control panel, the wall speaker made a sound, a sputtering static. They looked up. Can you hear me, Professor? This is Philip Kramer. I want you to give the ship back to us. If you can hear me, release the controls. Let go, Professor. Let go. Static. A rushing sound, like the wind. They gazed at each other. There was silence for a moment. It's a waste of time, Gross said. No. Listen. The sputter came again. Then, mixed with the sputter, almost lost in it, a voice came, toneless, without inflection, a mechanical, lifeless voice from the metal speaker in the wall above their heads. Is it you, Philip? I can't make you out. Darkness. Who's there, with you? It's me, Kramer. His fingers tightened against the microphone handle. You must release the controls, Professor. We have to get back to Terra. You must. Silence. Then the faint, faltering voice came again, a little stronger than before. Kramer. Everything's so strange. I was right, though. Consciousness result of thinking. Necessary result. Cognito ergo sum. Retain conceptual ability. Can you hear me? Yes, Professor. I altered the wiring. Control. I was fairly certain. I wonder if I can do it. Try. Suddenly the air conditioning snapped into operation. It snapped abruptly off again. Down the corridor a door slammed. Something thudded. The men stood listening. Sounds came from all sides of them. Switches shutting, opening. The lights blinked off. They were in darkness. The lights came back on, and at the same time the heating coils dimmed and faded. Good God, Winter said. Water poured down on them. The emergency firefighting system. There was a screaming rush of air. One of the escape hatches had slid back, and the air was roaring frantically out into space. The hatch banged close. The ship subsided into silence. The heating coils glowed into life. As suddenly as it had begun, the weird exhibition ceased. I can do everything. The dry, toneless voice came from the wall speaker. It is all controlled. Kramer, I wish to talk to you. I've been thinking. I haven't seen you in many years. A lot to discuss. You've changed, boy. We have much to discuss. Your wife." The pilot grabbed Kramer's arm. "There's a ship standing off our bow. Look." They ran to the port. A slender, pale craft was moving along with them, keeping space with them. It was signal blinking. "A Terran pursuit ship," the pilot said. "Let's jump. They'll pick us up. Suits." He ran to the supply cupboard and turned the handle. The door opened and he pulled the suits onto the floor. "Hurry!" Gross said. A panic seized them. They dressed frantically, pulling the heavy garments over them. Winter staggered to the escape hatch and stood by it, waiting for the others. They joined him, one by one. "Let's go," Gross said. "Open the hatch." Winter tugged at the hatch. "Help me!" They grabbed hold, tugging together. Nothing happened. The hatch refused to budge. "Get a crowbar," the pilot said. "Hasn't anyone got a blaster?" Gross looked frantically around. "Damn it! Blast it open!" "Pull," Kramer grated. "Pull together." "Are you at the hatch?" The toneless voice came, drifting and eddying through the corridors of the ship. They looked up, staring around them. "I sensed something nearby. Outside. A ship." "You are leaving? All of you?" "Kramer, you are leaving too?" "Very unfortunate. I had hoped we could talk. Perhaps at some other time you might be induced to remain." "Open the hatch," Kramer said, staring up at the impersonal walls of the ship. "For God's sake, open it!" There was silence. An endless pause. Then, very slowly, the hatch slid back. The air screamed out, rushing past them into space. One by one they leaped, one after the other, propelled away by the repulsive material of the suits. A few minutes later, they were being hauled aboard the pursuit ship. As the last one of them was lifted through the port, their own ship pointed itself suddenly upward and shot off at tremendous speed. It disappeared. Kramer removed his helmet, gasping. Two sailors held onto him and began to wrap him in blankets. Gross sipped a mug of coffee, shivering. "It's gone," Kramer murmured. "I'll have an alarm sent out," Gross said. "What's happened to your ship?" a sailor asked curiously. "It sure took off in a hurry. Who's on it?" "We'll have to have it destroyed," Gross went on, his face grim. "It's got to be destroyed. There's no telling what he has in mind." Gross sat down weakly on a metal bench. "What a close call for us. We were so damn trusting." "What could he be planning?" Kramer said, half to himself. "It doesn't make sense. I don't get it." As the ship sped back toward the moon base, they sat around the table in the dining room, sipping hot coffee and thinking, not saying very much. "Look here," Gross said at last. "What kind of man was Professor Thomas? What do you remember about him?" Kramer put his coffee mug down. "It was 10 years ago. I don't remember much. It's vague." He let his mind run back over the years. He and Dolores had been at Hunt College together, in physics and the life sciences. The college was small, and set back away from the momentum of modern life. He had gone there because it was his hometown, and his father had gone there before him. Professor Thomas had been at the college a long time, as long as anyone could remember. He was a strange old man, keeping to himself most of the time. There were many things that he disapproved of, but he seldom said what they were. "Do you recall anything that might help us?" Gross asked. "Anything that would give us a clue as to what he might have in mind?" Kramer nodded slowly. "I remember one thing. One day he and the professor had been sitting together in the school chapel, talking leisurely. 'Well, you'll be out of school soon,' the professor had said. 'What are you going to do?' 'Do? Work at one of the government research projects, I suppose.' 'And eventually? What's your ultimate goal?' Kramer had smiled. "The question is unscientific. It presupposes such things as ultimate ends. Suppose instead along these lines, then. What if there were no war, and no government research projects? What would you do then?" "I don't know. But how can I imagine a hypothetical situation like that? There's been war for as long as I can remember. We're geared for war. I don't know what I'd do. I suppose I'd adjust, get used to it." The professor had stared at him. "Oh, you think you'd get accustomed to it, eh? Well, I'm glad of that. And you think you could find something to do? Gross listened intently. What do you infer from this, Kramer? Not much, except that he was against war. We're all against war, Gross pointed out. True, but he was withdrawn, set apart. He lived very simply, cooking his own meals. His wife died many years ago. He was born in Europe, in Italy. He changed his name when he came to the United States. He used to read Dante and Milton. He even had a Bible. Very anachronistic, don't you think? Yes. He lived quite a lot in the past. He found an old phonograph and records, and he listened to the old music. You saw his house, how old-fashioned it was. Did he have a file? Winter asked Gross. With security? No, none at all. As far as we could tell, he never engaged in political work, never joined anything, or even seemed to have strong political convictions. No, Kramer agreed. About all he ever did was walk through the hills. He liked nature. Nature can be of great use to a scientist, Gross said. There wouldn't be any science without it. Kramer, what do you think his plan is? Taking control of the ship and disappearing, Winter said. Maybe the transfer made him insane, the pilot said. Maybe there's no plan, nothing rational at all. But he had the ship rewired, and he had made sure that he would retain consciousness and memory before he even agreed to the operation. He must have had something planned from the start. But what? Perhaps he just wanted to stay alive longer, Kramer said. He was old and about to die, or what? Nothing. Kramer stood up. I think as soon as we get to the moon base, I'll make a vid call to Earth. I want to talk to somebody about this. Who's that? Gross asked. Dolores. Maybe she remembers something. That's a good idea, Gross said. Where are you calling from? Dolores asked, when he succeeded in reaching her. From the moon base. All kinds of rumors are running around. Why didn't the ship come back? What happened? I'm afraid you ran off with it. He? The old man, Professor Thomas. Kramer explained what had happened. Dolores listened intently. How strange. And you think he planned it all in advance? From the start? I'm certain. He asked for the plans of construction and the theoretical designs at once. But why? What for? I don't know. Look, Dolores, what do you remember about him? Is there anything that might give a clue to all this? Like what? I don't know. That's the trouble. On the vid screen, Dolores knitted her brow. I remember he raised chickens in his backyard, and once he had a goat. She smiled. Do you remember the day the goat got loose and wandered down the main street of town? Nobody could figure out where it came from. Anything else? No. He watched her struggling, trying to remember. He wanted to have a farm sometime. I know. All right, thanks. Kramer touched the switch. When I get back to Terra, maybe I'll stop and see you. Let me know how it works out. He cut the line, and the picture dimmed and faded. He walked slowly back to where Gross and some of the officers of the military were sitting at the chart table, talking. Any luck? Gross said, looking up. No. All she remembers is that he kept a goat. Come over and look at this detail chart. Gross motioned him around to his side. Watch! Kramer saw the record tabs moving furiously, the little white dots racing back and forth. What's happening? He asked. A squadron outside the defense zone has finally managed to contact the ship. They're maneuvering now, for position. Watch. The white counters were forming a barrel formation around a black dot that was moving steadily across the board, away from the central position. As they watched, the white dots constricted around it. They're ready to open fire, a technician at the board said. Commander, what shall we tell them to do? Gross hesitated. I hate to be the one who makes the decision. When it comes right down to it, it's not just a ship, Kramer said. It's a man. A living person. A human being is up there, moving through space. I wish we knew what. But the order has to be given. We can't take any chances. Suppose he went over to them, to the Yucks. Kramer's jaw dropped. My God, he wouldn't do that. Are you sure? Do you know what he'll do? He wouldn't do that. Gross turned to the technician. Tell them to go ahead. I'm sorry, sir, but now the ship has gotten away. Look down at the board. Gross stared down, Kramer over his shoulder. The black dot had slipped through the white dots and moved off in an abrupt angle. The white dots were broken up, dispersing in confusion. "He's an unusual strategist," one of the officers said. He traced the line. "It's an ancient maneuver, an old Prussian device. But it worked." The white dots were turning back. "Too many yuck ships out that far," Gross said. "Well, that's what you get when you don't act quickly." He looked up coldly at Kramer. "We should have done it when we had him. Look at him go." He jabbed a finger at the rapidly moving black dot. The dot came to the edge of the board and stopped. It had reached the limit of the chartered area. "See?" Now what? Kramer thought, watching. So the old man had escaped the cruisers and gotten away. He was alert, all right. There was nothing wrong with his mind, or with his ability to control his new body. Body. The ship was a new body for him. He had traded in the old dying body, withered and frail, for this hulking frame of metal and plastic, turbines and rocket jets. He was strong now, strong and big. The new body was more powerful than 1,000 human bodies. But how long would it last him? The average life of a cruiser was only 10 years. With careful handling, he might get 20 out of it, before some essential part failed and there was no way to replace it. And then... what then? What would he do when something failed and there was no one to fix it for him? That would be the end. Someplace, far out in the cold darkness of space, the ship would slow down, silent and lifeless, to exhaust its last heat into the eternal timelessness of outer space. Or perhaps it would crash on some barren asteroid, burst into 1,000,000 fragments. It was only a question of time. "Your wife didn't remember anything?" Gross said. "I told you. Only that he kept a goat. Once. A hell of a lot of help, that is." Kramer shrugged. "It's not my fault." "I wonder if I'll ever see him again." Gross stared down at the indicator dot, still hanging at the edge of the board. "I wonder if he'll ever move back this way." "I wonder too," Kramer said. That night, Kramer lay in bed, tossing from side to side, unable to sleep. The moon gravity, even artificially increased, was unfamiliar to him, and it made him uncomfortable. 1,000 thoughts wandered loose in his head as he lay fully awake. What did it all mean? What was the professor's plan? Maybe they would never know. Maybe the ship was gone for good. The old man had left forever, shooting into outer space. They might never find out why he had done it, what purpose, if any, had been in his mind. Kramer sat up in bed. He turned on the light and lit a cigarette. His quarters were small, a metal-lined bunk room, part of the moon station base. The old man had wanted to talk to him. He had wanted to discuss things, hold a conversation, but in the hysteria and confusion, all they had been able to think of was getting away. The ship was rushing off without them, carrying them into outer space. Kramer set his jaw. Could they be blamed for jumping? They had no idea where they were being taken, or why. They were helpless, caught in their own ship, and the pursuit ship standing by waiting to pick them up was their only chance. Another half hour and it would have been too late. But what had the old man wanted to say? What had he intended to tell him in those first confusing moments, when the ship around them had come alive, each metal strut and wire suddenly animate, the body of a living creature, a vast metal organism? It was weird, unnerving. He could not forget it, even now. He looked around the small room uneasily. What did it signify? The coming to life of metal and plastic? All at once they had found themselves inside a living creature, in its stomach, like Jonah inside the whale. It had been alive, and it had talked to them, talked calmly and rationally as it rushed them off faster and faster into space. The wall speaker and circuit had become the vocal cords and mouth, the wiring, the spinal cord and nerves, the hatches and relays and circuit breakers, the muscles. They had been helpless, completely helpless. The ship had, in a brief second, stolen their power away from them and left them defenseless, practically at its mercy. It was not right. It made him uneasy. All his life he had controlled machines, bent nature and the forces of nature to man and man's needs. The human race has slowly evolved until it was in a position to operate things, run them as it saw fit. Now all at once it had been plunged back down the ladder again, prostrate before a power against which they were children. Kramer got out of bed. He put on his bathrobe and began to search for a cigarette. While he was searching, the vidphone rang. He snapped the vidphone on. Yes? The face of the immediate monitor appeared. A call from Tara, Mr. Kramer. An emergency call. Emergency call? For me? Put it through. Kramer came awake, brushing his hair back out of his eyes. Alarm plucked at him. From the speaker, a strange voice came. Philip Kramer? Is this Kramer? Yes, go on. This is General Hospital, New York City, Tara. Mr. Kramer, your wife is here. She has been critically injured in an accident. Your name was given to us to call. Is it possible for you to... How badly? Kramer gripped the vidphone stand. Is it serious? Yes, it's serious, Mr. Kramer. Are you able to come here? The quicker you can come, the better. Yes, Kramer nodded. I'll come. Thanks. The screen died as the connection was broken. Kramer waited a moment, then he tapped the button. The screen relit again. Yes, sir, the monitor said. Can I get a ship to Tara at once? It's an emergency. My wife. There's no ship leaving the moon for 8 hours. You'll have to wait until the next period. Isn't there anything I can do? We can broadcast a general request to all ships passing through this area. Sometimes cruisers pass by here returning to Tara for repairs. Will you broadcast that for me? I'll come down to the field. Yes, sir, but there may be no ship in the area for a while. It's a gamble. The screen died. Kramer dressed quickly. He put on his coat and hurried to the lift. A moment later he was running across the general receiving lobby, past the rows of vacant desks and conference tables. At the door, the sentry stepped aside and he went outside, onto the great concrete steps. The face of the moon was in shadow. Below him the field stretched out in total darkness, a black void, endless, without form. He made his way carefully down the steps and along the ramp, along the side of the field, to the control tower. A faint row of red lights showed him the way. 2 soldiers challenged him at the foot of the tower, standing in the shadows, their guns ready. Kramer? Yes. A light was flashed in his face. Your call has been sent out already. Any luck? Kramer asked. There's a cruiser nearby that has made contact with us. It has an injured jet and is moving slowly back towards Tara, away from the line. Good, Kramer nodded, a flood of relief rushing through him. He lit a cigarette and gave one to each of the soldiers. The soldiers lit up. Sir, one of them asked, is it true about this experimental ship? What do you mean? It came to life and ran off? No, not exactly, Kramer said. It had a new type of control system instead of the Johnson units. It wasn't properly tested. But sir, one of the cruisers that was there got up close to it, and a buddy of mine says this ship acted funny. He never saw anything like it. It was like when he was fishing once on Tara, in Washington State, fishing for bass. The fish were smart, going this way and that. Here's your cruiser, the other soldier said. Look! An enormous vague shape was setting slowly down onto the field. They could make nothing out but its row of tiny green blinkers. Kramer stared at the shape. Better hurry, sir, the soldier said. They don't want to stick around here very long. Thanks. Kramer loped across the field, toward the black shape that rose up above him, extended across the width of the field. The ramp was down from the side of the cruiser, and he caught hold of it. The ramp rose, and a moment later Kramer was inside the hold of the ship. The hatch slid shut behind him. As he made his way up the stairs to the main deck, the turbines roared up from the moon, out into space. Kramer opened the door to the main deck. He stopped suddenly, staring around him in surprise. There was nobody in sight. The ship was deserted. Good God, he said. Realization swept over him, numbing him. He sat down on the bench, his head swimming. Good God. The ship roared out into space, leaving the moon and Tara farther behind each moment, and there was nothing he could do. So, it was you who put the call through, he said at last. It was you who called me on the vidphone, not any hospital on Tara. It was all part of the plan. He looked up and around him. And Dolores is really... Your wife is fine, the wall speaker above him said tonelessly. It was a fraud. I am sorry to trick you that way, Philip, but it was all I could think of. Another day and you would have been back on Tara. I do not want to remain in this area any longer than necessary. They have been so certain of finding me out in deep space that I have been able to stay here without too much danger. but even the purloined letter was found eventually. Kramer smoked his cigarette nervously. What are you going to do? Where are we going? First, I want to talk to you. I have many things to discuss. I was very disappointed when you left me, along with the others. I had hoped that you would remain. The dry voice chuckled. Remember how we used to talk in the old days, you and I? That was a long time ago. The ship was gaining speed. It plunged through space at tremendous speed, rushing through the last of the defense zone and out beyond. A rush of nausea made Kramer bend over for a moment. When he straightened up, the voice from the wall went on. I'm sorry to step it up so quickly, but we are still in danger. Another few moments and we'll be free. What about the Yuck ships? Aren't they out here? I've already slipped away from several of them. They're quite curious about me. Curious? They sense that I'm different, more like their own organic minds. They don't like it. I believe they will begin to withdraw from this area soon. Apparently they don't want to get involved with me. They are an odd race, Philip. I would have liked to study them closely, try to learn something about them. I'm of the opinion that they use no inert material. All their equipment and instruments are alive, in some form or other. They don't construct or build at all. The idea of making is foreign to them. They utilize existing forms, even their ships. Where are we going? Kramer said. I want to know where you are taking me. Frankly, I'm not certain. You're not certain? I haven't worked some details out. There are a few vague spots in my program still, but I think that in a short while I'll have them ironed out. What is your program? Kramer said. It's really very simple, but don't you want to come into the control room and sit? The seats are much more comfortable than that metal bench. Kramer went into the control room and sat down at the control board. Looking at the useless apparatus made him feel strange. What's the matter? The speaker above the board rasped. Kramer gestured helplessly. I'm powerless. I can't do anything, and I don't like it. Do you blame me? No, I don't blame you. But you'll get your control back soon. Don't worry. This is only a temporary expedient, taking you off this way. It was something I didn't contemplate. I forgot that orders would be given out to shoot me on sight. It was Gross's idea. I don't doubt that. My conception, my plan, came to me as soon as you began to describe your project, that day at my house. I saw at once that you were wrong. You people have no understanding of the mind at all. I realized that the transfer of a human brain from an organic body to a complex artificial spaceship would not involve the loss of the intellectualization faculty of the mind. When a man thinks, he is. When I realized that, I saw the possibility of an age-old dream becoming real. I was quite elderly when I first met you, Philip. Even then, my lifespan had pretty much come to its end. I could look ahead to nothing but death, and with it the extinction of all my ideas. I had made no mark on the world, not at all. My students, one by one, passed from me into the world, to take up jobs in the great research project, the search for better and bigger weapons of war. The world has been fighting for a long time, first with itself, then with the Martians, then with these beings from Proxima Centauri, whom we know nothing about. Human society has evolved as a cultural institution, like the science of astronomy or mathematics. War is a part of our lives, a career, a respected vocation. Bright, alert young men and women move into it, putting their shoulders to the wheel as they did in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. It has always been so. But is it innate in mankind? I don't think so. No social custom is innate. There were many human groups that did not go to war. The Eskimos never grasped the idea at all, and the American Indians never took to it well. But these dissenters were wiped out, and a cultural pattern was established that became the standard for the whole planet. Now it has become ingrained in us. But if someplace along the line, some other way of settling problems had arisen and taken hold, something different than the massing of men and material to... What's your plan? Kramer said. I know the theory. It was part of one of your lectures. Yes, buried in a lecture on plant selection, as I recall. When you came to me with this proposition, I realized that perhaps my conception could be brought to life, after all. If my theory were right, that war is only a habit, not an instinct, a society built apart from Terra with a minimum of cultural roots might develop differently. If it failed to absorb our outlook, if it could start out on another foot, it might not arrive at the same point to which we have come, a dead end, with nothing but greater and greater wars in sight, until nothing is left but ruin and destruction everywhere. Of course, there would have to be a watcher to guide the experiment at first. A crisis would undoubtedly come very quickly, probably in the second generation. Cain would arise almost at once. You see, Kramer, I estimate that if I remain at rest most of the time, on some small planet or moon, I may be able to keep functioning for almost 100 years. That would be time enough, sufficient to see the direction of the new colony. After that it would be up to the colony itself. Which is just as well, of course. Man must take control eventually, on his own. 100 years, and after that they will have control of their own destiny. Perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps war is more than a habit. Perhaps it is a law of the universe, that things can only survive as groups by group violence. But I'm going ahead and taking the chance that it is only a habit, that I'm right, that war is something we're so accustomed to that we don't realize it is a very unnatural thing. Now, as to the place, I'm still very vague about that. We must find the place still. That's where we're going now. You and I are going to inspect a few systems off the beaten path. Planets where the trading prospects are low enough to keep Terran ships away. I know of one planet that might be a good place. It was reported by the Fairchild expedition in their original manual. We may look into that, for a start. The ship was silent. Kramer sat for a time, staring down at the metal floor under him. The floor throbbed dully with the motion of the turbines. At last he looked up. You might be right. Maybe our outlook is only a habit. Kramer got to his feet. But I wonder if something has occurred to you. What is that? If it's such a deeply ingrained habit, going back thousands of years, how are you going to get your colonists to make the break? Leave Terra and Terran customs? How about this generation? The first ones? The people who found the colony? I think you're right that the next generation would be free of all this. If there were he grinned, an old man above to teach them something else instead. Kramer looked up at the wall speaker. How are you going to get people to leave Terra and come with you, if, by your own theory, this generation can't be saved? It all has to start with the next. The wall speaker was silent. Then it made a sound. The faint, dry chuckle. I'm surprised at you, Philip. Settlers can be found. We won't need many, just a few. The speaker chuckled again. I'll acquaint you with my solution. At the far end of the corridor, a door slid open. There was sound. A hesitant sound. Kramer turned. Dolores! Dolores Kramer stood uncertainly, looking into the control room. She blinked in amazement. Phil! What are you doing here? What's going on? They stared at each other. What's happening? Dolores said. I received a vid call that you had been hurt in a lunar explosion. The wall speaker rasped to life. You see, Philip, that problem is already solved. We don't need so many people. Even a single couple might do. Kramer nodded slowly. I see, he murmured thickly. Just one couple. One man and woman. That might make it all right, if there were someone to watch and see that things went as they should. There will be quite a few things I can help you with, Philip. Quite a few. We'll get along very well, I think. Kramer grinned wryly. You could even help us name the animals, he said. I understand that's the first step. I'll be glad to, the toneless, impersonal voice said. As I recall, my part will be to bring them to you, one by one. Then you can do the actual naming. I don't understand, Dolores faltered. What does he mean, Phil? Naming animals? What kind of animals? Where are we going? Kramer walked slowly over to the port and stood staring silently out, his arms folded. Beyond the ship a myriad fragments of light gleamed, countless coals glowing in the dark void. Stars, suns, systems, endless, without number. A universe of worlds, an infinity of planets waiting for them, gleaming and winking from the darkness. He turned back, away from the port. Where are we going? He smiled at his wife, standing nervous and frightened, her large eyes full of alarm. I don't know where we're going, he said, but somehow that doesn't seem too important right now. I'm beginning to see the professor's point. It's the result that counts. And for the first time in many months, he put his arm around Dolores. At first she stiffened, the fright and nervousness still in her eyes. But then suddenly she relaxed against him, and there were tears wetting her cheeks. Phil, do you really think we can start over again? You and I? He kissed her tenderly, then passionately, and the spaceship shot swiftly through the endless, trackless eternity of the void. End of Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Ryan Snyder.
The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Bickers. The Next Logical Step. I don't really see where this problem has anything to do with me, the CIA man said. And frankly, there are a lot of more important things I could be doing. Ford, the physicist, glanced at General Leroy. The general had that quizzical expression on his face, the look that meant he was about to do something decisive. "Would you like to see the problem firsthand?" the general asked innocently. The CIA man took a quick look at his wristwatch. "Okay, if it doesn't take too long. It's late enough already." "It won't take very long, will it, Ford?" the general said, getting out of his chair. "Not very long," Ford agreed. "Only a lifetime." The CIA man grunted as they went to the doorway and left the general's office. Going down the dark, deserted hallway, their footsteps echoed hollowly. "I can't overemphasize the seriousness of the problem," General Leroy said to the CIA man. 8 ranking members of the general staff have either resigned their commissions or gone straight to the violent ward after just one session with this computer. The CIA man scowled. "Is this area secure?" General Leroy's face turned red. "This entire building is as secure as any edifice in the free world, mister, and it's empty. We're the only living people inside here at this hour. I'm not taking any chances." "Just want to be sure." "Perhaps if I explain the computer a little more," Ford said, changing the subject, "you'll know what to expect." "Good idea," said the man from the CIA. "We told you this is the most modern, most complex, and delicate computer in the world. Nothing like it has ever been attempted before, anywhere." "I know that they don't have anything like it," the CIA man agreed. "And you also know, I suppose, that it was built to simulate actual war situations. We fight wars in this computer, wars with missiles and bombs and gas. Real wars, complete down to the tiniest detail. The computer tells us what will actually happen to every missile, every city, every man, who dies, how many planes are lost, how many trucks will fail to start on a cold morning, whether a battle is won or lost." General Leroy interrupted. "The computer runs these analyses for both sides so we can see what's happening to them, too." The CIA man gestured impatiently. "War game simulations aren't new. You've been doing them for years." "Yes, but this machine is different," Ford pointed out. "It not only gives a much more detailed war game, it's the next logical step in the development of machine-simulated war games." He hesitated dramatically. "Well, what is it?" "We've added a variation of the electroencephalograph." The CIA man stopped walking. "The what?" "Electroencephalograph. You know, a recording device that reads the electrical patterns of your brain, like the electrocardiograph." "Oh." "But you see, we've given the EEG a reverse twist. Instead of using a machine that makes a recording of the brain's electrical wave output, we've developed a device that will take the computer's readout tapes and turn them into electrical patterns that are put into your brain." "I don't get it." General Leroy took over. "You sit at the machine's control console. A helmet is placed over your head. You set the machine in operation. You see the results." "Yes," Ford went on. "Instead of reading rows of figures from the computer's printer, you actually see the war being fought. Complete visual and auditory hallucinations. You can watch the progress of the battles, and as you change strategy and tactics, you can see the results before your eyes." "The idea originally was to make it easier for the general staff to visualize strategic situations," General Leroy said. "But everyone who's used the machine has either resigned his commission or gone insane," Ford added. The CIA man cocked an eye at Leroy. "You've used the computer." "Correct." "And you have neither resigned nor cracked up." General Leroy nodded. "I called you in." Before the CIA man could comment, Ford said, "The computer's right inside this doorway. Let's get this over with while the building is still empty." They stepped in. The physicist and the general showed the CIA man through the room-filling rows of massive consoles. "It's all transistorized and sub-miniaturized, of course," Ford explained. That's the only way we could build so much detail into the machine and still have it small enough to fit inside a single building. A single building? Oh, yes, this is only the control section. Most of this building is taken up by the circuits, the memory banks, and the rest of it. They showed him finally to a small desk studded with control buttons and dials. The single spotlight above the desk lit it brilliantly, in harsh contrast to the semi-darkness of the rest of the room. "Since you've never run the computer before," Ford said, "General Leroy will do the controlling. You just sit and watch what happens." The general sat in one of the well-padded chairs and donned a grotesque headgear that was connected to the desk by a half-dozen wires. The CIA man took his chair slowly. When they put one of the bulky helmets on him, he looked up at them, squinting a little in the bright light. This isn't going to, well, do me any damage, is it?" "My goodness, no," Ford said. "You mean mentally? No, of course not. You're not on the general staff, so it shouldn't, it won't affect you the way it did the others. Their reaction had nothing to do with the computer per se." "Several civilians have used the computer with no ill effects," General Leroy said. "Ford has used it many times." The CIA man nodded, and they closed the transparent visor over his face. He sat there and watched General Leroy press a series of buttons, then turn a dial. "Can you hear me?" The general's voice came muffled through the helmet. "Yes," he said. "All right, here we go. You're familiar with Situation 121? That's what we're going to be seeing." Situation 121 was a standard war game. The CIA man was well acquainted with it. He watched the general flip a switch, then sit back and fold his arms over his chest. A row of lights on the desk console began blinking on and off. 1, 2, 3, down to the end of the row, then back to the beginning again, on and off, on and off. And then, somehow, he could see it. He was poised incredibly somewhere in space, and he could see it all in a funny, blurry, double-sided, dreamlike way. He seemed to be seeing several pictures and hearing many voices all at once. It was all mixed up, and yet it made a weird kind of sense. For a panicked instant, he wanted to rip the helmet off his head. It's only an illusion, he told himself, forcing calm on his unwilling nerves. Only an illusion. But it seemed strangely real. He was watching the Gulf of Mexico. He could see Florida off to his right and the arching coast of the southeastern United States. He could even make out the Rio Grande River. Situation 121 started, he remembered, with the discovery of missile-bearing enemy submarines in the Gulf. Even as he watched the whole area, as though perched on a satellite, he could see, underwater and close up, the menacing shadowy figure of a submarine gliding through the crystal blue sea. He saw, too, a patrol plane as it spotted the submarine and sent an urgent radio warning. The underwater picture dissolved in a bewildering burst of bubbles. A missile had been launched. Within seconds, another burst, this time a nuclear depth charge, utterly destroyed the submarine. It was confusing. He was every place at once. The details were overpowering, but the total picture was agonizingly clear. 6 submarines fired missiles from the Gulf of Mexico. 4 were immediately sunk, but too late. New Orleans, St. Louis, and 3 Air Force bases were obliterated by hydrogen fusion warheads. The CIA man was familiar with the opening stages of the war. The first missile fired at the United States was the signal for whole fleets of missiles and bombers to launch themselves at the enemy. It was confusing to see the world at once. At times he could not tell if the fireball and mushroom cloud was over Chicago or Shanghai, New York or Novosibirsk, Baltimore or Budapest. It did not make much difference, really. They all got it in the first few hours of the war, as did London and Moscow, Washington and Peking, Detroit and Delhi, and many, many more. The defensive systems on all sides seemed to operate well, except that there were never enough anti-missiles. Defensive systems were expensive compared to attack rockets. It was cheaper to build a deterrent than to defend against it. The missiles flashed up from submarines and railway cars, from underground silos and stratospheric jets. Secret ones fired off automatically when a certain airbase command post ceased beaming out a restraining radio signal. The defensive systems were simply overloaded. And when the bombs ran out, the missiles carried dust and germs and gas. On, for 6 days and 6 fire-lit nights. Launch, boost, coast, re-enter, death. And now it was over, the CIA man thought. The missiles were all gone. The airplanes were exhausted. The nations that had built the weapons no longer existed. By all the rules he knew of, the war should have been ended. Yet the fighting did not end. The machine knew better. There were still many ways to kill an enemy, time-tested ways. There were armies fighting in 4 continents, armies that had marched overland or splashed ashore from the sea or dropped out of the skies. Incredibly, the war went on. When the tanks ran out of gas and the flamethrowers became useless and even the prosaic artillery pieces had no more rounds to fire, there were still simple guns and even simpler bayonets and swords. The proud armies, the descendants of the Alexanders and Caesars and Temujins and Wellingtons and Grants and Rommels, relived their evolution in reverse. The war went on. Slowly, inevitably, the army split apart into smaller and smaller units until the tortured countryside that so recently had felt the impact of nuclear war once again knew the tread of bands of armed marauders. The tiny savage groups stranded in alien lands, far from the homes and families that they knew to be destroyed, carried on a mockery of war, lived off the land, fought their own countrymen if the occasion suited, and revived the ancient terror of hand-wielded, personal, one-head-at-a-time killing. The CIA man watched the world disintegrate. Death was an individual business now, and none the better for no longer being mass-produced. In agonized fascination, he saw the myriad ways in which a man might die. Murder was only one of them. Radiation, disease, toxic gases that lingered and drifted on the once innocent winds, and, finally, the most efficient destroyer of them all, starvation. 3 billion people, give or take a meaningless 100 million, lived on the planet Earth when the war began. Now, with the tenuous thread of civilization burned away, most of those who were not killed by the fighting itself succumbed inexorably to starvation. Not everyone died, of course. Life went on. Some were lucky. A long darkness settled on the world. Life went on for a few, a pitiful few, a bitter, hateful, suspicious, savage few. Cities became pest holes. Books became fuel. Knowledge died. Civilization was completely gone from the planet Earth. The helmet was slowly lifted off his head. The CIA man found that he was too weak to raise his arms and help. He was shivering and damp with perspiration. "Now you see," Ford said quietly, "why the military men cracked up when they used the computer." General Leroy even was pale. How can a man with any conscience at all direct a military operation when he knows that that will be the consequence? The CIA man struck up a cigarette and pulled hard on it. He exhaled sharply. Are all the war games like that every plan? Some are worse, Ford said. We picked an average one for you. Even some of the brush fire games get out of hand and end up like that. So, what do you intend to do? Why did you call me in? What can I do? You're with CIA, the general said. Don't you handle espionage? Yes, but what's that got to do with it? The general looked at him. It seems to me that the next logical step is to make damn certain that they get the plans to this computer. And fast. The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. Recording by James Bickers, www.jamesbickers.com.
Old Friends Are the Best by Jack Sharkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Side note. Are you one of those people who save the best things for the last? Who eat all the chocolate sundae away from under the maraschino cherry? If so, you are very like the Peter W. Merrill moon plant. It had no awareness of time, so it did not know nor concern itself with the millennia that passed since it first drew up the dissolved silicates from the shifting gray remnants of soil and arranged them inside the walls of the 1,000 green pods that were its body cells, and settled down to wait. Somewhere within its fragile cortex a tiny pulse of life beat. It was a feeble pulse, to be sure, and one that a man, unless he could observe it for 1,000 years without blinking, would not be aware of. As the normal human heart beats 72 times a minute, so did this tiny swelling of tube contract once each 100 years. 50 tireless years of contraction, then 50 soothing years of relaxation, bringing the walls of the slender tube together, then letting them ease apart. But it was sufficient for its life. The pallid yellow sap was moved about inside the plant once each 100 years, and the plasm of the silicon protected cellular structure absorbed just the needed amount, bleeding off the waste products between the very molecules of the silicon buttresses, and patiently waiting the century out till the second helping came oozing around. And so it lay dormant, through heat that could send a man into convulsions of agony in seconds, through cold that fractional degree lower than can be achieved in a scientific laboratory. It did not know where it was, nor what it was, nor how precarious, by cosmic standards, was its chance of survival, with sap enough stored in the stiff coarse roots for only a few more million years. It simply was, and knew that it was, and was satisfied. Such a tiny organism can have only the most rudimentary of memories, but it remembered. Once, long before, there had been more. Life had been the same, but somehow fuller. When it tried to recall exactly in what this fullness lay, the memory just was not there, only a vague recollection of comfort, motion, satiation. When the men landed on the moon in the 20th century, they did not find it at first. Locating it would have been comparable to stumbling upon a solitary blade of grass embedded in ice at the South Pole. Men came to the moon, though, and began to settle there. The first homes they knew were metal shacks filled with life-giving gases of their planetary atmosphere, and devoid of all comforts save those necessary for maintenance of life. But men have a way of rising above the status quo, and so, within half a pulse beat of the planet, the surface of the moon became dotted with these iglooic shacks. Then pressurized tunnels radiated out in a unifying network, and soon the domes began to grow. Immense translucent, light-weighted structures of enormous strength bubbled up on the moon, and soon cities were being built beneath them, strange, towering, fairyland cities on this satellite where people and architecture alike boasted 6 times the power possessed on Earth. The cities soared upward in glinting stalagmitic pinnacles, whose tapering ends seemed to threaten the fabric of the domes themselves, but were in reality still far below the blue-white curving surface. Machines lay buried now in the gray pumice that was the surface of the moon, machines that drained gases from the oxides and nitrates within the planetoid, and filled the domes for the people with the life-giving gases. And still the moon grew more domes, and more. And then, 3 motions of the tiny plant, after the primal landing of men on the moon, 3 half-cycles later, a pulse and a half, it was found. The man who found it was an engineer, a man of high intelligence. For building on the moon was a perilous undertaking. A man had to know stresses and strains, had to be able to read gauges that warned of vacuum pockets beneath the crust of the moon that, if broken into, could suck the life-giving gases from the metal caissons within which the men laid the foundations of new domes. Had it been on Earth, and the workmen unionized and possibly unlettered, it would have had the fate of a dandelion that stands in the path of a growing subway tube. Unfortunately, the man, as mentioned, had intelligence. Carefully, the fossil, so he presumed, was cut away from the rock in which it was rooted, and lay gently in a bed of soft cotton, and that bed in a plastic casing, and the casing in a metal box. The box was loaded aboard a spaceship and sent to a man back on Earth. The man was an eminent botanist, and, eminent or not, he nearly jumped with joy when he opened the box, unsealed the container, plucked away the cotton, and saw the plant lying there. It was dead, insofar as he knew, and apparently useless except perhaps as a club, but the botanist was delighted to receive it. Through his head passed notions of cutting it in two, then polishing the twin cut surfaces, and studying the cell structure, so that he might compare its construction with similar, if there were any plants of Earth, and then write a learned thesis about it, which could be read only by other eminent botanists, who would all then curse their luck for not having been friends with any engineers on the moon. The whole procedure, taking the cosmic view, was almost pointless, but it would make the botanist happy at least. However, after setting up his instruments and placing the plant in a sort of padded vise to steady it against the invasion of its privacy, he chanced to see a bit of root, broken off by sheer unaccustomed weight on the planet, lying upon the lab table, and he placed that beneath the glass lens of his microscope and studied it instead. "I'll be damned," he said. "The plasm is liquid." A few dozen of the shattered cells had indeed let their contents spill out onto the slide of his scope. "I wonder," he mused, "if it is viable. Wouldn't that make for an interesting paper?" he went on, building his dreams upon dreams. "A moon plant growing in my garden." He decided, as is the way with botanists, to name his it was now his, having abandoned liberty when it abandoned the moon to name his plant after himself. And that's how it came to be called the Peter W. Merrill moon plant. He put it in his garden and arranged a small protective wire cylinder around it and sprinkled it with water. Then he went into the house to start typing up his notes for that forthcoming paper. As he lay there in the soft loam, feeling the cool trickling of the water passing over his stiff tendrils, the newly christened Pete felt a stirring within himself. The sunlight that now struck him was filtered by an atmosphere and gentle in its action upon him. Pete prodded his memory, and suddenly decided that silicates, after all, are not the most comfortable of linings for one's tender green cells. He seemed to recall a state of lush sybaritic softness in pre-silicate times. Decidedly, the silicates must go, thought Pete. And go they did, molecule by molecule, down into the earth through his roots, which were now acting as tiny spigots, getting rid of the scratchy stuff that had bolstered the cell walls against change for millennia past, leaving Pete softer, greener, livelier, and a constant delight to the heart of Peter W. Merrill the First, whenever he came out to tend his plant between pages of his thesis. Pete, after spewing the first hateful molecule away, reversed his tiny fiber engines and began to draw in. He drew in all sorts of things as the days passed. A lot of minerals and just enough water to float them in. Mostly, Pete's growing hunger sought out iron. Pete didn't know why he wanted iron any more than a smoker knows why he wants another cigarette, but Pete's interest in iron was as intense as any smoker's in tobacco. Above the ground he grew very few inches larger, merely broadening his dark green spiral leaves a bit to catch the tiny amount of warmth he required for growth. But beneath the soil, as with any tuberous plant, his roots were spread in a rough, circular, spoke-like pattern that reached about 10 miles in every direction. Pete Sr., had he tried to dig his plant up, would have been very much surprised to find he could not do it. But he didn't try, so his life went on as usual, with no surprises, which is the way he preferred it, so he was happy enough. It wasn't until his paper had been duly published and botanical cronies had shaken the dust from their whiskers and toddled around to see this enviable possession that something of the root structure was discovered. "Seems to spread underground," one remarked. "Kind of a lunatic crab grass," another jibed. "Sure you're not pulling our leg, Merrill?" said a third. "Seems a bit stunted." "Gravity," said Pete Sr. "Not used to it yet." Then they all had coffee and cake, shook hands with Pete Sr., and went to their homes and laboratories. By this time, of course, at the farthest reaches of Pete's root network, duplicate Petes were popping up above ground, quietly and unostentatiously. Pete stood barely 5 inches high, and much like their parent. They too began sending out spoke-like root networks, some of them stronger than others, sent roots for a radius of 100 miles, others for a few leagues, and no more. Eventually, Pete Sr. reached an age where his body cells died more rapidly than they were replaced. That is, he achieved old age, and he passed from his life, leaving a wife, 3 children, and an unpaid fertilizer bill. Pete himself by now was pulsing considerably faster. In fact, incredibly faster, after his once-a-century contraction of short years before. His pulse rate was now in the neighborhood of 10 per second, which is a pretty good increase. It soon reached hundreds per second, and his offspring weren't far behind him, either. Since the whole plant was now as interwoven with Pete-type networks as the inside of a baseball with string, this constant vibration, which slowly began to beat in a united concentration, began to make itself felt. People started to complain about it. So scientists with seismographs, and even dowsers with willowy twigs, began to seek out the source of this unnerving, almost supersonic, thrilling of the planet crust. Eventually they located the tiny green plants with the spirally leaves at the center, the loudest point of each network. Someone recognized the plant, and they confirmed this someone's suspicions by a check of the public library's back issues of Botanist Quarterly. It was the moon plant, all right. The Peter W. Merrill moon plant. Yes, sir, that's what it was. The public, though, was not satisfied with the finding of a name for the disturbance and insisted that it be brought to a halt somehow. Naturally, the International Society of Botanists, Biologists, and Biochemists raised one hell of a fuss about this, but on a democratic planet they were summarily outvoted, and all spirally little green Peter W. Merrill moon plants were, well, not uprooted, that would be impossible, but they were all cropped flush with the earth wherever found, and salt, acid, and all manner of nasty things poured into the stumps. However, nothing happened at all to the vibrations. People began to get fidgety and started petitioning their representatives in government to do something. A lot of speeches were then made, all over Earth, about the noise and general disturbance of the moon plant roots, but none of them offered a solution to the increasing racket. It was about this time that plumb lines started hanging crooked. Oh, it wasn't detected at first. How could it be, at first? Because you judge things by plumbness, not vice versa. However, in a month, when everything was about 5 degrees off the vertical, notice began to be taken. When oranges began rolling off the ground in the California and Florida groves, and huddling in a mound here and there upon this countryside, the spirit of worry injected itself into the public consciousness. Niagara Falls' spectacular skew-wise splashing toward the Canadian side didn't set many hearts at ease, either. And then someone remembered the moon plants, and saw that each new apparent gravity tug was coming from the stump of one of the plants, and a leading scientist figured out the answer after getting a snipped off segment of moon plant root and testing the hell out of it. It seems, he announced to the world, or that portion of the world that was watching his appearance on TV, there being considerable competition with the new series of NBC specials on another channel. It seems that this Peter W. Merrill moon plant is magnetic to a certain degree, though not magnetism as we know it. It's more as though each plant, through the positioning of its roots and the coiling of same, plus a heavy concentration of iron in its physical makeup, has managed to make itself, or rather the stump itself, since all the plants were cut down a short while back, to make itself the center of an artificial gravity field. This field seems to grow, rather, these many fields seem to grow in strength by the hour, and they have a tendency to topple things, the gravitational tug being most disastrous near the centers of the fields. The rims, though the angle of gravity is sharper there, are safer for stability only because they are balanced by more tugs from adjoining fields. Well, he went on this way for an hour or so, and soon his listeners, those who stayed tuned in, knew what the problem was. Down wasn't going to be down much longer. It was going to depend on which moon plant stump you happened to be near. The prospect didn't seem too much fun, and people started selling their homes and such, and booking passage to the moon, where life was controlled but carefree and free of annoying vibrations and rolling oranges. Lunar real estate enjoyed a fabulous boom for weeks after the telecast by the scientists, but it was soon all filled up, and further emigrations would have to await the construction of more domes to house the newcomers. The laggards, understandably, raised a fuss about this callous attitude and went moonward anyway until about two-thirds of the earth's population was on the moon, the place becoming so hopelessly crowded that people had to half rent rooms there, sleeping in alternating shifts with other half renters and spending their waking hours watering the streets. "Things," sighed one realtor to another, "can't get much worse." And that's when the first meteor landed on Earth. In the general excitement, first about vibrations, then about gravitational fields, then about packing up and going to the moon, most newspapers had pushed to the want-ad papers little articles by eminent astronomers, in which were noted the odd behaviors of certain large planetoids in the asteroid belt between Earth and Mars. These cosmic hunks of rock seemed to be peeling off, the general formation of the ellipse followed by their fellows and moving sunward, singly or in small homogeneous groupings. Well, the first one landed and left a dent on the earth where the Congo used to be, the shock being felt as far north as Oslo to add to their vibrational, gravitational, and evacuational difficulties. Scientists on the moon, being as single-minded as scientists anywhere, became ecstatic. At last the mystery of the ages was solved. Who put the pox in the face of the moon? A Peter W. Merrill moon plant, of course. They looked down in rapture as meteor after meteor, drawn across the countless miles of space by the pulsating gravity fields, plunged into the earth, leaving pox visible to the naked moon dweller's eye, and darned if each meteor didn't strike dead center of each plant network. After about a month, Earth looked almost exactly like the moon had once looked, with the exception of one locale, Australia and much of the Pacific Ocean surrounding it. "It will indeed be a titanic meteor that hits there," the moon scientists enthused. For their careful check of the records showed that only one plant had been found on the whole continent of Australia, toward the eastern coast, which meant that its network probably extended beneath the Pacific itself, with a gigantic field reaching its hungry magnetic fingers into space. And then someone noticed that no more asteroids had peeled from the formation. The void between the asteroid belt and Earth was barren of hurtling rock. "Wonderful," the scientists enthused. "It means that each field down there on Earth ceased its tug the moment its meteors struck it. That means that once the final meteor lands, the Peter W. Merrill moon plant will be dead, and we can get some of the crowd off this place. Earth's a bit ragged looking, but after all, it's home." "Funny," said one of the younger scientists, "that the moon plant went so far afield for meteors, and yet did not disturb the delicate gravitational balance between Earth and the moon, its own satellite." "Let us hope," said an older scientist, "that this enormous Australian network has not been saving itself for us." He laughed at this little pleasantry, but no one joined him, because someone had just peered through a telescope and noticed that Australia seemed to be getting larger. "You know what?" said the young scientist finally. "We're falling to Earth to form the largest pockmark of all." "What a spectacle!" cried another scientist. "Pity we won't be alive to witness it. I wonder why the Peter W. Merrill moon plant saved us for last." "Possibly," said the young scientist, "because, as with a wedding, The groom asks all his relatives to come and see him married, and finally picks out the person who is to be the best man. The moon plant probably considers the moon an old buddy. The older scientists, however, gave this statement the stoniest of non-replies, and refused even to speak to the hapless young man for the duration of their journey downward to squashy death against the home planet. Romanticism and science just don't mix. End of Old Friends Are the Best by Jack Sharkey.
The Other Lightness by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When he felt the sudden sharp tingling on his skin which came from the alarm device under his wristwatch, Dr. Howder Leyden turned unhurriedly from the culture tray he was studying, walked past the laboratory technician to the radiation room, entered it, and closed the door behind him. He slipped the instrument from his wrist, removed its backplate, and held it up to his eye. He was looking into the living room of his home, 50 miles away in another section of Arado's great city of Drays. A few steps from the entry, a man lay on his back on the carpeting, eyes shut, face deeply flushed, apparently unconscious. Howder Leyden's mouth tightened. The man on the carpet was Dr. Attio, his new assistant, assigned to the laboratory earlier in the week. Beyond Attio, the entry from the residence's delivery area and carport stood open. Fingering the rim of the tiny scanner with practiced quickness, Howder Leyden shifted the view to other sections of the house, finally to the carport. An empty air car stood in the port. There was no one in sight. Howder sighed, replaced the instrument on his wrist, and glanced over at a wall mirror. His face was pale, but looked sufficiently composed. Leaving the radiation room, he picked up his hat, said to the technician, "Forgot to mention it, Reef, but I'll have to head over to the central laboratories again." Reef, a red-headed young man, glanced round in mild surprise. "They've got a nerve calling across town every 2 days," he observed. "Whose problem are you supposed to be solving now?" "I wasn't informed. Apparently something urgent has come up, and they want my opinion on it." "Yeah, I bet." Reef scratched his head, glanced along the rows of culture trays. "Well, nothing there at the moment I can't handle, even if Attio doesn't show up. Will you be back for evening?" "I wouldn't count on it," Howder said. "You know how those conferences tend to go." Well, Dr. Leyden, if I don't see you before tomorrow, give my love to your beautiful wife." Howder smiled back from the door. "Will do, Reef." He let the door slide shut behind him, started towards the exit level of the huge pharmaceutical plant. Reef had acted in a completely normal manner. If, as seemed very probable, Dr. Attio was a Federation agent engaged in investigating Dr. Howder Leyden. Howder's co-workers evidently had not been apprised of the fact. Still, Howder thought, he must warn Kilby instantly. It was quite possible that an attempt to arrest him would be made before he left the building. He stepped into the first ComWeb booth on his route and dialed Kilby's business number. His wife had a desk job in one of the major fashion stores in the residential section of Drays, and, which was fortunate just now, a private office. Her face appeared almost immediately on the screen before him. A young face, soft-looking, with large grey eyes. She smiled in pleased surprise. "Lo, Howder!" "Lo, Kilby. Did you forget?" Kilby's smile became inquiring. "Forget what?" "That we're lunching together at Hasmin's today." Howder paused, watching the colour drain quickly from Kilby's cheeks. "Of course," she whispered. "I did forget. Got tied up in... I'll leave right now, all right?" Howder smiled. She was past her first moment of shock, and would be able to handle herself. After all, they had made very precise preparations against the day when they might discover that the Federation's suspicions had turned, however tentatively, in their direction. "That'll be fine," he said. "I'm calling from the lab, and we'll leave at once." He paused, almost imperceptibly. "If I'm not held up, meet you at Hasmin's in any case, in around 20 minutes. Kilby's eyes flickered for an instant. If Howder didn't make it away, she was to carry out her own escape, as planned. That was the understanding. She gave him a tremulous smile. "And I'm forgiven?" "Of course." Howder smiled back. The guards at the checkout point were not men he knew, but Helder walked through the ID scanning band without incident, apparently without arousing interest. Beyond, to the left, was a wide one-way portal to a tube station. His air car was in the executive parking area on the building's roof, but the escape plan called for both of them to abandon their private cars, which were more than likely to be traps, and use the public transportation systems in starting out. Halder entered the tube station, went to a rented locker, opened it, and took out 2 packages, one containing a complete change of clothes and a mirror, the other half a dozen canned cultures of as many varieties of microlife, highly specialized strains of life, of which the pharmaceutical concern that employed Dr. Halder Leon knew no more than it did of the methods by which they had been developed. Halder carried the packages into a ComWeb booth, which he locked and shielded for privacy. Then he opened both packages and quickly removed his clothing. Opening the first for the cultures, he dipped one of the needles into it, and, watching himself in the mirror, made a carefully measured injection in each side of his face. He laid the needle down and opened the next container, aware of the enzyme reaction that had begun to race through him. 3 minutes later, the mirror showed him a dark-skinned stranger with high cheekbones, heavy jaw, thick nose, slightly slanted eyes, graying hair. Halder disposed of the mirror, the clothes he had been wearing, and the remaining contents of the second package. Unchecked, the alien organisms swarming in his bloodstream now would have gone on to destroy him in a variety of unpleasant ways. But with their work of disguise completed, they were being checked. He emerged presently from a tube exit in uptown Drays, on the terrace of a hotel 40 stories above the street level. He didn't look about for Kilby, or rather the woman Kilby would turn into on her way here. The plan called for him to arrive first, to make sure he hadn't been traced, and then to see whether she was being followed. She appeared 5 minutes later, a slightly stocky lady now, perhaps 10 years under Halder's present apparent age, dark-skinned as he was, showing similar racial characteristics. She flashed her teeth at him as she came up, slow eyes flirting. "Didn't keep you waiting, did I?" she asked. Halder growled amiably. "What do you think? Let's grab a cab and get going." Nobody had come out of the tube exit behind her. Kilby nodded understandingly. She had remembered not to look back. She was talking volubly about some imaginary adventure as they started down the terrace stairs towards a line of air cabs, playing her part, high-piled golden hairdo bobbing about. A greater contrast to the slender, quiet, grey-eyed girl, brown hair falling softly to her shoulders, with whom Halder had talked not more than 20 minutes ago, would have been difficult to devise. The disguises might have been good enough, he thought, to permit them to remain undetected in Drays itself. But the plan didn't call for that. There were too many things at stake. Kilby slipped into the cab ahead of him without a break in her chatter. Her voice stopped abruptly as Halder closed the cab door behind him, activating the vehicle's one-way vision shield. Kilby was leaning against the front seat beside the driver, turning off the comm-box. She straightened, dropped down onto the back seat beside Halder, biting her lip. The driver's head sagged sideways as if he had fallen asleep. Then he slid slowly down on the seat and vanished from Halder's sight. "Got him instantly, eh?" Halder asked, switching on the passenger controls. Kilby opened her purse, slipped the little gun which had been in the palm of her left hand into it, reached out and gripped Halder's hand for an instant. "You drive, Halder," she said. "I'm so nervous I could scream. I'm scared cold. What happened?" Halder lifted the cab out from the terrace, swung it skywards. "We were right in wondering about Dr. Ateo," he said. "Half an hour ago he attempted to go through our home in our absence. We'll have to assume he's a Federation agent. The entry trap knocked him out, but the fat's probably in the fire now. The Federation may not have been ready to make an arrest yet, but after this there'll be no hesitation. We'll have to move fast if we intend to keep ahead of Ateo's colleagues." Kilby drew in an unsteady breath. "You warned Rain and sent him?" Halder nodded. "I sent the alert signal to their apartment ComWeb in the capital. Under the circumstances, I didn't think a person-to-person call would be advisable. They'll have time to pack and get out to ranch before we arrive. We'll give them the details then." "Did you reset the trap switch at the house entry?" Halder slowed the cab, turning it into one of the cross-city traffic lines above Drays. "No," he said. "Knocking out a few more Federation agents won't give us any advantage. It'll be 8 or 9 hours before Ateo will be able to talk. or with any luck at all, will be clear of the planet by that time. The dark woman who was Kilby, and a controlled devil's swarm of micro-life looked over at him and asked in Kilby's voice, "Halder, do you think we should still go on trying to find the others now?" "Of course. Why stop?" Kilby hesitated, said, "It took you 3 months to find me. 4 months later we located Rain Wellis and Santon at almost the same time. Since then we've drawn one blank after another. A year and a half gone, and a year and a half left." She paused, and Halder said nothing, knowing she was fighting to keep her voice steady. After a few seconds, Kilby went on. "Almost 1,200 still to find, scattered over 1,000 worlds, most of them probably in hiding as we were. And with the Federation on our trail, even if we get away this time, what chance is there now of contacting the whole group before time runs out?" Halder said patiently, "It's not an impossibility. We've been forced to spend most of the past year and a half gathering information, studying the intricate functioning of this gigantic civilization. So many things that our mentors and Kalecki either weren't aware of or chose not to tell us. And we haven't done too badly, Kilby. We're prepared now to conduct the search for the group in a methodical manner. 19 hours in space, and we'll be on another world, undercover again, with new identities. Why shouldn't we continue with the plan until—" Kilby interrupted, without change of expression. "Until we hear some day that billions of human beings are dying on the Federation's worlds?" Halder kept his eyes fixed on the traffic pattern ahead. "It won't come to that," he said. "Won't it? How can you be sure?" Kilby asked, tonelessly. "Well," Halder asked, "what else can we do? You aren't suggesting that we give ourselves up?" "I've thought of it." "And be picked apart mentally and physically in the Federation's laboratories?" Halder shook his head. "In their eyes would be Kalecki's creatures, monsters. Even if we turn ourselves in, they'll think it's some trick, that would realize we'd get caught anyway. Couldn't expect much mercy. No, if everything fails, we'll see to it that the Federation gets adequate warning. But not if we can avoid it, at the expense of our own lives." He glanced over at her, his eyes troubled. "We've been over this before, Kilby." "I know." Kilby bit her lip. "You're right, I suppose." Halder let the cab glide out of the traffic lane, and swung it around towards the top of a tall building 3 miles to their left. "We'll be at the club in a couple of minutes," he said. "If you're too disturbed, it would be better if you stayed in the car. I'll pick up our flight hiking outfits, and we can take the cab onto the city limits before we dismiss it." Kilby shook her head. "We agreed we shouldn't change any details of the escape plan unless it was absolutely necessary. I'll straighten out. I'll just let this situation shake me too much." They set the aircraft to traffic-safe random cruise control before getting out of it at their club. It lifted quietly into the air again as soon as the door had closed, was out of sight beyond the building before they reached the club entrance. The driver's records had indicated that his shift would end in 3 hours. Until that time he would not be missed. More hours would pass after the cab was located before the man returned to consciousness. What he had to say then would make no difference. In one of the club rooms rented to a Mr. and Mrs. Anley, they changed to shorts and flight hiking equipment, then took a tube to the outskirts of Drays where vehicleless flight became possible. Forest parks interspersed with small residential centers stretched away to the east. They set their flight harnesses to Drays' power broadcast system, moved up 50 feet, and floated off into the woods, energizing drive and direction units with a measured stroking motion which made flight hiking one of the most relaxing and enjoyable of sports. And one, so Halder had theorized, which would be considered an improbable occupation for a couple intending to escape from the Federation's manhunting systems. For an hour and a half they held a steady course eastwards, following the contours of the rolling forested ground, rarely emerging into the open. Other groups of vehicleless flyers passed occasionally. As members of a sporting fraternity, they exchanged waves and shouted greetings. At last a long wild valley opened ahead, showing no trace of human habitation. At its far end began open land, dotted with small tobacco farms, where automatic cultivators moved unhurriedly about. Kilby, glancing back over her shoulder at Halder for a moment, swung around towards one of the farms, gliding down close to the ground, Halder 20 feet behind her. They settled down beside a hedge at the foot of a slope covered with tobacco plants. A small gate in the hedge immediately swung open. "All clear here, folks," A voice curiously similar to Halder's addressed them from the gate speaker. Rain Relis, a lanky, red-headed man with a wide-boned face, was striding down the slope towards them as they moved through the gate. "We got your alert," he said, "but as it happens, we'd already realized that something had gone wrong." Kilby gave him a startled glance. "Somebody has been checking on you too?" "Not that. At least as far as I know. Come on up to the shed. Santin's already inside the mountain." As they started along the narrow path between the rows of plants, Relis went on. "The first responses to our inquiries came in today. One of them looked very promising. Santin flew her car to Dre's immediately to inform you about it. She scanned your home as usual before calling. Discovered 3 strange men waiting inside." "When was that?" Halder interrupted. "A few minutes after 1 o'clock. Santin checked at once at your place of work and Kilby's, learned you both were absent, deduced you were still at large, and probably on your way here. She called to tell me about it. Your alert signal sounded almost before she'd finished talking." Halder glanced at Kilby. "We seem to have escaped arrest by something like 5 minutes," he remarked dryly. "Were you able to bring the records with you, Rain?" "Yes, everything. If we get clear of Arado, we can pick up almost where we left off." Rain Relis swung the door of the cultivator's shed open and followed them in, closing and locking the door behind him. They crossed quickly through the small building to an open wall portal at the far end. Beyond the portal a large, brightly lit room was visible, comfortably furnished, windowless. Between that room and the shed, the portal spanned a distance of 7 miles, a vital point in the organization of their escape route. If they were traced this far, the trail would end, temporarily at least, at the ranch. They stepped over into the room, and Rain Relis pulled down a switch. Behind them the portal entry vanished. Back in the deserted ranch building, its mechanisms were bursting into flames. Wood burned fiercely for a few seconds, and fused to dead slag. Rain said tightly, "I feel a little better now. Just a little. The Fed agents are good. I haven't yet heard of detection devices that could drive through 500 yards of solid rock to spot us inside a mountain." He paused as a tall girl with black hair, dark brown eyes, came in from an adjoining room. Santin Relis was the only one of the 4 who was not employing a biological disguise at the moment. In spite of the differences in their appearance, she might have been taken for Kilby's sister. Halder told them what had occurred in Dre's. Concluded, "I believe that suspicion was more likely to center first on one of you, particularly of course on Santin, working openly Arado's identification center." Santin grinned. "Unless openly copying out identity patterns," she added. Her face sobered quickly again. "There's no indication of what did attract attention to you." Halder shook his head. "I can only think it's the microbiological work I've been doing. That, of course, would suggest that they already have an inkling of Kaleki's 3-year plan to destroy the Federation." Ray nodded. "And that at least one of the group already has been captured." "Probably." There was a silence for a moment. Santin said evenly, "That isn't a pleasant thought. Halder, everything we've learned recently at the Identification Center indicates that Rain's theory is correct. Every one of the 1,200 members of the Kaleki group probably can be analyzed down to the same 3 basic identity patterns, reshuffled in endless variation. The Federation wouldn't have to capture many of us before discovering the fact. It will then start doing exactly what we're trying to do. Use it to identify the rest of the group." Halder nodded. "I've thought of that." "You still intend to use the Senla Starlight cruisers to get out into space?" Rain asked. "Kilby and I will," Halder said. "But now, of course, you two had better select one of your alternate escape routes." "Why that?" Santin asked sharply. Halder looked at her. "That's obvious, isn't it? There's a good chance you're still completely in the clear." "That's possible, but it isn't good enough reason for splitting up. We're a working team. We should stay together, regardless of circumstances. What do you say, Rain?" Her husband said, "I agree with you." He smiled briefly at Halder. "We'll be waiting for you on the north shore of the Lake Senla 10 minutes before the Starlight cruise lifts. Now, is there anything else to discuss?" "Not at the moment." Halder paused, dissatisfied, then went on. "All right, we still don't know just what the Federation is capable of. One move might as easily be wrong as the other. We'll pick you up, as arranged. Kilby and I are flight hiking onto Senla, so we might as well start immediately." They went into the second room of the underground hideout. Rain turned to the exit portal's controls, asked, "Where shall I let you out?" "We'll take the river exit," Halder said. 6 miles from here, 9 from the ranch. That should be far enough. We'll be lost in an army of vacationists from Dre's and the capital 30 seconds after we emerge. It was dusk when Halder and Kilby turned into the crowded shore walk of the lake resort of Senla, moving unhurriedly towards a bungalow Halder had bought under another name some months before. Halder's thoughts went again over the details of the final stage of their escape from Arado. Essentially, the plan was simple. An hour from now they would slide their small star cruiser out of the bungalow's yacht stall, pick up Rain and Santin on the far shore of the lake, then join the group of 30 or so private yachts which left the resort area nightly for a 2-hour flight to a casino ship stationed off the planet. A group cruise was unlikely to draw official scrutiny even tonight, and after reaching the casino they should be able to slip on unobserved into space. There was, however, no way of knowing with certainty that the plan, or any other plan, would work. It was only during the past few months that the four of them had begun to understand in detail the extent to which the vast, apparently loose complex of the Federation's worlds was actually organized. How long they had been under observation, how much the Federation suspected or knew about them, those questions were, at the moment, unanswerable. So Halder walked on in alert silence, giving his attention to anything which might be a first indication of danger in the crowds surging quietly past them along Senla's shore promenade to the summer evening. It was near the peak of the resort season. A sense of ease and relaxation came from the people he passed, their voices seeming to blend into a single low-pitched friendly murmur. Well, and in time, Halder told himself, if everything went well, he and Kilby might be able to mingle undisguised, unafraid with just such a crowd. But tonight they were hunted. He laid his hand lightly on Kilby's arm and said, "Let's rest on that bench over there for a moment." She smiled up at him and said, "All right," turned and led the way towards an unoccupied bench set back among the trees above the walk. They sat down, and Halder quickly slipped the watch off his wrist and removed the scanner's cover plate. The bungalow was a few hundred yards away now, on a side path which led down to the lake. It was showing no lights, but as the scanner reached into it, invisible radiation flooded the dark rooms and hallway, disclosing them to the instrument's inspection. For 2 or 3 minutes Halder studied the bungalow's interior carefully. Then he shifted the view to the grounds outside, finally to the yacht stall and the little star cruiser. Twice Kilby touched him warningly as somebody appeared about to approach the bench, and Halder put down his hand. But the strangers went by without pausing. At last he replaced the instrument on his wrist. He had discovered no signs of intrusion in the bungalow, and at any rate it was clear that no one was waiting there now, either in the little house itself or in the immediate vicinity. He stood up and put out his hand to assist Kilby to her feet. "We'll go on," he said. A few minutes later they came along a narrow garden path to the bungalow's dark side entrance. There was to be no indication tonight that the bungalow had occupants. Halder unlocked the door quietly, and after Kilby had slipped inside, he stepped in behind her and secured the door. For an instant, as they moved along the short, lightless passage to the front rooms, a curious sensation touched Halder, a terrifying conviction that some undefinable thing had just gone wrong. And with that, his whole body was suddenly rigid, every muscle locking in mid-motion. He felt momentum topple him slowly forwards. Then he was no longer falling, but stopped, tilted off balance at a grotesque angle, suspended in a web of forces he could not feel. Not the slightest sound had come from Kilby, invisible in the blackness ahead of him. Halder threw all his will and strength into the effort to force motion back into his body. Instead, a wave of cold numbness washed slowly up through him. It welled into his brain, and for a time all thought and sensation ended. His first new awareness was a feeling of being asleep and not knowing how to wake up. There was no disturbance associated with it. All about was darkness, complete and quiet. With curious deliberation, Halder's senses now began bringing other things to his attention. He was seated, half reclining in a deep, uncomfortable chair, his back against it. He seemed unable to move. His arms were secured in some manner to the chair's armrests, but beyond that he also found it impossible to lift his body forwards, or, he discovered next, to turn his head in any direction. He was breathing normally, and he could open and shut his eyes and glance about in unchanging darkness, but that was all. Still with a dreamlike lack of concern, Halder began to ask himself what had happened, and in that instant, with a rush of hot terror, his memory opened up. He had been trapped. Some undetectable trick of Federation science had waited for them in a bungalow at Lake Senla. He had been taken somewhere else. What had they done with Kilby? Immediately, almost as if in answer to his question, the darkness seemed to lighten. But the process was gradual. Seconds passed before Halder gained the impression of a very large room of indefinite proportions. 20 feet away was the rim of a black circular depression in the flooring. At first his chair seemed the only piece of furnishing here. Then, as the area continued to brighten, Halder became aware of several objects at some distance on his right. For an instant he strained violently to turn his head towards them. That was still impossible, but the objects were there, near the edge of his vision. Again the great room grew lighter, and for seconds Halder could distinguish 3 armchairs, like his own, spaced perhaps 20 feet apart along the rim of the central pit. Each chair had an occupant. In the nearest was Kilby, restored to her natural appearance, motionless, pale face turned forwards, eyes open. Suddenly the light vanished. Halder sat shocked, realizing he had tried to speak to Kilby, and that no sound had come from his throat. Neither speech nor motion was allowed them here. But he didn't doubt that Kilby was awake, or that Santon and Rain Relis were in the farther chairs, though he hadn't seen either of them clearly. Their captors had given them a brief glimpse of one another, perhaps to let them know all had been caught. Then, as the light disappeared, Halder's glance had shifted for an instant to his right hand lying on the armrest, long enough to see that the dark tinge was gone from his skin, as it was from Kilby's, and that he too had been deprived of the organisms which disguised him. And that, his studies and drays had shown clearly, was something the Federation science would be a century away from knowing how to do unless it learned about Kaleki's deadly skills. Once more, it was almost as if the thought were being given an answer. In the darkness of the room a bright image appeared, 3-dimensional, not quite a sphere in form, tiger-striped in orange and black, balanced on a broad, bifurcated, swimming tail. Stalked eyes protruded from the top of the sphere. Their slit pupils seemed to be staring directly at Halder. Down both sides ran a row of ropey arms. Simultaneously with the appearance of this projection, a man's voice began to speak, not loudly, but distinctly. Dreamlike again, the voice seemed to have no specific source, as if it were coming from every direction at once, and a numbing conviction arose in Halder that their minds were being destroyed in this room, that a methodical dissecting process had begun, which would continue move by move, and hour by hour, until the Federation scientists were satisfied that no further scraps of information could be drained from the prisoners. The investigation might be completely impersonal, but the fact that they were being ignored here as sentient beings, were not permitted to argue their case or offer an explanation, seemed more chilling than deliberate brutality. And yet Halder told himself he couldn't really blame anyone for the situation they were in. The Kaleki group represented an urgent and terrible threat. The Federation could not afford to make any mistakes in dealing with it. "This image," the voice was saying, "represents a great Satog, the ocean-breathing, water-dwelling native of the world of Kaleki. There are numerous type variations of the species. Shown here is the dominant form. It is highly intelligent. Approximately a third of a Satog's body space is occupied by its brain. Kaleki's civilization is based on an understanding of biological processes and the means of their manipulation, which is well in advance of our own. This specialized interest appears to have developed from the Satog's genetic instability, a factor which they have learned to control and to use to their advantage. At present they have established themselves in at least a dozen other worlds, existing on each in a modified form which is completely adapted to the new environment. Our occasional contacts with Kaleki and his colonies during the past 2 centuries have been superficially friendly, but it appears now that the great Sadoks have regarded our technological and numerical superiority with alarm and have cast about for a method to destroy the Federation without risk to themselves. A weapon was on hand. Their great skill and experience in altering genetic patterns in established life forms to produce desired changes. They devised the plan of distributing Kaleki agents secretly throughout the Federation. These were to develop and store specific strains of primitive organisms, which, at an indicated later date, would sweep our major worlds simultaneously with an unparalleled storm of plagues. The most audacious part of the Kaleki scheme follows. 92 years ago, a Federation survey ship disappeared in that sector of the galaxy. Aboard it was a man named Ol Cantrell, an outstanding scientist of the period. We know now that this ship was captured by the great Sadogs, and that Cantrell, his staff, and his crew were subjected to extensive experimentation by them, and eventually were killed. The experimentation had been designed to provide Kaleki's master biologists with models towards which to work. They proposed to utilize the high immutability of their species to develop a Sadok type that would be the exact physical counterpart of a human being, and could live undetected on our worlds for the several years required to prepare for the attack. They were amazingly successful. Each group of cells in the long series which began moving towards an approximation of the human pattern was developed only far enough to initiate the greatest favorable shift possible at that point in its genetic structure. Cell generations may have followed each other within hours in this manner for over 6 decades. The goal of the experiment, the last generation issued in Kaleki's laboratories, were Sadok copies of embryonic human beings. This stage was comprised of approximately 1,200 individuals who were now permitted to mature and were schooled individually in complete isolation by Sadok teachers. They were indoctrinated with their purpose in life, the destruction of our populations, and trained fully in the manner of accomplishing it. Eventually, each was shipped to a Federation world. Cover identities as obscure Federation citizens with backgrounds and records had been prepared. The final instructions given these agents were simple. They were to do nothing to draw attention to themselves, make no attempt to contact one another. They were to create their stocks of legal organisms, provide methods of distribution, and, on a selected day, 3 Federation years away, release the floods of death. The voice paused briefly, went on. It is a sobering reflection that this plan, an attack by a comparatively minor race with one specialized skill on the greatest human civilization in history, might very well have been appallingly successful. But the great Sadogs failed, in part because of the very perfection of their work. From the human beings on board Ol Cantrell's captured survey ship, the Sadok scientist selected Cantrell himself and 2 female technicians on his staff as the models to be followed in developing Kaleki's pseudo-humanity. In the 1,200 members of the group sent to the Federation 90 years later, these 3 identity patterns are recognizable. They appear in varying degrees of combination, but an occasional individual will show only one or the other of the 3 patterns involved. Ol Cantrell was regarded as a great man in his time, and his identification pattern is on record. That was the detail which first revealed the plot. When 3 duplicates of that particular pattern and a considerable number of approximate duplicates turned up simultaneously in identification banks at widely separated points in the Federation, it aroused more than scientific curiosity. Our security system has learned to look with suspicion on apparent miracles. The unsuspecting Cantrells were located and apprehended at once the threat to the Federation was disclosed, and an intensive, though unpublicized, search for the scattered group of Kaleki agents began immediately. The voice paused again. The Satog image above the pit vanished. A clear light sprang up in the big room. Simultaneously, Halder felt the nightmare immobility draining from him, and the sensation of dreamlike unreality fade from his mind. He turned to the right, found Kilby's eyes already on him, saw the Relis couple sitting behind her. Ray, no longer disguised, looked like a mirror image of Halder. They were still fastened to their chairs. Halder's gaze shifted back quickly to the center of the room. Where the pit had been, the flooring was now level, carrying a massive, polished table. Behind the table sat a heavily built, white-haired man with a strong face, harsh mouth, in the formal black and gold robes of a councilman of the Federation. "I am Councilman Mayvig." The voice was the one that had spoken in the dark. It came now from the man at the table. "I am in charge of the operation against the Kalecki agents, and it is my duty to inform them after their arrest and examination of the disposition that must be made of them." He hesitated, twisting his mouth thoughtfully, almost as if unwilling to continue. "You four are being thoroughly examined," he stated at last. "Most of the work has been done while you were still unconscious. A final check of your emotional reactions was being made throughout the stress situation just ended, in which you'll listen to a replay of a report on the Kalecki matter. That part is now concluded." Mayvig paused, scowled, cleared his throat. "I find," he went on, "that some aspects of this affair still strain my credulity. More than half of your group has been captured by now, the remainder at large but under observation. The danger is past. The activities of the great Sadogs of Kalecki will receive our very close scrutiny for generations to come. They shall be given no opportunity to repeat such a trick, nor after they've been made aware of the measures we are preparing against them will they feel the slightest inclination to try it. Now as to yourselves, after we had tracked down the first dozen or so of you, a startling pattern began to emerge. You were not following Kalecki's careful instructions. In one way and another, in very ingenious ways, you are attempting primarily to establish contact with one another. When captured and examined while unconscious by the various interrogation instruments of our psychologists, you told us your reasons for doing this." Councilman Mayvig shook his head. "The interrogation machines are supposed to be infallible," he remarked. "Possibly they are, but I am not a psychologist, and for a long time I refused to accept the reports they returned. But still," he sighed. "Well, as to what is to happen with you, you will be sent to join the previously arrested members of your group, and will remain with them until the last of you is in our hands, has been examined, and—" Mayvig paused again. "You see, we can accuse you of no crime," he said irritably. "As individuals and as a group, your intention from the beginning had been to prevent the crime against the Federation from being committed. The great Sadog simply did too good a job. You have been given the most searching physical examinations possible. They show uniformly that your genetic pattern is stable, and that in no detail can be distinguished from a wholly human one of high order. You appreciate, I imagine, where that leaves the Federation, when imitation is carried to the point of identity." Federation Councilman Mayvig shook his head once more, concluded, "It is utterly absurd, in direct contradiction to everything we have understood to date. You regarded yourselves as human beings, and believed your place was among us, and we can only agree." End of The Other Likeness by James H. Schmitz.
The Piebald Hippogriff by Karen Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlene Modeste. The Piebald Hippogriff by Karen Anderson. The edge of the world is fenced off stoutly enough, but the fence isn't made that will stop a boy. Johnny tossed his pack and coil of rope over it and started climbing. The top 3 strands were barbed wire. He caught his shirt as he went over, and had to stop for a moment to ease himself off. Then he dropped lightly to the grass on the other side. The pack had landed in a clump of white clover. A cloud of disturbed bees hung above, and he snatched it away quickly lest they should notice the honeycomb inside. For a minute he stood still, looking out over the edge. This was different from looking through the fence, and when he moved, it was slowly, He eased himself to the ground, where a corner of rock rose clear of the thick larkspur, and lay on his belly, the stone hard and cool under his chin, and looked down. The granite cliff curved away out of sight, and he couldn't see if it had a foot. He only saw endless blue beyond, below, and on both sides. Clouds passed slowly. Directly beneath him there was a ledge covered with long grass, where clusters of stars bloomed on tall, slender stalks. He uncoiled his rope and found a stout beech tree not too close to the edge. Doubling the rope around the bole, he tied one end around his waist, slung the pack on his back, and belayed himself down the cliff. Pebbles clattered, saxifrage brushed his arm and tickled his ears. Once he groped for a hold with his face in a patch of rustling ferns. The climb was hard, but not too much. Less than half an hour later he was stretched out on the grass, with stars nodding about him. They had a sharp, gingery smell. He lay in the cool shadow of the world's edge for a while, eating apples and honeycomb from his pack. When he was finished, he licked the honey off his fingers and threw the apple cores over, watching them fall into the blue. Little islands floated along, rocking gently in air eddies. Sunlight flashed on glossy leaves of bushes growing there. When an island drifted into the shadow of the cliff, the blossoming stars shone out. Beyond the shadows, deep in the light-filled gulf, he saw the hippogriffs at play. There were dozens of them, frisking and cavorting in the air. He gazed at them full of wonder. They pretended to fight, stooped at one another, soared off in long spirals to stoop and soar and stoop again. One flashed by him, a golden palomino that shone like polished wood. The wind whistled in its wings. Away to the left, the cliff fell back in a wide crescent, and nearly opposite him a river tumbled over the edge. A pool on a ledge beneath caught most of the water, and there were hippogriffs drinking. One side of the broad pool was notched. The overflow fell sheer in a white plume blown sideways by the wind. As the sun grew hotter, the hippogriffs began to settle and browse on the islands that floated past. Not far below, he noticed a dozen or so stood drowsily on an island that was floating through the cliff's shadow toward his ledge. It would pass directly below him. With a sudden resolution, Johnny jerked his rope down from the tree above and tied the end to a projecting knob on the cliff. Slinging on his pack again, he slid over the edge and down the rope. The island was already passing. The end of the rope trailed through the grass. He slithered down and cut a piece off his line. It was barely long enough after he had tied a noose on the end. He looked around at the hippogriffs. They had shied away when he dropped onto the island, but now they stood still, watching him warily. Johnny started to take an apple out of his pack, then changed his mind and took a piece of honeycomb. He broke off one corner and tossed it toward them. They fluttered their wings and backed off a few steps, then stood still again. Johnny sat down to wait. They were mostly chestnuts and blacks, and some had white stockings. One was piebald. That was the one which after a while began edging closer to where the honeycomb had fallen. Johnny sat very still. The piebald sniffed at the honeycomb, then jerked up its head to watch him suspiciously. He didn't move. After a moment, it took the honeycomb. When he threw another bit, the piebald hippogriff wheeled away, but returned almost at once and ate it. Johnny tossed a third piece only a few yards from where he was sitting. It was bigger than the others, and the hippogriff had to bite it in two. When the hippogriff bent its head to take the rest, Johnny was on his feet instantly, swinging his lariat. He dropped the noose over the hippogriff's head. For a moment, the animal was too startled to do anything. Then Johnny was on its back, clinging tight. The piebald hippogriff leaped into the air, and Johnny clamped his legs about convulsed muscles. Pinions whipped against his knees, and wind blasted his eyes. The world tilted. They were rushing downward. His knees pressed the sockets of the enormous wings. The distant ramparts of the world swung madly, and he seemed to fall upward, away from the sun that suddenly glared under the hippogriff's talons. He forced his knees under the roots of the beating wings and dug heels into prickling hair. A sob caught his breath as he clenched his teeth. The universe righted itself about him for a moment, and he pulled breath into his lungs. Then they plunged again. Wind searched under his shirt. Once he looked down. After that, he kept his eyes on the flutter of the feather mane. A jolt sent him sliding backward. He clutched the rope with slippery fingers. The wings missed a beat, and the hippogriff shook its head as the rope momentarily checked its breath. It tried to fly straight up, lost its way, and fell stiff-winged. The long muscles stretched under him as it arched its back, then bunched when it kicked straight out behind. The violence loosened his knees, and he trembled with fatigue, but he wound the rope around his wrists and pressed his forehead against whitened knuckles. Another kick, and another. Johnny dragged at the rope. The tense wings flailed, caught air, and brought the hippogriff upright again. The rope slackened, and he heard huge gasps. Sunlight was hot on him again, and a drop of sweat crawled down his temple. It tickled. He loosened one hand to dab at the annoyance. A new twist sent him sliding, and he grabbed the rope. The tickle continued until he nearly screamed. He no longer dared let go. Another tickle developed beside the first. He scrubbed his face against the coarse fiber of the rope. The relief was like a world conquered. Then they glided in a steady spiral that carried them upward with scarcely a feather's motion. When the next plunge came, Johnny was ready for it and leaned back until the hippogriff arched its neck, trying to free itself from the pressure on its windpipe. Half choked, it glided again, and Johnny gave it breath. They landed on one of the little islands. The hippogriff drooped its head and wings, trembling. He took another piece of honeycomb from his pack and tossed it to the ground where the hippogriff could reach it easily. While it ate, he stroked it and talked to it. When he dismounted, the hippogriff took honeycomb from his hand. He stroked its neck, breathing the sweet, warm, feathery smell, and laughed aloud when it snuffled the back of his neck. Tying the rope into a sort of hackamore, he mounted again and rode the hippogriff to the pool below the thunder and cold spray of the waterfall. He took care that it did not drink too much. When he ate some apples for his lunch, the hippogriff ate the cores. Afterward, he rode to one of the drifting islands and let his mount graze. For a while he kept by its side, making much of it. With his fingers he combed out the soft flowing plumes of its mane, and examined its hooves and the sickle-like talons of the forelegs. He saw how the smooth feathers on its forequarters became finer and finer until he could scarcely see where the hair on the hindquarters began. Delicate feathers covered its head. The island glided further and further away from the cliffs, and he watched the waterfall dwindle away to a streak and disappear. After a while, he fell asleep. He woke with a start, suddenly cold. The setting sun was below his island. The feathery odor was still on his hands. He looked around for the hippogriff and saw it sniffing at his pack. When it saw him move, it trotted up to him with an expectant air. He threw his arms about the great flat-muscled neck and pressed his face against the warm feathers with a faint sense of embarrassment at feeling tears in his eyes. "Good old Patch," he said, and got his pack. He shared the last piece of honeycomb with his hippogriff and watched the sun sink still further. The clouds were turning red. "Let's go see those clouds," Johnny said. He mounted the piebald hippogriff, and they flew off, up through the golden air to the sunset clouds. There they stopped, and Johnny, dismounted on the highest cloud of all, stood there as it turned slowly gray and looked into dimming depths. When he turned to look at the world, he saw only a wide smudge of darkness spread in the distance. The cloud they were standing on turned silver. Johnny glanced up and saw the moon, a crescent shore far above. He ate an apple and gave one to his hippogriff. While he chewed, he gazed back at the world. When he finished his apple, he was about to toss the core to the hippogriff, but stopped himself and carefully took out the seeds first. With the seeds in his pocket, he mounted again. He took a deep breath. "Come on, Patch," he said. "Let's homestead the moon." The Piebald Hippogriff by Karen Anderson.
Priestess of the Flame by Sewell Peaslee Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallely. I have been rather amused by the protests which have come to me regarding the disparaging comments I have made in previous tales of the Special Patrol Service regarding women. The rather surprising thing about it is that the larger proportion of these have come from men, young men, of course. Now, as a matter of fact, a careful search has failed to reveal to me any very uncomplimentary remarks. I have suggested, I believe, that women have, in my experience, shown a sad lack of ability to understand mechanical contrivances. Perhaps I have pictured some few of them as frivolous and shallow. If I have been unfair, I wish now to make a humble apology. I am not, as some of my correspondents have indicated, a bitter old man who cannot remember his youth. I remember it very well indeed. else these tales would not be forthcoming. And women have their great and proper place, even in a man's universe. Some day, perhaps, the mood will seize me to write of my own love affair. That surprises you? You smile to think that old John Hanson, lately a commander of the Special Patrol Service, now retired, should have had a love affair? Well, 'twas many years ago, before these eyes lost their fire, and before these brown, skinny hands wearied as quickly as they weary now. But I have known many women, good women and bad, great women and women of small souls, kindly women and women fierce as wild bears are fierce. Divinity has dealt lavishly with women, has given them an emotional range far greater than man's. They can sink to depths unknown to masculinity. They can rise to heights of love and sacrifice before which man can only stand with reverently bowed head and marvel. This is a story of a woman, one of those no man could know and not remember. I make no apologies for her. I pay her no homage. I record only a not inaccurate account of an adventure of my youth, in which she played a part. I leave to you the task of judging her. We were some 3 days out from base, as I recall it, on a mission which promised a welcome interlude in a monotonous sequence of routine patrols. I was commander then of the Ertak, one of the crack ships of the service, assisted by the finest group of officers, I believe, that any man ever had under him. I was standing a watch in the navigating room with Hendricks, my junior officer, when Corey brought us the amazing news. Corey was my first officer, a square-jawed fighting man if one ever breathed, a man of action, such as these effete times do not produce. His eyes were fairly blazing as he came into the room, and his generous mouth was narrowed into a grim line. "What's up, Mr. Corey?" I asked apprehensively. "Trouble aboard?" "Plenty of it, sir," he snapped. "A stowaway." "A stowaway?" I repeated wonderingly. A new experience, but hardly cause for Corey's obvious anger. "Well, send him below, and tell Myro to put him to work, the hardest work he can find. We'll make him—" "Him?" blurted Corey. "If it were a him, it wouldn't be so bad, sir. But it is a she." To understand the full effect of the statement, you'd have to be steeped in the traditions of the service. Women are seldom permitted on board a ship of the service. Despite their many admirable qualities, women play the very devil with discipline. And here we were, 3 days out from base, on a tour of duty which promised more than a little excitement, with a female stowaway on board. I felt my own mouth set grimly. "Where is she, Mr. Corey?" I asked quietly. "In my quarters, under guard. It was my watch below, as you know, sir. I entered my stateroom, figuring on catching 40 winks, and there she was, seated in my big chair, smiling at me. Well, for a second I couldn't speak. I just stared at her, and she kept smiling back at me. 'What are you doing here?' I managed to ask her at last. 'Do you know where you are?' 'I'll talk to your commanding officer,' she told me, cool as you please. 'Will you bring him in, please?' 'You'll see him plenty soon enough,' I snapped at her, getting over my surprise somewhat by that time. 'I called in a couple of men to keep her from getting into mischief, and reported to you, sir. What are your orders, sir?' I hesitated a second, wondering. From Corey's account, she must be a rather remarkable person. 'Bring her up here, if you will, Mr. Corey. I'd like to see her before we put her in the brig.' The brig, I might explain, was a small room, well forward, where members of the crew were confined for discipline. 'Right, sir.' It seemed to me that there was a peculiar twinkle in Corey's eyes as he went out, and I wondered about it while we waited for him to return with the prisoner. 'What an infernal nuisance, sir,' complained Hendricks, looking up from his glowing charts. 'We'll be the laughing-stock of the service if this leaks out.' 'When it leaks out,' I corrected him glumly. I already thought of the unpleasant outcome he mentioned. I'll have to report it, of course, and the whole service will know about it. We'll just have to grin and make the most of it, I guess. There was still another possibility which I didn't mention. The Silver Sleeves at base would very likely call me on the carpet for permitting such a thing to happen. A commander was supposed to be responsible for everything that happened. No excuses available in the service, as it was in those days. I scowled forbiddingly as I heard Corey open the door. At least I could make her very sorry she had selected the Ertak for her adventure. I am afraid, however, that it was a startled rather than a scowling face to which she lifted her eyes. "This is the stowaway, sir," said Corey, briskly closing the door. He was watching my face, and I saw, now, the reason for the twinkle in his eye when I mentioned placing the stowaway in the brig. The woman was startlingly beautiful, one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen, and I have roamed the outer limits of space and seen the women of many worlds. Hendricks, standing behind me, gasped audibly as his eyes fell upon her. The stowaway was regally tall and exquisitely modeled. Her hair was the color of pale morning sunlight on earth, her eyes an amazing blue, the equal of which I have never seen. She was beautiful, but not coldly so. Despite her imperious bearing, there was something seductive about the soft curves of her beautiful body, something to rouse the pulses of a man in the languor of her intensely blue eyes, and the full sensuous lips, scarlet as a smear of fresh blood. "So this is the stowaway," I said, trying to keep my voice coolly indifferent. "What is your name?" "I should prefer," she replied, speaking the universal language with a sibilant accent that was very fascinating, "to speak with you privately." "You will speak with me," I informed her crisply, "in the presence of these officers. I repeat, what is your name?" She smiled faintly, her eyes compelling mine. "I am called Leyden," she said, "chief priestess of the flame, mother of life, giver of death. I believe my name and position are not unknown to you, Commander Hansen." "Known to me? If base was not in error, and for all their faults, the Silver Sleeves are seldom wrong in matters of this sort, this woman was the reason for our present mission." "They are known to me," I admitted. "They do not explain, however, your presence here." "And yet they should," protested Leyden gently. "I was taken from my own people by those who had no right to command me. I was subjected to the indignity of questioning by many men. I have merely taken the simplest and quickest way of returning to my own people." "You know, then, our destination?" "I was informed of that by those who questioned me," nodded Leyden. "Since I had been assured I was an honored guest, and no prisoner, I secreted myself aboard the ship, hiding in a small room nearly filled with what I took to be spare parts. I had provisions and a few personal belongings. When I felt sufficient time had elapsed to make a return improbable, I donned attire more fitting than the masculine workman's guise in which I had secreted myself, and I believe you are acquainted with the remaining facts." "I am. I will consider your case and advise you later. Mr. Corey, will you conduct the stowaway to my quarters and place her under guard? Return when you have attended to this matter, and ask Mr. Kincaid to do likewise." "To your quarters, you said, sir?" asked Corey, his eyes very serious, but not sufficiently so to entirely disguise the twinkle in their depths. "Not to the brig?" I could cheerfully have kicked him. "To my quarters," I repeated severely, "and under guard." "Right, sir," said Corey. While we were awaiting Corey and Kincaid, I briefly considered the rather remarkable story which had been told me at base. "Commander Hansen," the chief of command had said, "we're turning over to you a very delicate mission. You've proved yourself adept at handling matters of this kind, and we have every confidence you'll bring this one to a highly successful conclusion." "Thank you, sir. We'll do our best," I had told him. "I know that. The assurance isn't necessary, although I appreciate it. Briefly, here's what we're confronted with. Lykos, as you know, is the principal source of Timite for the universe, and without Timite, modern space travel would be impossible. We would have to resort to earlier and infinitely more crude devices. You realize that, of course. Now, for some time, those in charge of operations on Lykos have complained of a growing unrest, increasing insubordination on the part of the Laconians, and an alarming decrease in production. It has been extremely difficult, indeed impossible, to determine the reasons for this, for, as you are perhaps aware, the atmosphere of Lykos is permeated with certain mineral fumes which, while not directly harmful to those of other worlds, do serve to effectively block the passage of those rays of the sun which are essential to the health of beings like ourselves. Those in charge of operations there are supplied artificially with these rays, as you are in your ship, by means of emanations from ethon tubes. But they have to be transferred at frequent periods to other fields of activity. The constant shifting about produces a state of disorder, which makes the necessary investigation impossible. 2. Operations are carried on with an insufficient personnel, because it is extremely difficult to induce desirable types of volunteer for such disagreeable service. We have, however, determined a few very important facts. This unrest has been caused by the activities of a secret organization, or order, known as the Worshippers of the Flame. That's as close a translation as I can give to you. It sounds harmless enough, but from what we gather, it is a sinister and rather terrible organization, with a fanatical belief amounting at times to a veritable frenzy. These Laconians are a physically powerful but mentally inadequate people, as perhaps you are aware. The leader of this order, or cult, call it what you will, seems to be a woman, a very fascinating creature, infinitely superior to her people as a whole, what biologists call a sport, I believe, a radical departure from the general racial trend. This leader calls herself Leyden, chief priestess of the flame, mother of life, giver of death, and a few other high-sounding things. We have called her here to base for questioning, and while she has been here some time, we have so far learned next to nothing from her. She is very intelligent, very alluring, very feminine, but reveals nothing she does not wish to reveal. Our purpose in having her brought here was twofold. First, to gain what information we could from her, and if possible, prevail upon her to cease her activities. Second, to deprive her cult of her leadership, while you conducted your investigation. Your orders, then, are simple. You will proceed at once to Lagos, and inquire into the activities of this order. Somehow it must be crushed. The means I shall leave to you. You will have complete cooperation of those in charge of the operations on Lagos. They are Xenians, and natives of Earth, and you may depend upon them implicitly. Do not, however, place any faith in any Laconians. The entire native populace may well be suspected of participation in the rites of this cult, and they are a treacherous and ruthless people at best. Have you any questions, Commander? None, I had told him. I have full authority to take any action I see fit. Yes, at your discretion. Of course, he added rather hastily. You appreciate the importance of our supply of timite. Only Laconians can gather it in commercial quantities under the existing conditions on Lagos, and our reserve supply is not large. We naturally wish to increase production there, rather than endanger it. It's a delicate mission, but I'm trusting you and your men to handle it for us. I know you will. He had arisen then, smiling, and offered his hand to me in that gesture which marks a son of Earth throughout the universe, thus bringing the interview to a close. In talking the things over with my officers, we had decided the mission promised to be an interesting one, but full of difficulties. The Urtak had set down on Lagos more than once, and we all had unpleasant memories of the place. The sunlight on Lagos, such as it was pale green and thin, lacking in warmth and vitality. The vegetation was flaccid and nearly colorless, more like a mushroom growth than anything else, and the inhabitants were suspicious and unfriendly. Remembering the typical Laconians, it was all the more surprising that a gracious creature like Leyden could have sprung from their midst. They were a beetle-browed, dark race, with gnarled muscles and huge knotted joints, speaking a guttural language all their own. Few spoke the universal language. But Leyden, chief priestess of the flame, the image of her kept drifting back to my mind. There was a woman to turn any man's head, and such a turning would be dangerous, for Leyden had no soft woman's soul, if I read her brilliant blue eyes aright. "Rather a beauty, isn't she, sir?" commented Hendricks, as I paused in my restless pacing and glanced at the two-dimensional charts. "The stowaway? Rather," I agreed shortly, "and chief instigator of the trouble we've been sent to eliminate." "That seems almost unbelievable, doesn't it?" "Why, Mr. Hendricks?" Corey and Kincaid entered before my junior officer could reply. I think he was rather glad of the excuse for not presenting his reasons. "Well, sir, she's under guard," reported Corey. "And now what's to be done with her?" "That," I admitted, "is a question. After all, she's an important personage at home. She was brought to base as a guest, probably something of a guest of honor of the council, I gather. And considering the work that's cut out for us, it would seem like a poor move to antagonize her unduly. What do you gentlemen think?" "I think you're right, sir," said Hendricks quickly. "I believe she should be given every consideration." Kincaid, my level-headed second officer, glanced curiously at Hendricks. "I see she's made one friend anyway," he said. "Don't let yourself slip, my boy. I've run across her kind before. They're dangerous." "Thanks, but the warning's not necessary, Mr. Kincaid," replied Hendricks stiffly, an angry flush mounting to his cheeks. "I merely expressed a requested opinion." "We'll let that phase of it drop, gentlemen," I cut in sharply, as I saw Kincaid's eyes flash. "Trust a woman to stir up strife and ill feeling. What shall we do with her?" "I believe, sir," said Corey, "that we be nice to her, treat her as an honored guest, make the best of a bad situation. If she's what the chief thought she is, the boss of this outfit we've got to lick, then there's no need of stroking her the wrong way, as I see it." "And you, Mr. Kincaid?" "I see no other way out of it. Under the circumstances, we can't treat her like a common culprit. Both her position and her sex would prevent." "Very well, then. We seem to be agreed. We'll find suitable quarters for her." "I'll give her mine," put in Hendricks. "Corey will let me double up with him, I imagine." "Sure," nodded Corey. Kincaid glanced sharply at Hendricks, but said nothing. I knew, however, that he was thinking just what I was, that my young third officer was in for a bad, bad time of it. Just how bad, I think neither of us guessed. Leanne became a member of the officers' mess on the Ertak. She occupied Hendricks' stateroom, and, I must confess, with an uncommon good judgment for a woman, remained there most of the time. She knew the reason for our mission, but this was one subject we never discussed, nor did we mention the sect of which, according to the chief of command, she was the head. We did talk freely, when brought together at the table, on every other general topic. Leanne was an exceedingly intelligent conversationalist. Her voice was fascinating, and her remarks were always to the point. And she was a very good listener. She paid flattering attention to the most casual remark. It seemed to me she was particularly gracious to Hendricks. Her strangely arresting blue eyes seldom left his face when he was speaking, and the greater portion of her remarks seemed addressed to him. Naturally, Hendricks responded as a flower responds to the warming rays of the sun. "We'll do well, sir, to keep a weather eye on the youngster," opined Corey one morning. I think I have previously explained that even in the unchanging darkness of space, we divided time arbitrarily into days and nights. Unless I'm badly mistaken, Hendricks is falling victim to a pair of blue eyes. "He's young," I shrugged. "We'll be there in 2 more days, and then we'll be rid of her." "Yes," nodded Corey. "We'll be there in a couple of days, and we'll be rid of her, I hope. But suppose it should be serious, sir." "What do you mean?" I asked sharply. I had been thinking rather vaguely along much of the same lines, but to hear it put into words came rather as a shock. "I hope I'm wrong," said Corey very gravely, "but this Leanne is an unusual woman. When I was his age, I could have slipped rather badly myself. Her eyes, that slow smile, they do things to a man. At the same time, Leanne is supposed to be the head of the thing we're to stamp out. You might say the enemy's leader. And it wouldn't be a good thing, sir, to have a friend of the enemy on board the Ertak, would it?" A rebuke rose to my lips, but I checked it. After all, Corey had no more than put into words some fears which had been harassing me. "A traitor? In the service?" Perhaps you won't be able to understand just what that thought meant to those of us who wore the blue and silver in those days. But a traitor was something we had never had. It was almost unbelievable that such a thing would ever happen, that it could ever happen. And yet, older men than Hendricks had thrown honor aside at the insistence of women less fascinating than Leanne. I had felt the lure of her personality. There was not one of us on board the Ertak who had not, and she had not exercised her wiles on any of us save Hendricks. With the shrewdness which had made her the leader she was, she had elected to fascinate the youngest, the weakest, the most impressionable. "I'll have a talk with him, Mr. Corey," I said quietly. "Probably it isn't necessary. I trust him implicitly, as I'm sure you do, and the rest of us." "Certainly, sir," Corey replied hastily, evidently relieved by the manner in which I had taken his remarks. "Only he's very young, sir, and Leanne is a very fascinating creature." I kept my promise to Corey the next time Hendricks was on watch. "We'll be sitting down in a couple of days," I commented casually. "It'll be good to stretch our legs again, won't it?" "It certainly will, sir." "And I imagine that's the last we'll see of our fair stowaway," I said, watching him closely. Hendricks' face flushed, and then drained white. With the tip of his forefinger he traced meaningless geometrical patterns on the surface of the instrument table. "I imagine so, sir," he replied in a choked voice, and then suddenly in a voice which shook with released emotion, "Oh, I know what you're thinking," he added, "what you've all been thinking. You, sir, and Corey and Kincaid, probably the other men too, for that matter. But it's not so. I want you to believe that, sir. I may be impressionable, and certainly she is beautiful, and terribly fascinating. But I'm not quite a fool. I realize she's on the other side, that I can't, that I must not, permit myself to care." You do believe that, sir?" "Of course, lad." I put my hand reassuringly on his shoulder. His whole body was shaking. "Forget it. Forget her as soon as you can. None of us have doubted you for an instant. We just wondered." "I could see that. I could feel it, and it hurt," said my junior officer, with shamefaced hesitancy. "But I'll forget her after she's gone." I let it go at that. After all, it was a rather painful subject for us both. The next day it did seem that he treated her with less attention, and she noticed it, for I saw the faint shadow of a frown form between her perfect brows, and her glance traveled meditatively from Hendricks' flushed face to my own. The next morning, after the first meal of the day, she walked down the passage with me, one slim white hand placed gently within the curve of my arm. "Mr. Hendricks," she commented softly, "seems rather distraught the last day or so." "Yes?" I said, smiling to myself, and wondering what was coming next. "Yes, Commander Hanson." There was just the faintest suggestion of steeliness in her voice now. "I fancy you've been giving him good advice, and painting me in lurid colors. Do you really think so badly of me?" Her hand pressed my arm with warm friendliness. Her great blue eyes were watching me with beseeching interest. "I think, Leanne," I replied, "that Mr. Hendricks is a very young man." "And that I am a dangerous woman?" She laughed softly. "That, at least," I told her, "your interests and ours are not identical." "True," she said coolly, pausing before the door of her stateroom. Her hand dropped from my arm, and she drew herself up regally. In the bright flow of the ethon tubes overhead, she was almost irresistibly beautiful. "Our interests are not identical, Commander Hanson. They are widely divergent, directly opposed to each other, as a matter of fact. And may I be so bold as to offer you a bit of advice?" I bowed, saying nothing. "Then don't attempt to meddle with things which are more powerful than you and the forces you control, and don't waste your breath on Mr. Hendricks. Fair warning." Before I could ask for a more complete explanation, she had slipped inside her stateroom and firmly closed the door. We sat down on Lacos late that afternoon, close to the city, or town, rather, of Geo, where those in charge of operations made their headquarters. With Leanne and Corey, leaving the ship in charge of Kincaid, I made my way quickly toward the headquarters building. We had gone but a few steps when Leanne was surrounded by a shouting throng of her fellow Laconians, and with a little mocking wave of her white hand she stepped into a sort of litter which had been rushed to the scene and was carried away. "For one," commented Corey with a sigh of relief, "I'm glad she's out of sight. If I never see her again, it'll be too soon. When do we start something? Not until we've talked with Feder, who's in command here. I have a letter for him from the chief. We'll see what he has to say. One thing was certain. We could look for no assistance of any kind from the natives. They regarded us with bleak scowls from beneath shaggy, lowering brows, our uniforms of blue with the silver ornaments of our service and rank identifying us clearly. In the greenish Laconian twilight, they were sinister figures indeed, clothed all alike in short, sleeveless tunics, belted loosely at the waist, feet and legs encased in leather buskins, reaching nearly to the knees, their brown, gnarled limbs and stoop-shouldered postures giving them a half-bestial resemblance, which was disturbing. Their walk was a sort of slow shuffle, which made their long arms dangle, swinging disjointedly. We entered the administration building of gray, dull stone, and were ushered immediately into the office of the head of the operations. "Hansen?" He greeted me. "Mighty glad to see you. You too, Corey. Terrible hole, this. Hope you're not here for long. Sorry I couldn't meet you at the ship. Got your radio, but couldn't make it. Everything's in a jam, getting worse all the time, and we're short-handed. Not half enough men here. Sit down, sit down. Seems good to feel firm ground under your feet." "Not particularly. Your air here isn't as good as the Urtex." Corey and I seated ourselves across the desk from the garrulous Feder. "I've a letter here from the chief. I believe it explains why we're here." I can guess. And none too soon. Things are in terrible shape. Terrible." Feder ripped open the letter and glanced through it with harried eyes. "Right," he noted. "I'm here to help you all I can. Place myself at your disposal. What can I do?" "Tell us what's up," I suggested. "That would be a long story. I suppose you know something about the situation already. Several reports have gone into base. What did the chief tell you, Hansen?" Briefly I sketched the chief's report, Feder nodding every few words. When I had finished, he rubbed his long, thin fingers together nervously and stared down, frowning at the littered top of his desk. "Right as far as he went," he said, "but he didn't go far enough. Wanted you to find out for yourself, I suppose. Well, there is a secret society working against us here. Sect, I'd call it. Undermined the whole inhabited portion of Lagos, which isn't a great area, as you know. The chief priestess is Leyden. I believe you said she stowed away on the Urtak with you." I nodded. "You're keeping her under guard?" asked Feder. "No. Under the circumstances we couldn't. We had no authority, you see. A crowd of natives bore her away in triumph." "Then your work's cut out for you," groaned Feder. "She's a devil incarnate, beautiful, irresistible, and evil as corruption itself. If she's back, I'm afraid there's nothing to be done. We've been sitting on a volcano ever since she left. Pressure growing greater every instant, it seemed. She's just what's needed to set it off." "We'll have to take our chances," I commented. "And now, just what is the setup?" "The worshippers of the flame, they call themselves. The membership takes in about every male being on Lagos. They meet in the great caverns which honeycomb the continent. Ghastly places. I've seen some of the smaller ones. Continent was thrust up from the sea in a molten state, some scientific chap told me once. These caverns were made by great belches of escaping steam or gas. You'll see them. She, Leyden, and her priests rule solely by terror. The Laconians are naturally just horses, a draft animal of ancient Earth, now extinct, content to work without thinking. Leyden and her crew have made them think, just enough to be dangerous, just what she tells them to think, and no more. Disobedient ones are punished by death. Rather a terrible death, I gather. Well, her chief aim is to stop the production of temite. She wishes to bargain with the council at her own terms." "What is her price?" I asked. "What does she want? Wealth?" "No. Power." Feder leaned across the desk, hammering it with both fists to emphasize the word, his eyes gleaming from their deep sockets. "Power, Hansen. That's what she craves. She's insane on the subject, utterly mad. She lusts after it. You asked her price? It is this. A seat in the council." I gasped audibly. A seat in the council composed of the wisest heads of the universe, and ruling the universe with absolute authority. "She is mad," I said. "Crazy," grunted Corey. "Plain crazy. A woman in the council?" Feder nodded solemnly. Mad, crazy, use your own terms, he said. But that's her price. The chief didn't tell you that, did he? Well, perhaps he didn't know. I learned it in a very roundabout way. She'll make the formal demand when the time is ripe, never fear. And what's more, unless these worshippers of the flame are stamped out, she'll get what she demands. Impossible. Not at all. You know what this place is. Only a Laconian can stand this atmosphere long. No vitality to the light that does come through this damned green stuff they breathe for air, and after a few days the acid, metallic tang of it drives you frantic. Never can get used to it. So the Laconians have to mine the timite, and the universe must have timite in quantities that can't be supplied from any other source. If the Laconians won't mine it, and they won't when Leyden tells them to quit, what will the council and your service do about it? Plenty, growled Corey. Nothing, contradicted Fetter. You can kill a man, disintegrate him, imprison him, punish him as you will, but you can't make him work. And there that phase of the matter rested. I asked him a number of questions which I felt would help us to start our work properly, and he answered every one of them promptly and fully. Evidently, Fetter had given his problem a great deal of thought, had done more than a little intelligent investigating of his own. "If there's anything else I can do to help you," he said as he accompanied us to the door, "don't fail to call upon me. And remember what I said. Trust no one except yourselves. Study each move before you make it. These Laconians are dull-witted, but they'll do whatever Leyden tells them, and she thinks fast and cunningly." We thanked him for his warning and hurried back to the ship through the sickly green Laconian dusk. The acrid odor of the atmosphere was already beginning to be disagreeable. "Decent sort of chap, Fetter," commented Corey. "All wrought up, isn't he? Worried stiff." "I imagine he has cause to be. And he might have been right in saying we should have held Leyden. Perhaps we could have treated with her in some way." "No chance. Not that lady. When we treat with her, we'll have to have the whip hand utterly and completely." The heavy outer door of the Urtak's exit was open, but the transparent inner door, provided for just such an emergency, was in place, forming, in conjunction with a second door, an efficient airlock. The guard saw us coming, and as we came up, had the inner door smartly opened, standing at salute as we entered. We returned his salute and went up to the navigating room, where I proposed to hold a brief council of war, informing Kincaid and Hendricks of what we had learned from Fetter, and deciding upon a course of action for the following day. Kincaid, whom I had left on watch, was there waiting. "Well, sir, how do things stack up?" he asked anxiously. "Not so good. Please ask Mr. Hendricks to report here at once, and I'll give you the whole story." Kincaid pressed the attention signal to Hendricks' room and waited impatiently for a response. There was none. "Try my room," suggested Corey. "Maybe he hasn't moved back to his own quarters yet." "That's what he said he would be doing," replied Kincaid. But that signal, too, failed to bring any response. Corey glanced at me, a queer, hurt expression in his eyes. "Shall I go forward and see if he's ill?" he asked quickly. "Please do," I said. And as soon as he was gone, I turned to the microphone and called the sentry on duty at the exit. "Commander Hanson speaking. Has Mr. Hendricks left the ship?" "Yes, sir. Some time ago. The lady came back, saying she had word from you. She and Mr. Hendricks left a few minutes later. That was all right, sir?" "Yes," I said, barely able to force the word from between my lips. "Hendricks and Leyden? Hendricks a traitor?" I cut the microphone and glanced at Kincaid. He must have read the facts in my eyes. "He's gone, sir?" "With Leyden," I nodded. The door burst open, and Corey came racing into the room. "But he's not there, sir," he snapped. "But in his room I found this." He held out an envelope addressed to me. I ripped it open, glanced through the hasty, nervous scrawl, and then read it aloud. "Sir, I am leaving with Leyden. I am sorry. It had to be. Hendricks." "That, gentlemen," I said hoarsely, after a long silence, "will make the blackest entry ever spread upon the log of the Urtak, upon any ship of the service. Let us dismiss this thing from our minds and proceed." But that was easier by far to propose than to accomplish. It was late indeed when we finished our deliberations, but the plan decided upon was exceedingly simple. We would simply enforce our authority until we located definite resistance. We would then concentrate our efforts upon isolating the source of this resistance and overcoming it. That we would find Leyden at the bottom of our difficulties we knew perfectly well, but we desired to place her in a definite position as an enemy. So far we had nothing against her, no proof of her activities, save the rather guarded report of the chief, and the evidence given us by Fetter. There were 3 major continents on Lykos, but only one of them was inhabited, or habitable, the other 2 being within the large northern polar cap. The activities of the worshippers of the flame were centered about the chief city of Geo, Fetter had told us, and therefore we were in position to start action without delay. Force of men would avail us nothing, since the entire crew of the Ertak would be but a pitiful force compared to the horde Leyden could muster. Our mission could be accomplished, if, indeed, it could be accomplished at all, by the force of whatever authority our position commanded, and the outwitting of Leyden. Accordingly, it was decided that, in the emergency, all 3 of us would undertake the task, leaving the ship in charge of Sub-Officer Scholey, chief of the operating room crew, and a very capable, level-headed man. I gave him his final instructions as we left the ship early the next morning. Scholey, we are leaving you in a position of unusual responsibility. An emergency makes it necessary, or at least desirable, for Mr. Corey, Mr. Kincaid, and myself to leave the ship. Mr. Hendricks has already departed. Therefore the Ertak will be left in your charge. Remain here for 5 days. If we do not return in that time, leave for base and report the circumstances there. The log will reveal full authority for your actions. Very well, sir. He saluted, and we passed through the airlock which protected the Ertak from the unpleasant atmosphere of Lykos, armed only with atomic pistols, and carrying condensed rations and menors at our belts. We went directly to the largest of the mines, the natives regarding us with furtive, unfriendly eyes. A great crowd of men were lounging around the mouth of the mine, and as we approached they tightened their ranks as though to block our passage. "We'll bluff through it," I whispered. "They know the uniform of the service, and they have no leader." "I'd like to take a swing at one of them," growled Corey. "I don't like their looks, not a bit, but just as you say, sir." Our bluff worked. We marched up to the packed mass as though we had not even noticed them, and slowly and unwillingly they opened a path for us, closing in behind us with rather uncomfortable celerity. For a moment I regretted we had not taken a landing crew from the Ertak. However, we won through the mouth of the mine without violence. But here a huge Laconian who seemed to be in authority held up his hand and blocked our way. "Let me handle him, sir," said Corey from the corner of his mouth. "I understand a little of their language." "Right," I nodded. "Make it strong." Corey stepped forward, his head thrust out truculently, thumbs hooked through his belt, his right hand suggestively near his automatic pistol. He rapped out something in unpleasant gutturals, and the tall Laconian replied volubly. "He says it's orders," commented Corey over his shoulder. "Now I'll tell him who's giving orders around here." He stepped closer to the Laconian and spoke with emphatic briefness. The Laconian fell back a step, hesitated, and started to reply. Corey stopped him with a single word and motioned us to follow him. The guard watched us doubtfully and angrily, but he let us pass. "He told me," explained Corey, "that she had given orders. Didn't name her, but we can guess all right. I told him that if she wished to say anything to us, she could do it in person, that we weren't afraid of her, of him, or of all the Laconians who ever breathed green soup and called it air. He's a simple soul and easily impressed. So we got by." "Nice work," I commended him. "It's an auspicious start, anyway." The mouth of the mine was not the usual vertical shaft. As Fetters had told us, it was a great ramp of less than 45 degrees, leading underground, illuminated by jets of greenish flame from the metal brackets set into the wall at regular intervals, and fed by a never-failing interplay of natural gas. The passageway was of varying height and width, but nowhere less than 3 times my height from floor to ceiling, and it was broad enough at its narrowest so that 10 men might have marched easily abreast. The floor apparently had been smoothed by human effort, but for the rest the corridor was, to judge from the evidence, entirely natural, for the walls of shiny black rock bore no marks of tools. At intervals, other passages branched off from the main one we were following, at greater and less angles, but these were much narrower, and had very apparently been hewn in the solid rock. Like the central passage, they were utterly deserted. "We'll be coming out on the other side pretty soon," commented Corey, after a steady descent of perhaps 20 minutes. "This tunnel must go all the way through." What's that?" We paused and listened. From behind us came a soft whispering sound, the nature of which we could not determine. "Sounds like the shuffle of many feet, far behind," suggested Kincaid, gravely. "Or, more likely, the air rushing around the corners of those smaller passages," I suggested. "This is a draughty hole, or it may be just the combined flarings of all those jets of flame." "Maybe you're right, sir," nodded Corey. "Anyway, we won't worry about it until we have to. I guess we just keep going?" "That seems to be about all there is to do. We should enter one of the big subterranean chambers Feder mentioned before long." As a matter of fact, it was but a minute or two later that we turned a curve into the corridor and found ourselves looking into a vast open space, the roof supported by huge pillars of black stone, and the floor littered with rocky debris and mining tools thrown down by workmen. "This is where they take out the termite ore, I imagine," said Kincaid, picking up a loose fragment of rock. He pointed to a smudge of soft, crumbly gray metal, greasy in appearance, showing on the surface of the specimen he had picked up. "That's the stuff, sir. That's causing us all this trouble. Nearly pure metallic timite." He dropped the fragment, looking about curiously. "But where," he added, "are the miners?" "I'm inclined to believe that we'll find out before we get back to the Urtak," said Corey grimly. "Everything's moved along too sweetly. Trouble's just piling up somewhere." "That remains to be seen," I commented. "Let's move on and see what's beyond. That looks like a door of some sort on the far side. Perhaps it will lead us to something more interesting." "I hope it does," growled Corey. "This underground business is getting on my nerves." It was a door I had seen, a huge slab of light yellow-green metal. I paused, my hand on the simple latch. "Stand to one side," I said softly. "Let's see what happens." I lifted the latch, and the heavy door opened inward. Cautiously, I stared through the portal. Inside was blackness and silence. Somewhere, in the far distance, I could see 2 or 3 tiny pinpricks of green light. "We'll take a look around anyway," I said. "Follow me carefully and be ready for action. It seems all right, but somehow I don't like the look of things." In a single file we passed beyond the massive door, the light from the large room outside streaming ahead of us, our shadows, long and grotesque, moving on the rocky floor ahead of us. Then, suddenly, I became aware that the path of light ahead of us was narrowing. I turned swiftly. The door must be closing. As I turned, lights roared up all around us, intense light, which struck at our eyes with almost tangible force. A great shout rose, echoing to a vaulted ceiling. Before we could move or cry out, a score of men on either side had pinioned us. "Damnation!" roared Corey. "If I only had the use of my fists, just for a second!" We were in a great cavern, the largest I have ever beheld, a huge bubble blown in the molten rock by powerful gases from the seething interior of the world. The roof was invisible above our heads, and the floor sloped down gently in every direction toward a central dais, so far away that its details were lost to us. From the center of the dais, a mighty pillar of green flame mounted into the air nearly 20 times the height of a man. All around the dais, seated on the sloping floor of the cavern, were Laconians. There were hundreds of them, thousands of them, and they were as silent and motionless as death. They paid no heed to us. They crouched, each in his place, and stared at the column of greenish flame. "It was a trap," muttered Kincaid, as our captors marched us rapidly toward the dais in the center of the huge amphitheater. "They were waiting for us. I imagine we have been watched all the time, and we walked into the trap exactly like a bunch of schoolboys." "True. But we've found, I believe, what we wished to find," I told him. "This is the meeting place of the worshippers of the flame. There, I imagine, is the flame itself, and unless I'm badly mistaken, That's Leyden, waiting up there in the center. It was Leyden. She was seated on a massive, simple throne of the greenish-yellow metal, and the column of fire rising directly behind her like an impossible plume. In a semicircle at her feet, in massive chairs made of the odd metal, were perhaps 20 old men, their heads crowned with great unkempt manes of white hair. And, standing beside Leyende's throne, at her right hand, was Hendricks. His shoulders drooped, his chin rested upon his breast. He was wearing, not the blue and silver uniform of the service, but a simple tunic of pale green, with buskins of dark green leather, laced with black. He did not look up as we were ushered before this impressive group, but Leyden watched us with smiling interest. Leyden, seated there upon her throne, was not the Leyden of those days in the Ertak. There she had been scarcely more than a peculiarly fascinating young woman with a regal bearing and commanding eyes. Here she was a goddess, terrifyingly beautiful, smiling with her lips, yet holding the power of death in the white hands which hung gracefully from the massive arms of the throne. She wore a simple garment of thin, shimmering stuff, diaphanous as finest silk. It was black, caught at one shoulder with a flashing green stone. The other shoulder was bared, and the black garment was a perfect foil for the whiteness of her perfect skin, her amazing blue eyes, and the pale gold of her hair. She lifted one hand in a slight gesture as our conductors paused before the dais. They fell away and formed a close cordon behind us. "We have awaited your coming," she said in her sibilant voice. "And you are here." "We are here," I said sternly, "representing through our service the Supreme Council of the universe. What words shall we take back to those who sent us?" Leyden smiled, a slow, cruel smile. The pink fingers of one hand tapped gently on the carven arm of her throne. The eyes of the semicircle of old men watched us with unwavering hatred. "The word you will carry will be a good word," she said slowly. "Leyden has decided to be gracious, and yet it is well that you have full understanding of Leyende's power. For while the word Leyden shall give you to bear back is a good word, still Leyden is but a woman, and women have been known to change their minds. Is that not so, Commander Hansen?" "That is so, Leyden," I nodded, "and we are glad to hear that your wisdom has led you to be gracious." She leaned forward suddenly, her eyes flashing with anger. "Mark you, it is not wisdom, but a whim of mine that causes me to be graciously minded," she cried. "Think you that Leyden is afraid? Look about you." We turned slowly and cast our eyes about that great gathering. As far as the eye could reach, in every direction, was a sea of faces. And, as we looked, the door through which we had entered this great hall was flung open, and a crowd of tiny specks came surging in. "And still they come, at Leyende's command," she laughed. "They are those who played to disarm your suspicions at blocking your entry to this place, but they did but follow you a safe distance behind." "I thought so," murmured Corey. "Things were going too smoothly. That was what we heard, sir." I nodded and looked up at Leyden. "You have many followers," I said, "yet this is but a small world, and behind the council are all the worlds of the universe." Leyden threw back her head and laughed, a soft tinkling sound that rose clearly above the hollow roar of the mighty flame behind her throne. "You speak bravely," she said, "knowing that Leyden holds the upper hand. Did your council take armed action against us, we would blow up these caverns which are the source of your precious temite, and bury it so deeply no force that could live here could extract it in the quantities in which the universe needs it. But enough of this exchange of sharp words. Leyden has already said that she is disposed to be gracious. Does that not content you? I will bear back to those who sent me whatever word you have to offer. It is not for me to judge its graciousness," I said coolly. "Then, but first, let me show you how well I rule here," she said. She spoke to one of the old men seated at her feet. He arose and disappeared in a passage leading from directly beneath the dais. "You will see, presently, the punishment of Leyden," she said smilingly. "Leyden, chief priestess of the flame, mother of life, giver of death, most worshipped of the worshippers. Perhaps you wonder how it came that Leyden sits here in judgment upon a whole people. let me tell you, while we await the execution of Leanne's judgment. The father of Leanne, and his father before him, back into those remote days of which we have no knowledge, were chief priests of the worshippers of the flame, but they were lacking in ambition, and knowledge, and power. Their followers were but few, and their hands held out in benediction, and not in command. But the father of Leanne had no son. Instead he had a daughter, in whom was all the wisdom of those who had been chief priests. She gathered about her a group of old men, shrewd and cunning, the lesser priests, and those who would know the feel of power, who were not priests. You see them here at the feet of Leanne. And under Leanne's guidance, the ranks of the worshippers grew, and as this power grew, so grew the power of Leanne, until the time came when no man, no woman, on the face of Lagos dared question the command of the chief priestess, and those who would have rebelled were made to feel the power of Leanne, as these you see here now. The old man had reappeared, and behind him were two miserable wretches, closely guarded by a dozen armed men. Leanne spoke briefly to the old man, and then turned to us. The first of these is one who has dared to disobey, she explained. He brought out more of the ore than Leanne had ordered. Do you hear that multitude? They know already what his fate will be. A long, shuddering whisper had arisen from the thousands of beings crouched there in the amphitheater, as the uncouth figure of the prisoner was led up a flight of steep, narrow steps to the very base of the flame. Hendricks, still hiding his face from us, bent over Leanne and whispered something in her ear. She caressed his arm softly and shook her head. Hendricks leaned more heavily against the throne, shuddering. Slowly the flame was dying, until we could see that it was not a solid pillar of fire, but a hollow circle of flame, fed by innumerable jets set at the base of a circle a trifle more than a length of a man across. Into those deadly circles the condemned man was led. His legs were bound swiftly, so that he could not move, and the old man stepped back quickly. As though his movement had been a signal, the flames shot up with a roar until they lost themselves far over our heads. As one man, the three of us started forward, but the guards hemmed us in instantly. "Fools!" cried Leanne. "Be still. The power of Leanne is absolute here." We stared, fascinated at the terrible sight. The flame spouted streaks of blue and yellow, streaking up from its base. Mercifully, we could not see within that encircling wall of fire. Slowly the flame died down again. A trap door opened in the circle, and some formless thing dropped out of sight. Leanne questioned the old man again, her eyes resting upon the other prisoner. The old man answered briefly. "This one spoke against the power of Leanne," she explained smilingly. "He said Leanne was cruel, that she was selfish. He must also feel the embrace of the sacred flame." I heard, rather than saw, the ghastly drama repeated, for I had bent my head and would not look up. Leanne was no woman. She was a fiend, and yet for her, a trusted officer, a friend, had forsworn his service and his comrades. I wondered, as I stood there with bowed head, what were the thoughts which must have been passing through Hendrick's mind. "You fear to look upon the punishment of Leanne?" the voice of the unholy priestess broke in upon my shuddering reverie. "Then you understand why her power is absolute, why she is mother of life and giver of death throughout all Lagos. And now for the word I promised you, a gracious word from one who could be terrible and not gracious were that her whim. It has been in the mind of Leanne to extend her power, to make for herself a place in the Supreme Council of which you speak with so much awe and reverence, Commander Hanson. But, by happen chance, another whim has seized her." Leanne looked up at Hendricks smilingly and took one of his hands in hers. It was wonderful how her face softened as he returned fiercely the pressure of her soft hands. "I know it will sound strange to your ears," she said in a voice almost tender, "but Leanne is, after all, a woman, with many, if not all, a woman's many weaknesses. And while even in his presence Leanne will say that her lover was at the beginning looked upon as no more than a tool which might further Leanne's power, he has won now a place in her heart." I saw Hendricks tremble as she admitted her love, and that portion of his face which we could see flushed hotly. "And so Leanne has elected to give up, at least for the present, the place in the council which she could command. For, after all, that would be a remote power, lacking in the elements of physical power which Leanne has over these, her people, and in which she has learned to delight. So, Commander Hanson, bear to your superiors this word. Leanne will permit a production of whatever reasonable amount of temite is desired. She will remain here with her consort, brooking no interference, no changes, no commands from any person or organization. Go, now, and take with you the words of Leanne. I looked up at her gravely and shook my head. We shall go, I said, and we will take with us your words. But I warn you that the words you have spoken are treason to the universe, in that you have defied the council. Leanne leapt from her throne, her scarlet lips drawn back against her white, gleaming teeth. Her eyes, dilated with anger, blazed down upon us almost as hotly as the flame which rose behind her. Go, and quickly, she fairly screamed. If you have no desire to feel the embrace of the sacred flame, then go. I bowed silently and motioned to Corey and Kincaid. Silently we made our way down a long aisle, surrounded by motionless figures, staring unblinkingly at the column of fire, toward the door by which we had entered this great chamber. Behind us I could hear Leanne's clear voice lifted in her own guttural language as she addressed the multitude. Safely within the Ertak, we discussed the morning's adventure over a late luncheon. "I suppose," said Kincaid, "there's nothing left to do but tell Federer as much as seems wise, to reassure him, and then return to base to make our report." "We'll come back if we do," growled Corey. "And we'll come back to fight. The Council won't stand for her attitude." "Undoubtedly that's true," I admitted. "Still, I believe we should put it up to base, and through base to the Council, before doing anything more. Much, if not all, of what she said was perfectly true." "It was that," nodded Kincaid. "There were scores, if not hundreds of doors leading into that big chamber. I imagine it can be reached underground from any point on the continent, and those winding passages would be simple to defend from any form of invasion." "But could these Laconians fight?" asked Corey. "That's what I'd like to know. I doubt it. They look like a sleepy, ignorant lot." "I think they'd fight to the death if Leanne ordered them to," I replied thoughtfully. "Did you notice the way they stared at the flame, never moving, never even winking? My idea is that it exercises a sort of auto-hypnotic influence over them, which gives Leanne just the right opportunity to impress her will upon them." "I wondered about that," Kincaid commented. "I believe you're right, sir. Any idea as to when we'll shove off?" "There's no particular hurry. Feder will be busy until evening, I imagine, so we won't bother him until then. As soon as we've had a chat with him, we can start." "And without Hendricks," said Kincaid, shaking his head sadly. "I wonder—" "If you don't mind, Mr. Kincaid, we won't mention his name on the Ertak after this," I interrupted. "I, for one, would rather forget him, wouldn't you?" "I would, sir, if I could," said Kincaid softly. "But that's not easy, is it?" It wasn't easy. As a matter of fact, it was impossible. I knew I would never forget my picture of him standing there shaken and miserable beside the woman for whom he had disgraced his uniform, hiding his head in shame from the eyes of the men he had called comrades and who had called him friend. But to talk of him was morbid. It was late in the afternoon when I called Corey and Kincaid to the navigating room, where I had spent several hours charting our return course. "I believe, gentlemen," I remarked, "that we can call on Mr. Feder now. I'll ask you to remain in charge of the ship, Mr. Kincaid, while Mr. Corey and I—" An attention signal sounded sharply to interrupt me. I answered it instantly. "Sentry at exit, sir," said an excited voice. "Mr. Hendricks and the woman stowaway are here asking for you. They say it is very urgent." "Bring them both here at once, under guard," I ordered. "Be sure you are properly relieved." "Right, sir." I turned to Corey and Kincaid, who were watching me with curious eyes. My excitement must have shown upon my face. "Mr. Hendricks and Leanne are here at the exit, asking to see me," I snapped. "They'll be here in a moment. What do you suppose is in the air?" "Hendricks?" muttered Corey, his face darkening. "It seems to me he has a lot of nerve." There was a sharp tap on the door. "Come," I ordered quickly. The door opened, and Leanne, followed by Hendricks, hurried into the room. "That will do," I nodded to the guard who had accompanied them. "You may go." "You wonder why we're here, I suppose," demanded Leanne. "I'll tell you quickly, for every instant is precious. This was a very different Leanne. She was no longer clad in diaphanous black. She was wearing a tunic similar to the one she had worn on board the Ertak, save that this one was torn and soiled. Her lips, as she talked, twitched with an insane anger. Her amazing eyes were like those of a cornered beast of the wilderness. My council of wise old men turned against me when I told them my plans to marry the man of my choice. They said he was an outsider, an enemy, a foreigner. They would have none of him. They demanded that I give him to the flame and marry one of my own kind. They had not, of course, understood what I had said to you there in the great chapel of the flame. I defied them. We escaped through a passage which is not known to any save myself, and the existence of which my father taught me years ago. We are here, but they will guess where we have gone. My old men are exciting my people against me, and for that shall all, down to the last one, know the embrace of the flame. She gritted her teeth on the words, her nostrils distended with rage. I'm safe. I can command them. I can make them know my power, and I shall. The flame will have much to feed upon in the days which are to come, I promise you. But my beloved would not be safe. At this moment I cannot protect him, so I have brought him back. I know he, but I will not be weak. I am Leanne. She faced Hendricks, who had stood there like a graven image, watching her. Her arms went about his neck. Her lips sought his. My beloved, she whispered. Leanne was but a woman, after all. Darling, good-bye. She kissed him again and hurried to the door. One more thing, she cried. I must muster them myself. I must show them. I, Leanne, am ruler here. You promise? You promise you will not interfere? That you will do nothing? But, Leanne interrupted me before I could put my objections into words. Promise, she commanded. There are hundreds, thousands of them. You cannot slay them all, and if you did, there would be more. I can bend them to my will. They know my power. Promise, or there will be many deaths upon your hands. I promise, I said. And you, all of you? She demanded, sweeping Corey and Kincaid with her eyes. Commander Hanson speaks for us all, nodded Kincaid, with a last glance at Hendricks, whose eyes had never left her for an instant. She was gone. Hendricks uttered a long, quivering sigh. His face, as he turned to us, was ghastly white. She's gone, he muttered. Forever. That's exceedingly unfortunate, sir, for you, I replied crisply. As soon as it's perfectly safe, we'll see to it that you depart also. The sting of my words apparently did not touch him. You don't understand, he said dully. I know what you think, and I do not blame you. She came back. You know that. You are coming with me, she said. I care for you. I want you. You are coming with me at once. I told her I was not, that I loved her, but that I could not, would not go. She opened a port and showed me one of her countrymen standing not far away, watching the ship. He held something in his hand. He has one of your hand bombs, she told me. I found it while I was hidden, and took it with me when I left. If you do not come with me, he will throw it against the ship, destroy it, and those within. There was nothing else for me to do. She permitted me to explain no more than I did in the note I left. I pleaded with her, did all I could. Finally, I persuaded her to give you the word she did, there before the great flame. She brought me back here at the risk of her own life, and what is even more precious to her, her power. In her own way. She loves me. It was an amazing story. A second or two passed before any of us could speak, and then words came fast and joyous. Our friend, our trusted fellow officer, had come back to us. I felt as though a great black cloud had slid from across the sun. And then, above our voices, rose a great mutter of sound. We glanced at one another, wonderingly. Hendricks was the first to make a move. That's the mob, he said, darting toward the door. We followed him swiftly to the exit of the ship, through the airlock, out into the open. Hendricks had spoken the truth. Leanne was walking, very slowly and deliberately, her head flung back proudly toward the city. Coming toward her like a great, ragged wave was a mighty mass of humanity, led by capering old men, undoubtedly the lesser priests who had turned against her. "The portable projectors, sir," begged Corey excitedly. "A pair of them, and that mob—" "We're bound by our promise," I reminded him. "She's not afraid. Her power is terrible. I believe she'll win without them. Look." Leyden had paused, lifted one hand in a gesture of command, and called out to the rabble. Corey translated the whole thing for me later. "Halt!" she cried sharply. "Who moves upon the chief priestess of the flame and earns the embrace of the flame?" The crowd halted, cowering. Then the old man shouted to them and gestured them onward. With a rush, the front ranks came on. "So," Leyden called out to them, "you would disobey, Leyden? Yet even yet it is not too late. Leyden gives you one chance more. You little know the chief priestess of the flame if you think she will tolerate an encroachment of her power. Back, back, I say, or you shall feel the might of Leyden." Before her tirade the mob faltered, but again the crazed old men led them on. Leyden turned, saw us, and made a regal gesture of farewell. From the bosom of her tunic she snatched a small black object and swung it high above her head. "The bomb!" shouted Hendricks. "She has it! She—" At the very feet of the onrushing crowd the black object struck. There was a hollow roar. A blast of thundering air swept us backward to the ground. When we scrambled to our feet, Leyden was gone. The relentless mob had gone. Where they had been was a great crater of raw earth, strewn with ghastly fragments. Far back toward the city, a few straggling figures ran frantically away from that scene of death. "Gone," I said. Power was a mania, an obsession with her. Even her death was a supreme gesture of power, of authority. "Leyden," Hendricks whispered, "chief priestess of the flame, giver of death." With Leyden gone, and with her the old men who had tried to snatch her power from her hand, and who might have caused us trouble, the rebellion of the Laconians was at an end. Leaderless, they were helpless, and I believe they were happy in the change. Sometimes the old ways are better than the new, and Leyden's regime had been merciless and rather terrible. There are many kinds of women. Great women, women with small souls, women filled with the spirit of sacrifice, selfish women, good women, and bad. And Leyden, I leave her for you to judge. She was a woman. Classify her for yourself. After all, I am an old man, and perhaps I have forgotten the ways of women. I do not wish to judge, on one hand, to be called bitter and hard, on the other hand, to be condemned as soft with advancing age. I have given you the story of Leyden, chief priestess of the flame. How, you clever and infallible members of this present generation, do you judge her? End of Priestess of the Flame by Sewell Peaslee Wright. Recording by Bill Yallely. The Sky Trap by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallely. Lawton enjoyed a good fight. He stood happily trading blows with Slashaway Tommy, his lean-fleshed torso gleaming with sweat. He preferred to work the pugnacity out of himself slowly, to savor it as it ebbed. "Better luck next time, Slashaway," he said, and unlimbered a left hook that thudded against his opponent's jaw with such violence that the big hairy ape crumpled to the resin and rolled over on his back. Lawton brushed a lock of rust-colored hair from his brow and stared down at the limp figure lying on the descending stratoship's slightly tilted athletic deck. "Good work, Slashaway," he said. "You're primitive and beetle-browed, but you've got what it takes." Lawton flattered himself that he was the opposite of primitive. High in the sky, he had predicted the weather for 8 days running, with far more accuracy than he could have put into a punch. They'd flash his report all over Earth in a couple of minutes now. From New York to London, to Singapore and back. In half an hour he'd be donning street clothes and stepping out feeling darned good. He had fulfilled his weekly obligation to society by manipulating meteorological instruments for 45 minutes, high in the warm upper stratosphere, and worked off his pugnacity by knocking down a professional gem slugger. He would have a full, glorious week now to work off all his other drives. The straddle-ship's commander, Captain Forrester, had come up and was staring at him reproachfully.
"Dave, I don't hold with the reforming Johnnies who want to remake human nature from the ground up. But you've got to admit, our generation knows how to keep things humming with a minimum of stress. We don't have world wars now because we work off our pugnacity by sailing into gem sluggers 8 or 10 times a week. And since our romantic emotions can be taken care of by tactile television, we're not at the mercy of every brainless bit of fluff's calculated ankle appeal." Lawton turned and regarded him quizzically. "Don't you suppose I realize that? You'd think I just blew in from Mars." "All right. We have the outlets, the safety valves. They are supposed to keep us civilized. But you don't derive any benefit from them."
"The heck I don't. I exchange blows with Slashaway every time I board the Perseus. And as for women, well, there's just one woman in the world for me, and I wouldn't exchange her for all the Turkish images and the tactile broadcasts from Istanbul."
"Yes, I know. But you work off your primitive emotions with too much gusto. Even a cast-iron gem-slugger can bruise. That last blow was brutal. Just because Slashaway gets thumped and thudded all over by the medical staff twice a week doesn't mean he can take—"
The straddle-ship lurched suddenly. The deck heaved up under Lawton's feet, hurling him against Captain Forrester, and spinning both men around so that they seemed to be waltzing together across the ship. The still limp gem-slugger slid downward, colliding with a corrugated metal bulkhead and sloshing back and forth like a wet mackerel. A full minute passed before Lawton could put a stop to that. Even while careening, he had been alive to Slashaway's peril and had tried to leap to his aid. But the ship's steadily increasing gyrations had hurled him away from the skipper and against a massive vaulting horse, barking the flesh from his shins and spilling him with violence onto the deck. He crawled now toward the prone gem-slugger on his hands and knees, his temples thudding. The gyration ceased an instant before he reached Slashaway's side. With an effort he lifted the big man up, propped him against the bulkhead, and shook him until his teeth rattled. "Slashaway," he muttered. "Slashaway, old fella." Slashaway opened blurred eyes.
"Phew," he muttered. "You sure socked me hard, sir."
"You went out like a light," explained Lawton gently. "A minute before the ship lurched."
"The ship lurched, sir?"
"Something's very wrong, Slashaway. The ship isn't moving. There are no vibrations, and— Slashaway, are you hurt? Your skull thumped against that bulkhead so hard I was afraid—"
"No, I'm okay. What do you mean the ship ain't moving? How could it stop?"
Lawton said, "I don't know, Slashaway." Helping the gem-slugger to his feet, he stared apprehensively about him. Captain Forrester was kneeling on the resin, testing his hocks for sprains with splayed fingers, his features twitching. "Hurt badly, sir?" The commander shook his head.
"I don't think so. Dave, we are 20,000 feet up, so how in hell could we be stationary in space?"
"It's all yours, Skipper."
"I must say you're helpful."
Forrester got painfully to his feet and limped toward the athletic compartment's single quartz port, a small circle of radiance on a level with his eyes. As the port sloped downward at an angle of nearly 60 degrees, all he could see was a diffuse glimmer, until he wedged his brow in the observer visor and stared downward. Lawton heard him suck in his breath sharply. "Well, sir?"
"There are thin cirrus clouds directly beneath us. They're not moving."
Lawton gasped, the sense of being in an impossible situation swelling to nightmare proportions within him. What could have happened? Directly behind him, close to a bulkhead chronometer, which was clicking out the seconds with unabashed regularity, was a misty blue visiplate that merely had to be switched on to bring the pilots into view. The commander hobbled toward it and manipulated a rheostat. The two pilots appeared side by side on the screen, sitting amidst a spidery network of dully gleaming pipelines and nichrome humidification units. They had unbuttoned their high-altitude coats, and their stratosphere helmets were resting on their knees. The Jablochov candlelight which flooded the pilot room accentuated the haggardness of their features, which were as sickly,
cadaverous hue. The captain spoke directly into the visiplate. "What's wrong with the ship?" he demanded. "Why aren't we descending? Dawson, you do the talking." One of the pilots leaned tensely forward, his shoulders jerking. "We don't know, sir. The rotaries went dead when the ship started gyrating. We can't work the emergency torps, and the temperature is rising." "But it defies all logic," Forster muttered. "How could a metal ship, weighing tons, be suspended in the air like a balloon? It is stationary, but it is not buoyant. We seem in all respects to be frozen in." "The explanation may be simpler than you dream," Lawton said. "When we found the key." The captain swung toward him. "Could you find the key, Dave?" "I should like to try. It may be hidden somewhere on the ship, and then again it may not be. But I should like to go over the ship with a fine-tooth comb. Then I should like to go over outside thoroughly. Suppose you make me an emergency mate and give me carte blanche, sir." Lawton got his carte blanche. For 2 hours he did nothing spectacular, but he went over every inch of the ship. He also lined up the crew and pumped them. The men were as completely in the dark as the pilots, and the now completely recovered Slashaway, who was following Lawton about like a doting seal. "You're a right guy, sir. Another 2 or 3 cracks and my noggin would have split open."
"But not like an eggshell, Slashaway. Pig iron develops fissures under terrific pounding, but your cranium seems to be more like tempered steel. Slashaway, you won't understand this, but I've got to talk to somebody, and the captain is too busy to listen. I went over the entire ship because I thought there might be a hidden source of buoyancy somewhere. It would take a lot of air bubbles to turn this ship into a balloon, but there are large vacuum chambers under the multiple series condensers in the engine room, which conceivably could have sucked in a helium leakage from the carbon pile valves. And there are bulkhead porosities which could have clogged."
"Yeah,"
muttered Slashaway, scratching his head.
I see what you mean, sir."
"It was no soap. There's nothing inside the ship that could possibly keep us up. Therefore, there must be something outside that isn't air. We know there is air outside. We've stuck our heads out and sniffed it. And we found a curious thing. Along with the oxygen, there is water vapor, but it isn't H2O. It's HO. A molecular arrangement like that occurs in the upper solar atmosphere, but nowhere on Earth. And there's a thin sprinkling of hydrocarbon molecules out there, too. Hydrocarbon appears ordinarily as methane gas, but out there it rings up as CH. Methane is CH4. And there are also scandium oxide molecules making unfamiliar faces at us. An oxide of boron with an equational limp."
"Gee," muttered Slashaway. "We're up against it, eh?"
Lawton was squatting on his hams beside an emergency chute opening on the deck of the Penguin's weather observatory. He was letting down a spliced beryllium plumb line, his gaze riveted on the slowly turning horizontal drum of a windlass which contained more than 200 feet of gleaming metal cordage. Suddenly, as he stared, the drum stopped revolving. Lawton stiffened, a startled expression coming into his face. He had been playing a hunch that had seemed as insane, rationally considered, as his wild idea about the bulkhead porosities. For a moment he was stunned, unable to believe that he had struck pay dirt. The winch indicator stood at 103 feet, giving him a rich, fruity yield of startlement. 100 feet below him, the plummet rested on something solid that sustained it in space. Scarcely breathing, Lawton leaned over the windlass and stared downward. There was nothing visible between the ship and the fleecy clouds far below, except a tiny black dot resting on vacancy, and a thin beryllium plumb line ascending like an interrogation point from the dot to the chute opening.
"You see something down there?"
Slashaway asked. Lawton moved back from the windlass, his brain whirling. "Slashaway, there's a solid surface directly beneath us, but it's completely invisible."
"You mean it's like a frozen cloud, sir?"
"No, Slashaway. It doesn't shimmer or deflect light. Congealed water vapor would sink instantly to Earth."
"You think it's all around us, sir?"
Lawton stared at Slashaway aghast. In his crude fumblings, the gem slugger had ripped a hidden fear right out of his subconsciousness into the light. "I don't know, Slashaway," he muttered. I'll get at that next." A half-hour later, Lawton sat beside the captain's desk in the control room, his face drained of all color. He kept his gaze averted as he talked. A man who succeeds too well with an unpleasant task may develop a subconscious sense of guilt. "Sir, we're suspended inside a hollow sphere which resembles a huge, floating soap bubble. Before we ripped through it, it must have had a plastic surface. But now the tear has apparently healed over, and the shell all around us is as resistant as steel. We are completely bottled up, sir. I shot rocket leads in all directions to make certain." The expression on Forrester's face sold mere amazement down the river. He could not have looked more startled if the nearer planets had yielded their secrets chillingly, and a super race had appeared suddenly on Earth.
"Good God, Dave, do you suppose something has happened to space?"
Lawton raised his eyes with a shudder. "Not necessarily, sir. Something has happened to us. We're floating through the sky in a huge invisible bubble of some sort, and we don't know whether it has anything to do with space. It may be a meteorological phenomenon."
"You say we're floating?"
"We're floating slowly westward. The clouds beneath us have been receding for 15 or 20 minutes now."
"Phew," muttered Forrester. "That means we've got to—"
He broke off abruptly. The Perseus's radio operator was standing in the doorway, distress and indecision in his gaze. "Our reception is extremely sporadic, sir," he announced. "We can pick up a few of the stronger broadcasts, but our emergency signals haven't been answered."
"Keep trying," Forrester ordered.
"Aye, aye, sir." The captain turned to Lawton.
"Suppose we call it a bubble. Why are we suspended like this, immovably? Your rocket lead shot up, and the plumb line dropped 100 feet. Why should the ship itself remain stationary?"
Lawton said, "The bubble must possess sufficient internal equilibrium to keep a big, heavy body suspended at its core. In other words, we must be suspended at the hub of the converging energy lines."
"You mean we're surrounded by an electromagnetic field?"
Lawton frowned. "Not necessarily, sir. I'm simply pointing out that there must be an energy tug of some sort involved. Otherwise the ship would be resting on the inner surface of the bubble."
Forrester nodded grimly. "We should be thankful, I suppose, that we can move about inside the ship. Dave, do you think a man could descend to the inner surface?"
"I've no doubt that a man could, sir. Shall I let myself down?"
"Absolutely not. Damn it, Dave, I need your energies inside the ship. I could wish for a less impulsive first officer, but a man in my predicament can't be choosy."
"Then what are your orders, sir?"
"Orders? Do I have to order you to think? Is working something out for yourself such a strain? We're drifting straight toward the Atlantic Ocean. What do you propose to do about that?"
"I expect I'll have to do my best, sir." Lawton's best conflicted dynamically with the captain's orders. 10 minutes later, he was descending, hand over hand, on a swaying emergency ladder.
"Tough-fibered Davy goes down to look around," he grumbled.
He was conscious that he was flirting with danger. The air outside was breathable, but would the diffuse, unorthodox gases injure his lungs? He didn't know, couldn't be sure. But he had to admit that he felt all right so far. He was 70 feet below the ship and not at all dizzy. When he looked down, he could see the purple-domed summits of mountains between gaps in the fleecy cloud blanket. He couldn't see the Atlantic Ocean yet. He descended the last 30 feet with mounting confidence. At the end of the ladder, he braced himself and let go. He fell about 6 feet, landing on his rump on a spongy surface that bounced him back and forth. He was vaguely incredulous when he found himself sitting in the sky, staring through his spread legs at clouds and mountains. He took a deep breath. It struck him that the sensation of falling could be present without movement downward through space. He was beginning to experience such a sensation. His stomach twisted, and his brain spun. He was suddenly sorry he had tried this. It was so damnably unnerving. He was afraid of losing all emotional control. He stared up, his eyes squinting against the sun. Far above him, the gleaming, wedge-shaped bulk of the Perseus loomed colossally, blocking out a fifth of the sky. Lowering his hand, he ran his fingers over the invisible surface beneath him. The surface felt rubbery moist. He got swayingly to his feet and made a perilous attempt to walk through the sky. Beneath his feet, the mysterious surface crackled, and little sparks flew up about his legs. Abruptly he sat down again, his face ashen. From the emergency chute opening, far above, a massive head appeared.
"You're all right, sir?"
Slashaway called, his voice vibrant with concern.
"Well, You better come right up, sir. Captain's orders."
"All right," Lawton shouted. "Let the ladder down another 10 feet." Lawton ascended rapidly, resentment smoldering within him. What right had the skipper to interfere? He had passed the buck, hadn't he? Lawton got another bad jolt the instant he emerged through the chute opening. Captain Forrester was leaning against a parachute rack, gasping for breath, his face a livid hue. Slashaway looked equally bad. His jaw muscles were twitching, and he was tugging at the collar of his gym suit. Forrester gasped.
"Dave, I tried to move the ship. I didn't know you were outside."
"Good God, you didn't know?"
"The rotaries backfired and used up all the oxygen in the engine room. Worse, there's been a carbonic oxide seepage. The air is contaminated throughout the ship. We'll have to open the ventilation valves immediately. I've been waiting to see if you could breathe down there. You're all right, aren't you? The air is breathable."
Lawton's face was dark with fury. "I was an experimental rat in the sky, eh?"
"Look, Dave, we're all in danger. Don't stand there glaring at me. Naturally, I waited. I have my crew to think of."
"Well, think of them. Get those valves open before we all have convulsions."
A half-hour later, charcoal gas was mingling with oxygen outside the ship, and the crew was breathing it in gratefully. Thinly dispersed and mixed with oxygen, it seemed all right, but Lawton had misgivings. No matter how attenuated a lethal gas is, it is never entirely harmless. To make matters worse, they were over the Atlantic Ocean. Far beneath them was an emerald turbulence, half obscured by eastward-moving cloud masses. The bubble was holding, but the morale of the crew was beginning to sag. Lawton paced the control room. Deep within him, unsuspected energies surged. "We'll last until the oxygen is breathed up," he exclaimed. "We'll have 4 or 5 days at most. But we seem to be traveling faster than an ocean liner. With luck, we'll be in Europe before we become carbon dioxide breathers." "Will that help matters, Dave?" said the captain wearily.
"If we can blast our way out, it will."
The captain's sagging body jackknifed erect. "Blast our way out? What do you mean, Dave?"
"I've clamped expulsor discs on the cosmic ray absorbers and trained them downward. A thin stream of accidental neutrons directed against the bottom of the bubble may disrupt its energies. Wear it thin. It's a long gamble, but worth taking. We're staking nothing, remember?"
Forrester sputtered. "Nothing but our lives. If you blast a hole in the bubble, you'll destroy its energy balance. Did that occur to you? Inside a lopsided bubble, we may careen dangerously or fall into the sea before we can get the rotary started."
"I thought of that. The pilots are standing by to start the rotaries the instant we lurch. If we succeed in making a rent in the bubble, we'll break out of the helicoptic vanes and descend vertically. The rotaries won't backfire again. I've had their burnt-out cylinder heads replaced." An agitated voice came from the visiplate on the captain's desk. "Tuning in, sir." Lawton stopped pacing abruptly. He swung about and grasped the desk edge with both hands, his head touching Forrester's as the two men stared down at the horizontal face of Petty Officer James Caldwell. Caldwell wasn't more than 22 or 3, but the screen's opalescence silvered his hair, misted the outlines of his jaw, giving him the aspect of senility.
"Well, young man,"
Forrester growled.
"what is it? What do you want?"
The irritation in the captain's voice seemed to increase Caldwell's agitation. Lawton had to say, "All right, lad, let's have it," before the information which he had seemed bursting to impart could be wrenched out of him. It came in erratic spurts. "The bubble is all blooming, sir. All around inside there are big yellow and purple growths. It started up, above, and spread around. First there was just a clouding over of the sky, sir, and then stalks shot out." For a moment Lawton felt as though all sanity had been squeezed from his brain. Twice he started to ask a question, and thought better of it. Pumpings were superfluous when he could confirm Caldwell's statement in a half a minute for himself. If Caldwell had cracked up, Caldwell hadn't cracked. When Lawton walked to the quartz port and stared down, all the blood drained from his face. The vegetation was luxuriant and unearthly. Floating in the sky were serpentine tendrils as thick as a man's wrist, purplish flowers, and ropey fungus growths. They twisted and writhed and shot out in all directions, creating a tangle immediately beneath him and curving up toward the ship amidst a welter of seed pods. He could see the seeds dropping from pods which reminded him of the darkly horned skate egg sheaths which he had collected in his boyhood from sea beaches at ebb tide. It was the unwholesomeness of the vegetation which chiefly unnerved him. It looked dank, malarial. There were decaying patches on the fungus growths, and a miasmal mist was descending from it toward the ship. The control room was completely still when he turned from the quartz port to meet Forrester's startled gaze.
"Dave, what does it mean?"
The question burst explosively from the captain's lips. "It means life has appeared and evolved and grown rotten ripe inside the bubble, sir, all in the space of an hour or so."
"But that's impossible."
Lawton shook his head. "It isn't at all, sir. We've had it drummed into us that evolution proceeds at a snailish pace. But what proof have we that it can't mutate with lightning-like rapidity? I've told you there are gases outside we can't even make in a chemical laboratory, molecular arrangements that are alien to Earth."
"But plants derive nourishment from the soil," interpolated Forrester.
"I know. But if there are alien gases in the air, the surface of the bubble must be reeking with unheard-of chemicals. There may be compounds inside the bubble which have so sped up organic processes that 100-million-year cycle of mutations has been telescoped into an hour." Lawton was pacing the floor again. It would be simpler to assume that seeds of existing plants became somehow caught up and imprisoned in the bubble. But the plants around us never existed on Earth. I'm no botanist, but I know what the Congo has on tap, and the green rainforests of the Amazon.
"Dave, if the growth continues, it will fill the bubble. It will choke off all our air."
"Don't you suppose I realize that? We've got to destroy that growth before it destroys us." It was pitiful to watch the crew's morale sag. The miasmal tent of the ominously proliferating vegetation was soon pervading the ship, spreading demoralization everywhere. It was particularly awful straight down. Above a ropey tangle of livid vines and creepers, a kingly stenchweed towered, purplish and bloated and weighted down with seed pods. It seemed sentient somehow. It was growing so fast that the evil odor which poured from it could be correlated with the increase of tension inside the ship. From that particular plant, minute by slow minute, there surged a continuously mounting offensiveness, like nothing Lawton had ever smelt before. The bubble had become a blooming horror sailing slowly westward above the storm-tossed Atlantic, and all the chemical agents which Lawton sprayed through the ventilation valves failed to impede the growth or destroy a single seed pod. It was difficult to kill plant life with chemicals which were not harmful to man. Lawton took dangerous risks, increasing the unwholesomeness of their rapidly dwindling air supply by spraying out a thin diffusion of problematically poisonous acids. It was no sale. The growths increased by leaps and bounds, as though determined to show their resentment of the measures taken against them by marshalling all their forces in a demoralizing plantkrieg. Thwarted, desperate, Lawton played his last card. He sent 5 members of the crew, equipped with blowguns. They returned screaming. Lawton had to fortify himself with a double whiskey soda before he could face the look of reproach in their eyes long enough to get all of the prickles out of them. From then on, pandemonium reigned. Blue funk seized the petty officers, while some of the crew ran amuck. One member of the engine watch attacked 4 of his companions with a wrench. Another went into the ship's kitchen and slashed himself with a paring knife. The assistant engineer leapt through a chute opening, after avowing that he preferred impalement to suffocation. He was impaled. It was horrible. Looking down, Lawton could see his twisted body dangling on a crimson-stippled thorn-like growth 40 feet in height. Slashaway was standing at his elbow in that Waterloo moment, his rough-hewn features twitching.
"I can't stand it, sir. It's driving me squirrely."
"I know, Slashaway. There's something worse than marijuana weed down there." Slashaway swallowed hard.
"That poor guy down there did the wise thing."
Lawton husked. "Stamp on that idea, Slashaway. Kill it. We're stronger than he was. There isn't an ounce of weakness in us. We've got what it takes."
"A guy can stand just so much."
"Bosh! There's no limit to what a man can stand." From the visiplate behind them came an urgent voice. "Radio room tuning in, sir." Lawton swung about. On the flickering screen, the foggy outlines of a face appeared and coalesced into sharpness.
The Perseus radio operator was breathless with excitement.
"Our reception is improving, sir. European shortwaves are coming in strong. The static is terrific, but we're getting every station on the continent and most of the American stations." Lawton's eyes narrowed to exultant slits. He spat on the deck, a slow tremor shaking him. "Slashaway, did you hear that? We've done it. We've won against hell and high water."
"We've done what, sir?"
"The bubble, you ape. It must be wearing thin. Hell's bells, do you have to stand there gaping like a moronic ninepin? I tell you, we've got it licked."
"I can't stand it, sir. I'm going nuts."
"No, you're not. You're slugging the thing inside you that wants to quit. Slashaway, I'm going to give the crew a first-class pep talk. There'll be no stampeding while I'm in command here." He turned to the radio operator. "Tune in the control room. Tell the captain I want every member of the crew lined up on this screen immediately." The face in the visiplate paled. "I can't do that, sir. Ship's regulations." Lawton transfixed the operator with an irate stare. "The captain told you to report directly to me, didn't he?" "Yes, sir, but if you don't want to be cashiered, snap into it." Yes, sir." The captain's startled face preceded the duty muster visiview by a full minute, seeming to project outward from the screen. The veins on his neck were thick blue cords.
"Dave,"
he croaked,
"are you out of your mind? What good will talking do now?"
"Are the men lined up?" Lawton rapped impatiently. Forrester nodded.
"They're all in the engine room, Dave."
"Good. Block them in." The captain's face receded, and a scene of tragic horror filled the opalescent visiplate. The men were not standing at attention at all. They were slumping against the Perseus's central charging plant in attitudes of abject despair. Madness burned in the eyes of 3 or 4 of them. Others had torn open their shirts and raked their flesh with their nails. Petty Officer Caldwell was standing as straight as a totem pole, clenching and unclenching his hands. The second assistant engineer was sticking out his tongue. His face was deadpan, which made what was obviously a terror reflex look like an idiot's grimace. Lawton moistened his lips. "Men, listen to me. There is some sort of plant outside that is giving off deliriant fumes. A few of us seem to be immune to it." "I'm not immune, but I'm fighting it, and all of you boys can fight it too. I want you to fight it to the top of your courage. You can fight anything when you know that just around the corner is freedom from a beastliness that deserves to be licked, even if it's only a plant. Men, we're blasting our way free. The bubble's wearing thin. Any minute now, the plants beneath us may fall with a soggy plop into the Atlantic Ocean. I want every man-jack aboard this ship to stand at his post and obey orders. Right this minute, you look like something that cat dragged in. But most men who cover themselves with glory start off looking even worse than you do." He smiled wryly. "I guess that's all. I've never had to make a speech in my life, and I'd hate like hell to start now." It was Petty Officer Caldwell who started the chant. He started it, and the men took it up until it was coming from all of them in a full-throated roar. "I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman, careless and all that, do you see? Never at fate or railer. What is time or tide to me? All must die when fate shall will it. I can never die but once. I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman. He who fears death is a dunce. Lawton squared his shoulders. With a crew like that, nothing could stop him. Ah, his energies were surging high. The deliriant weed held no terrors for him now. They were stout-hearted lads, and he'd go to hell with them cheerfully, if need be. It wasn't easy to wait. The next half-hour was filled with a steadily mounting tension, as Lawton moved like a young tornado about the ship, issuing orders and seeing that each man was at his post. "Steady, Jimmy. The way to fight a deliriant is to keep your mind on a set task. Keep sweating, lad." "Harry, that winch needs tightening. We can't afford to miss a trick." "Yeah, it will come suddenly. We've got to get the rotary started the instant the bottom drops out." He was with the captain and Slashaway in the control room when it came. There was a sudden grinding jolt, and the captain's desk started moving toward the quartz port, carrying Lawton with it.
"Holy Jiminy cricket!"
exclaimed Slashaway. The deck tilted sharply, then righted itself. A sudden gush of clear, cold air came through the ventilation valves as the triple rotary started up with a roar. Lawton and the captain reached the quartz port simultaneously. Shoulder to shoulder, they stood staring down at the storm-tossed Atlantic, electrified by what they saw. Floating on the waves far beneath them was an undulating mass of vegetation, its surface flecked with glinting foam. As it rose and fell in waning sunlight, a tainted seepage spread about it, defiling the clean surface of the sea. But it wasn't the floating mass which drew a gasp from Forrester and caused Lawton's scalp to prickle. Crawling slowly across that Sargasso-like island of noxious vegetation was a huge, elongated shape which bore a nauseous resemblance to a mottled garden slug. Forrester was trembling visibly when he turned from the quartz port.
"God, Dave, that would have been the last straw. Animal life. Dave, I can't realize we're actually out of it."
"We're out all right," Lawton said hoarsely. "Just in time, too. Skipper, you'd better issue grog all around. The men will be needing it. I'm taking mine straight. You've accused me of being primitive. Wait till you see me an hour from now." Dr. Stephen Halliday stood in the door of his Appalachian Mountain laboratory, staring out into the pine-scented dusk, a worried expression on his bland, small-featured face. It had happened again. A portion of his experiment had soared skyward in a very loose group of highly energized wavicles. He wondered if it wouldn't form a sort of sub-electronic macrocosm high in the stratosphere, altering even the air and dust particles which had spurted up with it, its uncharged atomic particles combining with hydrogen and creating new molecular arrangements. If such were the case, there would be 8 of them now, his bubbles floating through the sky. They couldn't possibly harm anything, way up there in the stratosphere, but he felt a little uneasy about it all the same. He'd have to be more careful in the future, he told himself. Much more careful. He didn't want the controllers to turn back the clock of civilization a century by stopping all atom-smashing experiments. End of The Sky Trap by Frank Belknap Long. Recording by Bill Yallowlee.
Special Delivery by Damon Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Special Delivery by Damon Knight. Len and Moira Connington lived in a rented cottage with a small yard, a smaller garden, and too many fir trees. The lawn, which Len seldom had time to mow, was full of weeds, and the garden was overgrown with blackberry brambles. The house itself was clean and smelled better than most city apartments, and Moira kept geraniums in the windows. However, it was dark on account of the firs. Approaching the door one late spring afternoon, Len tripped on an unnoticed flagstone and scattered examination papers all the way to the porch. When he picked himself up, Moira was giggling in the doorway. That was funny. The hell it was, said Len. I banged my nose. He picked up his chemistry B papers in a stiff silence. A red drop fell on the last one. Damn it! Moira held the screen door for him, looking contrite and faintly surprised. She followed him into the bathroom. Len, I didn't mean to laugh. Does it hurt much? No, said Len, staring fiercely at his scraped nose in the mirror. It was throbbing like a gong. That's good. It was the funniest thing. I mean funny, peculiar, she clarified hastily. Len stared at her. The whites of her eyes were showing. Is there anything the matter with you? He demanded. I don't know, she said on a rising note. Nothing like that has ever happened to me before. I didn't think it was funny at all. I was worried about you, and I didn't know I was going to laugh. She laughed again, a trifle nervously. Maybe I'm cracking up. Moira was a dark-haired young woman with a placid, friendly disposition. Len had met her in his senior year at Columbia with, looking at it impartially, which Len seldom did, regrettable results. At present, in her 7th month, she was shaped like a rather bosomy Cupid doll. Emotional upsets, he remembered, may occur frequently during this period. He leaned to get past her belly and kissed her forgivingly. You're probably tired. Go sit down and I'll get you some coffee. Except that Moira had never had any hysterics till now, or morning sickness either. She burped instead. And anyhow, was there anything in the literature about fits of giggling? After supper, he marked 17 sets of papers desultorily in red pencil, then got up to look for the baby book. There were 4 dog-eared paper-bound volumes with smiling infants' faces on the covers, but the one he wanted wasn't there. He looked behind the bookcase and on the wicker table beside it. Moira? Where the devil is the other baby book? Oh, I've got it. Len went and looked over her shoulder. She was staring at a drawing of a fetus lying in a sort of upside-down yoga position inside a cross-sectioned woman's body. That's what he looks like, she said. Mama. The diagram was of a fetus at term. What was that about your mother? Len asked, puzzled. Don't be silly, she said abstractedly. He waited, but she didn't look up or turn the page. After a while, he went back to his work. He watched her. Eventually, she leafed through to the back of the book, read a few pages, and put it down. She lighted a cigarette and immediately put it out again. She fetched up a belch. That was a good one, said Len admiringly. Moira sighed. Feeling tense, Len picked up his coffee cup and started toward the kitchen. He halted beside Moira's chair. On the side table was her after-dinner cup, still full of coffee, black, scummed with oil droplets, stone cold. Didn't you want your coffee? He asked solicitously. She looked at the cup. I did, but... She paused and shook her head, looking perplexed. Well, do you want another cup now? Yes, please. No. Len, who had begun a step, rocked back on his heels. Oh, which, damn it? Her face got all swollen. Oh, Len, I'm so mixed up, she said, and began to tremble. Len felt part of his irritation spilling over into protectiveness. What you need, he said firmly, is a drink. He climbed a stepladder to get at the top cabinet shelf which cached their liquor when they had any. Small upstate towns and their school boards being what they were, this was one of many necessary financial precautions. Inspecting the doleful few fingers of whiskey in the bottle, Len swore under his breath. They couldn't afford a decent supply of booze or new clothes for Moira. The original idea had been for Len to teach for a year while they saved enough money so that he could go back for his master's degree. More lately, this proving unlikely, they had merely been trying to put aside enough for summer school, and even that was beginning to look like the wildest optimism. High school teachers without seniority weren't supposed to be married. Or graduate physics students, for that matter. He mixed 2 stiff highballs and carried them back into the living room. "Here you are. Skål." "Ah," she said appreciatively, "that tastes—" "Ugh!" She set the glass down and stared at it with her mouth half open. "What's the matter now?" She turned her head carefully, as if she were afraid it would come off. "Len, I don't know." "Mama!" "That's the second time you've said that. What is this all—" "Said what?" "Mama. Look, kid, if you're—" "I didn't." She appeared a little feverish. "Sure you did," said Len reasonably. "Once when you were looking at the baby book, and then again just now when you said 'ugh' to the highball. Speaking of which—" "Mama drink milk," said Moira, speaking with exaggerated clarity. Moira hated milk. Len swallowed half his highball, turned and went silently into the kitchen. When he came back with the milk, Moira looked at it as if it contained a snake. "Len, I didn't say that." "Okay." I didn't say Mama, and I didn't say that about the milk." Her voice quavered. "And I didn't laugh at you when you fell down." Len tried to be patient. "It was somebody else." "It was." She looked down at her gingham-covered bulge. "You won't believe me. Put your hand there. No, a little lower." Under the cloth, her flesh was warm and solid against his palm. "Kicks?" he inquired. "Not yet." "Now," she said in a strained voice, "you in there. If you want your milk, kick 3 times." Len opened his mouth and shut it again. Under his hand there were 3 explicit kicks, one after the other. Moira closed her eyes, held her breath, and drank the milk down in one long, horrid gulp. "Once in a great while," Moira read, "cell cleavage will not have followed the orderly pattern that produces a normal baby. In these rare cases, some parts of the body will develop excessively, while others do not develop at all. This disorderly cell growth, which is strikingly similar to the wild cell growth that we know as cancer—" Her shoulders moved convulsively in a shudder. "Bleh! Why do you keep reading that stuff if it makes you feel that way?" "I have to," she said absently. She picked up another book from the stack. "There's a page missing." Len attacked the last of his medium-boiled egg in a non-committal manner. "It's a wonder it's held together this long," he said, which was perfectly just. The book had had something spilled on it, partially dissolving the glue, and was in an advanced state of anarchy. However, the fact was that Len had torn out the page in question 4 nights ago after reading it carefully. The topic was psychoses in pregnancy. Moira had now decided that the baby was male, that his name was Leonardo, not referring to Len, but to Da Vinci, that he'd informed her of these things along with a good many others, that he was keeping her from her favorite foods and making her eat things she detested, like liver and tripe, and that she had to read books of his choice all day long in order to keep him from kicking. It was miserably hot. With commencement only 2 weeks away, Len's students were torpid and galvanic by turns. Then there was the matter of his contract for next year, and the possible opening at Oster High, which would mean more money, and the parent-teachers thing tonight at which Superintendent Greer and his wife would be regally present. Moira was knee-deep in Volume 1 of Der Untergang des Abendlandes. Moving her lips, an occasional guttural escaped her. Len cleared his throat. "Moy?" Und also das Tragischen? What in God's name does he mean by that? What, Len? He made an irritated noise. Why not try the English edition? Leo wants to learn German. What were you going to say? Len closed his eyes for a moment. About this PTA business. You sure you want to go? Well, of course. It's pretty important, isn't it? Unless you think I look too sloppy. No, damn it. But are you feeling up to it? There were faint violet crescents under Moira's eyes. She'd been sleeping badly. Sure, she said. All right. And you'll go see the doctor tomorrow? I said I would. And you won't say anything about Leo to Mrs. Greer or anybody? She looked slightly embarrassed. Not till he's born, I think, don't you? It would be an awful hard thing to prove. Even you wouldn't have believed me if you hadn't felt him kick. This experiment had not been repeated, though Len had asked often enough. All little Leo had wanted, Moira said, was to establish communication with his mother. He didn't seem to be interested in Len at all. Too young, she explained. And still, Len recalled the frogs his biology class had dissected last semester. One of them had had 2 hearts. This disorderly cell growth, like a cancer, unpredictable extra fingers or toes, or a double dose of cortex. And I'll burp like a lady, if at all, Moira assured him cheerfully as they got ready to leave. The room was empty except for the ladies of the committee, 2 nervously smiling male teachers, and the impressive bulk of Superintendent Greer when the Conningtons arrived. Card table legs squeaked on bare floor. The air was heavy with wood polish and musk. Greer advanced, beaming fixedly. Well, isn't this nice? How are you young folks this warm evening? Oh, we thought we'd be earlier, Mr. Greer, said Moira with pretty vexation. She looked surprisingly schoolgirlish and chic. The lump that was Leo was hardly noticeable unless you caught her in profile. I'll go right now and help the ladies. There must be something I can still do. No, now, we won't hear of it. But I'll tell you what you can do. You can go right over there and say hello to Mrs. Greer. I know she's dying to sit down and have a good chat with you. Go ahead now. Don't worry about this husband of yours. I'll take care of him. Moira receded into a scattering of small shrieks of pleasure, at least half of them arcing across a gap of mutual dislike. Greer, exhibiting perfect dentures, exhaled Listerine. His pink skin looked not only scrubbed but disinfected. His gold-rimmed glasses belonged in an optometrist's window, and his tropical suit had obviously come straight from the cleaners. It was impossible to think of Greer unshaven, Greer smoking a cigar, Greer with a smudge of axle grease on his forehead, or Greer making love to his wife. Well, sir, this weather... When I think of what this valley was like 20 years ago, at today's prices... Len listened with growing admiration, putting in comments where required. He'd never realized before that there were so many absolutely neutral topics of conversation. A few more people straggled in, raising the room temperature about 0.5 degree per capita. Greer did not perspire. He merely glowed. Across the room, Moira was now seated chummily with Mrs. Greer, a large-bosomed woman in an outrageously unfashionable hat. Moira appeared to be telling a joke. Len knew perfectly well that it was a clean one, but he listened tensely all the same until he heard Mrs. Greer yelp with laughter. Her voice carried well. "Oh, that's priceless! Oh, dear, I only hope I can remember it." Len had resolutely not been thinking of ways to turn the conversation toward the Oster vacancy. He stiffened again when he realized that Greer had abruptly begun to talk shop. His heart began pounding absurdly. Greer was asking highly pertinent questions in a good-humored but businesslike way, drawing Len out, and not even bothering to be the slightest bit Machiavellian about it. Len answered candidly, except when he was certain that he knew what the superintendent wanted to hear. Then he lied like a Trojan. Mrs. Greer had conjured up a premature pot of tea, and, oblivious to the stares of the thirsty teachers present, she and Moira were hogging it, heads together, as if they were plotting the overthrow of the Republic or exchanging recipes. Greer listened attentively to Len's final reply, which was delivered with as pious an air as if Len had been a Boy Scout swearing on the manual. But since the question had been, "Do you plan to make teaching your career?" there was not a word of truth in it. He then inspected his paunch and assumed a mild theatrical frown. Len, with that social sixth sense which is unmistakable when it operates, knew that his next words were going to be, "You may have heard that Oster High will be needing a new science teacher next fall." At this point Moira made a noise like a seal. The ensuing silence was broken a moment later by a hearty scream, followed instantly by a clatter and a bone-shaking thud. Mrs. Greer was sitting on the floor, legs sprawled, hat over her eye. She appeared to be attempting to perform some sort of excessively pagan dance. "It was Leo," Moira incoherently told Len at home. "You know she's English. She said of course a cup of tea wouldn't hurt me, and she insisted I go ahead and drink it while it was hot, and I couldn't." No, wait," said Len in a controlled fury. "What?" "So I drank some, and Leo kicked up and made me burp the burp I was saving, and... oh, Lord. Then he kicked the teacup out of my hand into her lap, and I wish I was dead." On the following day, Len took Moira to the doctor's office, where they read dog-eared copies of the Rotarian and Field and Stream for an hour. Dr. Barry was a round little man with soulful eyes and a 24-hour bedside manner. On the walls of his office, where it's customary for doctors to hang all sorts of diplomas and certificates of membership, Barry had only 3. The rest of the space was filled with enlarged colored photographs of beautiful, beautiful children. When Len followed Moira determinedly into the consulting room, Barry looked mildly shocked for a moment, then apparently decided to carry on as if nothing outre had happened. You could not say that he spoke or even whispered. He rustled. "Now, Mrs. Connington, we're looking just fine today. How have we been feeling?" "Just fine. My husband thinks I'm insane." "That's good. Well, that's a funny thing for him to think, isn't it?" Barry glanced at the wall midway between himself and Len, then shuffled some file cards rather nervously. "Now, have we had any soreness in our stomach?" "Yes, he's been kicking me black and blue." Barry misinterpreted Moira's brooding glance at Len, and his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. "The baby," said Len. "The baby kicks her." Barry coughed. "Any headaches? Dizziness? Vomiting? Swelling in our legs or ankles?" "No." "All righty. Now let's just find out how much we've gained, and then we'll get up on the examination table." Barry drew the sheet down over Moira's abdomen as if it were an exceptionally fragile egg. He probed delicately with his fat fingertips, then used a stethoscope. "Those X-rays," said Len, "have they come back yet?" "Mm-hmm," said Barry. "Yes, here they have." He moved the stethoscope and listened again. "Did they show anything unusual?" Len asked. Barry's eyebrows twitched a polite question. "We've been having a little argument," Moira said in a strained voice, "about whether this is an ordinary baby or not." Barry took the stethoscope tubes away from his ears. He gazed at Moira like an anxious spaniel. "Now let's not worry about that. We're going to have a perfectly healthy, wonderful baby, and if anybody tells us differently, why, we'll just tell them to go jump in the lake, won't we?" "The baby is absolutely normal?" Len said in a marked manner. Absolutely. Barry applied the stethoscope again. His face blanched. What's the matter? Len asked after a moment. The doctor's gaze was fixed and glassy. Vagitus uterinus, Barry muttered. He pulled the stethoscope off abruptly and stared at it. No, of course it couldn't be. Now, isn't that a nuisance? We seem to be picking up a radio broadcast with our little stethoscope here. I'll just go and get another instrument. Moira and Len exchanged glances. Moira's was almost excessively bland. Barry confidently came in with a new stethoscope, put the diaphragm against Moira's belly, listened for an instant, and twitched once all over, as if his mainspring had snapped. Visibly jangling, he stepped away from the table. His jaw worked several times before any sound came out. "Excuse me," he said, and walked out in an uneven line. Len snatched up the instrument he had dropped. Like a bell ringing under water, muffled but clear, a tiny voice was shouting. "You bladder-headed pilbusher! You bedside vacuum! You fifth-rate tree surgeon! You inflated—" A pause. "Is that you, Connington? Get off the line! I haven't finished with Dr. Bedpan yet!" Moira smiled like a Buddha-shaped bomb. "Well," she said. "We've got to think," Len kept saying over and over. "You've got to think." Moira was combing her hair, snapping the comb smartly at the end of each stroke. "I've had plenty of time to think ever since it happened. When you catch up—" Len flung his tie at the carved wooden pineapple on the corner of the footboard. "Moy, be reasonable. The chances against this kid kicking 3 times in any 1-minute period are only about 1 in 100. The chances against anything like—" Moira grunted and stiffened for a moment. Then she cocked her head to one side with a listening expression, a new mannerism of hers that was beginning to send intangible snakes crawling up Len's spine. "What now?" he asked sharply. "He says to keep our voices down. He's thinking." Len's fingers clenched convulsively and a button flew off his shirt. Shaking, he pulled his arms out of the sleeves and dropped the shirt on the floor. "Look, I just want to get this straight. When he talks to you, you don't hear him shouting all the way up past your liver and lights." "What?" "You know perfectly well he reads my mind." "That isn't the same as—" Len took a deep breath. "Let's not get off on that. What I want to know is, what's it like? Do you seem to hear a real voice, or do you just know what he's telling you without knowing how you know?" Moira put the comb down in order to think better. "It isn't like hearing a voice. You'd never confuse one with the other. It's more— the nearest I can come to it, it's like remembering a voice, except you don't know what's coming." Len picked his tie off the floor and abstractedly began knotting it on his bare chest. "And he sees what you see. He knows what you're thinking. He can hear when people talk to you?" "Of course." "This is tremendous." Len began to blunder around the bedroom, not looking where he was going. "They thought Macaulay was a genius. This kid isn't even born. I heard him. He was cussing Barry out like Monty Woolley." "He had me reading The Man Who Came to Dinner 2 days ago." Len made his way around a small bedside table by trial and error. "That's another thing. How much would you say about his personality? I mean, does he seem to know what he's doing, or is he just striking out wildly in all directions?" He paused. "Are you sure he's really conscious at all?" Moira began. That's a silly—" and stopped. "Define consciousness," she said doubtfully. "All right. What I really mean, why am I wearing this necktie?" He ripped it off and threw it over a lampshade. "What I mean—" "Are you sure you're really conscious?" "Okay. You make joke, I laugh. Ha ha. What I'm trying to ask is, have you seen any evidence of creative thought, organized thought, or is he just integrating along the lines of instinctive responses? Do you... Yeah, I know what you mean. Shut up a minute. I don't know. I mean, is he awake or asleep and dreaming about us like the Red King? I don't know. And if that's it, what'll happen when he wakes up? Moira took off her robe, folded it neatly, and maneuvered herself between the sheets. Come to bed. Len got one sock off before another thought struck him. He reads your mind. Can he read other people's? He looked appalled. Can he read mine? He doesn't. Whether it's because he can't, I don't know. I think he just doesn't care. Len pulled the other sock halfway down and left it there. In a stiffer tone, he said, one of the things he doesn't care about is whether I have a job. No, he thought it was funny. I wanted to sing through the floor, but I had all I could do to keep from laughing when she fell down. Len, what are we going to do? He swiveled around and looked at her. Look, he said, I didn't mean to sound that gloomy. We'll do something. We'll fix it. Really. I hope so. Careful of his elbows and knees, Len climbed into the bed beside her. Okay now? Moira tried to sit up suddenly and almost made it. She wound up propped on one elbow and said indignantly, Oh, no. Len stared at her in the dimness. What? She grunted again. Len, get up. All right. Len, hurry. Len fought his way convulsively past a treacherous sheet and staggered up, goose-pimpled and tense. What's wrong? You'll have to sleep on the couch. The sheets are in the bottom. On that couch? Are you crazy? I can't help it, she said in a small, faint voice. Please don't let's argue. You'll just have to. Why? We can't sleep in the same bed, she wailed. He says it's so unhygienic. Len's contract was not renewed. He got a job waiting on tables in a resort hotel, an occupation which pays more money than teaching future citizens the rudiments of 3 basic sciences, but for which Len had no aptitude. He lasted 3 days at it. He was then idle for a week and a half until his 4 years of college physics earned him employment as a clerk in an electrical shop. His employer was a cheerfully aggressive man who assured Len that there were great opportunities in radio and television, and firmly believed that atom bomb tests were causing all the bad weather. Moira, in her 8th month, walked to the county library every day and trundled a load of books home in the perambulator. Little Leo, it appeared, was working his way simultaneously through biology, astrophysics, phrenology, chemical engineering, architecture, Christian Science, psychosomatic medicine, marine law, business management, yoga, crystallography, metaphysics, and modern literature. His domination of Moira's life remained absolute, and his experiments with her regimen continued. 1 week she ate nothing but nuts and fruit, washed down with distilled water. The next she was on a diet of porterhouse steak, dandelion greens, and haddock. With the coming of full summer, fortunately, few of the high school staff were in evidence. Len met Dr. Barry once in the street. Barry started, twitched, and walked off rapidly in an entirely new direction. The diabolical event was due on or about July 29th. Len crossed off each day on their wall calendar with an emphatic black grease pencil. It would, he supposed, be an uncomfortable thing at best to be the parent of a super prodigy. Leo would no doubt be dictator of the world by the time he was 15, unless he would be assassinated first. But almost anything would be a fair price for getting Leo out of his maternal fortress. Then there was the day when Len came home to find Moira weeping over the typewriter with a half-inch stack of manuscript beside her. It isn't anything. I'm just tired. He started this after lunch. Look. Len turned the face-down sheaf the right way up. Droning, abrasing the demiurge. Here begleams the tale. Eyes undotted, grueling and looking, turns off alarm. Sees us close. Stewed beerly, a wretch pants, therefore choose we, pawns. Let the pants take air of themselves. The first 3 sheets were all like that. The fourth was a perfectly good Petrarchan sonnet reviling the current administration and the political party of which Len was a Registration Day member. The fifth was hand-lettered in the Cyrillic alphabet and illustrated with geometric diagrams. Len put it down and stared shakily at Moira. "No, go on," she said. "Read the rest." The 6th and 7th were obscene limericks, and the 8th, 9th, and so on to the end of the stack were what looked like the first chapters of a rattling good historical adventure novel. Its chief characters were Cyrus the Great, his jaunty-bosomed daughter Ligeia, of whom Len had never previously heard, and a one-armed Greco-Mede adventurer named Xanthes. There were also courtesans, spies, apparitions, scullery slaves, oracles, cutthroats, lepers, priests, and men-at-arms in magnificent profusion. "He's decided," said Moira, "what he wants to be when he's born." Leo refused to be bothered with mundane details. When there were 80 pages of manuscript, it was Moira who invented a title and byline for it. The Virgin of Persepolis by Leon Len, and mailed it off to a literary agent in New York. His response, a week later, was cautiously enthusiastic. He asked for an outline of the remainder of the novel. Moira replied that this was impossible, trying to sound as unworldly and impenetrably artistic as she could. She enclosed the 30-odd pages Leo had turned out through her in the meantime. Nothing was heard from the agent for 2 weeks. At the end of this time, Moira received an astonishing document, exquisitely printed and bound in imitation leather, 32 pages including the index, containing 3 times as many clauses as a lease. This turned out to be a book contract. With it came the agent's check for $900. Len tilted his mop handle against the wall and straightened carefully, conscious of every individual gritty muscle in his back. How did women do housework every day, 7 days a week, 52 goddamn weeks a year? It was a little cooler now that the sun was down, and he was working stripped to shorts and bat slippers, but he might as well have been wearing an overcoat in a Turkish bath. The faint whisper of Moira's monstrous new electrical typewriter stopped, leaving a fainter hum. Len went into the living room and sagged on the arm of a chair. Moira, gleaming sweatily in a flowered housecoat, was lighting a cigarette. "How's it going?" he asked, hoping for an answer. He hadn't always received one. She switched off the machine warily. Page 289. Xanthes killed Anaxander. "I thought he would. How about Ganesh and Zeusius?" "I don't know," she frowned. "I can't figure it out. You know who it was that raped Marianne in the garden?" "No, who?" "Ganesh." "You're kidding." "Nope." She pointed to the stack of typescript. "See for yourself." Len didn't move. "But Ganesh was in Lydia, buying back the sapphire. He didn't return till—" I know, but he wasn't. That was Zeusius in a putty nose with his beard dyed. It's all perfectly logical, the way Leo explains it. Zeusius overheard Ganesh talking to the 3 Mongols. You remember, Ganesh thought there was somebody behind the curtain, only that was when they heard Ligeia scream, and while their backs were turned... All right, but for God's sake, this fouls everything up. If Ganesh never went to Lydia, then he couldn't have had anything to do with distempering Cyrus's armor, and Zeusius couldn't either, because... It's exasperating. I know he's going to pull another rabbit out of the hat and clear everything up, but I don't see how. Len brooded. It beats me. It had to be either Ganesh or Zeusius or Philomenes, though that doesn't seem possible. Look, damn it, if Zeusius knew about the sapphire all the time, that rules out Philomenes once and for all, unless... No, I forgot about that business in the temple. Do you think Leo really knows what he's doing? I'm certain. Lately I've been able to tell what he's thinking even when he isn't talking to me. I mean, just generally, like when he's puzzling over something or when he's feeling mean. It's going to be something brilliant, and he knows what it is, but he won't tell me. We'll just have to wait. I guess so. Len stood up, grunting. Do you want me to see if there's anything in the pot? Please. Len wandered into the kitchen, turned the flame on under the silex, stared briefly at the dishes waiting in the sink, and wandered out again. Since the onslaught of the novel, Leo had relinquished his interest in Moira's diet, and she'd been living on coffee. Small blessings. Moira was leaning back with her eyes closed, looking very tired. "How's the money?" she asked without moving. "Lousy. We're down to $21. She raised her head and opened her eyes wide. "We couldn't be. Len, how could anybody go through $900 so fast?" Typewriter and the dictaphone that Leo thought he wanted till about half an hour after it was paid for. We spent less than $50 on ourselves, I think. Rent, groceries. It goes when there isn't any coming in. She sighed. I thought it would last longer. So did I. If he doesn't finish this thing in a few days, I'll have to go look for work again. Oh, that isn't so good. How am I going to take care of the house and do Leo's writing for him? I know, but... All right, if it works out, fine. If it doesn't, he must be near the end by now. She stubbed out her cigarette abruptly and sat up, hands over the keyboard. He's getting ready again. See about that coffee, will you? I'm half dead. Len poured 2 cups and carried them in. Moira was still sitting poised in front of the typewriter with a curious, half-formed expression on her face. Abruptly, the carriage whipped over, muttered to itself briefly, and thumped the paper up twice. Then it stopped. Moira's eyes got bigger and rounder. "What's the matter?" said Len. He looked over her shoulder. The last line on the page read, "To be continued in our next." Moira's hands curled into small, helpless fists. After a moment, she turned off the machine. "What?" said Len incredulously. "To be continued? What kind of talk is that?" "He says he's bored with the novel," Moira replied dully. "He says he knows the ending, so it's artistically complete. It doesn't matter whether anybody else thinks so or not." She paused. "But he says that isn't the real reason." "Well?" "He's got 2 reasons. One is that he doesn't want to finish the book till he's certain he'll have complete control of the money it earns." "Yes," said Len, swallowing a lump of anger. "That makes a certain amount of sense. It's his book, if he wants guarantees." "You haven't heard the other one." "All right, let's have it." "He wants to teach us, so we'll never forget who the boss is in this family." "Len, I'm awfully tired," Moira complained piteously late that night. "Let's just go over it once more. There has to be some way. He still isn't talking to you?" "I haven't felt anything from him for the last 20 minutes. I think he's asleep." "All right, let's suppose he isn't going to listen to reason." "I think we'd better." Len made an incoherent noise. "Well, okay. I still don't see why we can't write the last chapter ourselves. It would only be a few pages. Go ahead and try. Not me. You've done a little writing. Damn good, too. And if you're so sure all the clues are there, look, if you say you can't do it, all right, we'll hire somebody, a professional writer. It happens all the time. Thorne Smith's last novel. It wasn't Thorne Smith's, and it wasn't a novel, she said dogmatically. But it sold. What one writer starts, another can finish. Nobody ever finished The Mystery of Edwin Drood. Oh, hell. Then it's impossible. It is. Let me finish. If you're thinking we could have somebody rewrite the last part Leo did. Yeah, I just thought of that. Even that wouldn't do any good. You'd have to go all the way back, almost to page 1. It would be another story when you got through. Let's go to bed. Moy, do you remember when we used to worry about the law of opposites? The law of opposites. When we used to be afraid the kid would turn out to be a pick and shovel man with a pointy head? He turned. Moira was standing with one hand on her belly and the other behind her back. She looked as if she were about to start practicing a low bow and doubted she could make it. "What's the matter now?" he asked. "Pain in the small of my back." "Bad one?" "No." "Belly hurt, too?" She frowned. "Don't be foolish. I'm feeling for the contraction. There it comes." But you just said the smaller your back." "Where do you think labor